Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give my sanity. Only you can make the change. I'll give my share. Your energy. I'll give my light. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and we are here. It is a snowstorm going on, you guys, an ice storm here in Texas, and it is cool. Listen, it's crazy. I de-ice planes for, when I'm not, I do that service, when I'm not here with you guys. And it got, it's out here looking crazy. Okay, it's looking really scary out here. Just nothing but just ice chips falling out the sky. It's not even snow. It's not hail. It's just little balls of ice. And that is insane to think that even exists. But it's pretty hectic out here. But it was interesting when I was de-icing. It's a lot of things. Sometimes when you step outside of the house, you step into situations and you're around other people, you get to really think about some things. And it kind of dawned upon me about something that I'm not sure if everybody's even aware of or even have thought about. So today, what we're going to talk about, right, and it's going to be a really interesting show, is that what we're witnessing right now between immigrants and the white establishment is not new. It's a karmic cycle. One this country has already lived through. In the mid 1800s to the early 1900s, waves of European immigrants arrived in America poor, unwanted, and criminalized. They were framed as a threat to society, a drain on resources, and a danger to American values. That conflict didn't just end with assimilation, it produced fallout. One of the most devastating outcomes was the orphan train era. If you guys are not familiar with the orphan train era, it was a time where children were separated from their families, immigrant families, and shipped across the country, often forced into unpaid labor under the guise of charity. Children were absorbed in the systems, families were broken, labor was quietly extracted. Fast forward to today, we're once again watching immigrants positioned as enemies of the state. We're seeing family separations, mass detention, children lost in bureaucratic systems, and enforcement agencies operating with broad discretion. The language has changed, the uniform has changed, but the structure, the logic feels hauntingly familiar. In both eras, children were the collateral. In both eras, the Black community largely remained outside the central conflict. During the time of the orphan trains, you didn't see that many Black people caught up in that. This was a white issue. These were white children, of immigrants that were white, that were swept across the country and shipped off for servitude to working class and farm class families in the white community. When Black people were orphans or whatever, our churches handled that. We had a whole different structure going on in our community. We did not have to deal with that. It was not a part of our situation. We were unaffected. But here's the thing. In both eras, Black communities largely remained outside the central conflict, not because they were unaffected by American systems, but because this particular battle was framed as someone else's problem. But history teaches us something crucial. Even when we are not the primary target, we are never untouched by the outcomes. The welfare system, child protective services, foster care, juvenile detention, many of the government structures that now disproportionately impact Black families were shaped during earlier immigration cases, including the orphan train period. Systems built to manage their children eventually became tools used against ours. So the real question isn't just what's happening to immigrants today. The question is what systems are being built right now in this moment that will later be turned on the Black community once again. And what does it mean when we turn a blind eye simply because the harm doesn't appear to be aimed at us yet? This is what we're unpacking today. So, it's interesting. I had a video where Amazing Lucas is talking about the fact that, white people are getting Black experience in Minnesota. I want to play that, but I want to really give some in-depth information that I think that people don't even understand. Because I think that what we think, one of the reasons why we're delineating from the situation, it has nothing to do with us, right? But the thing is that whenever they start to attack them, they start to attack within themselves, then the laws that they make begin to affect who? Us. Then they begin to criminalize us with the laws that come out of whatever they're doing to each other. So this is not really white people getting treated like Black people. This isn't really, as you know what, and I'm glad that I was able to come across this information about the orphan trains and the immigration situation that happened during the World War I, because really, when we talk about when we say that this is Gestapo and this, that, the other, we don't even have to go to Germany to find when a government is our government and compare that. We can go to the 1800s through the 1920s, and we can see that this is really a repeat of what we already have done, or what the American government has already done. So let's hear what Amazing Lucas has to say. Let's go.
And another white American, just want to point that out. The first that ICE has taken down another American, another white American, just want to point that out. The first one was a white woman, and this individual was a white man, I believe to be an RN. And it seems, as I said in the intros, that white is the new Black. So what I will be doing as a service to the people, the American people, I will be doing a world tour. Okay. I will be starting off in Minneapolis and just traveling the states. And what I will be doing is trying to help white people, in this transitional phase of their newfound Blackness, just to help them to assimilate a little bit more, because this is how this administration is treating y'all.
Damn.
Now, I don't mean to make light of the situation, but I think they're losing their minds right now. That's what's happening. All this, white privilege and all that is gone to the wayside. Now you are the new Black. Okay, they are now treating you like they treat.
Listen, that is the misconception. We think that they are treating other white people like the new Black, but in reality, what's happening is that it's a repeat of what already happened in the 1800s, where you had white people, the certain white people, the whole government, whatever, during the World War, treating other immigrants that were white the same way. They already did this already. This already happened. And they had a whole entire group of children that came out of this. And it's really interesting because those children got taken in by white rural and working class families and probably became MAGA. And now they are repeating the same exact thing that I would say 9 out of 10 happened to their family members in the 1920s. This is not just only karma. This is a cycle that is happening. We are watching a cycle, a 360-degree karmic cycle that is happening in their community. And it just came upon me. It's like I'm like, this is exactly what happened when you think about the orphan trains. And I'm going to get into the orphan trains, but let's listen to the rest of this. Let's talk about
Black men and Black women. And I know that you're not very aware of what really goes down, okay? Because I know y'all were very much, some of y'all, not all of you, but some of y'all, I know some of y'all were really sad when Charlie went away. Okay, y'all were jumped right on the bandwagon of, hey, he's the MLK, he's just like MLK and everything. They just getting you for words. And it's like, okay, well, if you want to be like one of them, well, now you are truly one of them. And it's just it goes downhill from there. So within my curriculum, we'll go over how to, introduce yourselves, how to, fake names when doing job interviews, because you don't want to use your regular name. Okay, that'll trigger the system. How to engage when going into grocery stores, going into just regular shops. Just understand there's probably gonna be someone who follows you and stuff like that. How to engage with law enforcement. I don't know what's going on right now, but I'm not even going to go into the story that surrounded this shooting. And the reason why is it doesn't matter. Yes, I know. Just take some time. I know that's probably a bit much for you to hear, but being the new Black, yeah, the story doesn't matter. All right. What they will try and do is vilify you no matter what. I know that's not fair. I know that the facts aren't even out and they're already saying this person was in the wrong.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots.
Not like this. Not like this.
Yes, that is the new Black. That's what we've been going through this entire time. I'm just now you're experiencing it firsthand. So I know y'all were thinking, well, we're going to use our white privilege to help you guys. It looks like that card is expired during this administration, or at least the liberal white privilege. Y'all have been stripped from it. Okay, y'all practically like everyone else now. Before, you guys were like Superman and Superwomen. I'm like, hey, leave them alone. Now they're gonna shoot both of us. I don't know what we're doing here right now.
He's out of line, but he's right.
You saw Kristi Noem talk about, hey, this person was violent. They had a 9mm.
You just made claims that the individual posed a threat to law enforcement.
That is no claim. It is the facts. The facts of this situation. This individual showed up to a law enforcement operation with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition. He wasn't there to peacefully protest.
Not like this.
We had them talk about, I believe it was on Fox News, talking about, hey, what type of person carries a 9mm?
Don't let the left kid you with this, that this is just a normal protest where people are peacefully protesting. No, it's not. Peaceful protesters don't have 9mm weapons with 2 extra magazines.
Well, what about the right to bear arms? Isn't that part of the Constitution? Interesting.
Tried to tell you guys that, hey, these people were hypocrites when it came to the Second Amendment, because based off the bump stock, right? Based off the bump stock ban, all these pro-gun advocates, the Colin Noir, the tap dancing Negroes, the rest of them were all like, well, you know what? It's not that big of a deal. I don't really use bump stocks. Pam Bondi was the one, who was listening to Trump when he was like, hey, maybe we should take away the guns and then give them due process. This is the same people y'all voted in, Republicans. Just want to let y'all know. And I know there's probably some lefties out there that voted for him as well. So I don't know what to tell you. The only thing I can be is kind of a mentor in this process. That's the only thing I really have to offer you, because you can see that they're now blaming you for your Second Amendment right of carrying a gun. And any Black person knows You do not engage with law enforcement while carrying a piece. No, 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 no. That's a guaranteed way to go bye-bye. That's a guaranteed way. That is straight to the morgue. You might as well drive yourself, okay? Damn. Now, I know.
Hey, tell that to the Black Panther party, this new Black Panther party, walking up to them with AK-47s and stuff. This is crazy.
You being white and all, you not having the same experiences, you may be like, well, Lucas, I have a Second Amendment right, okay? I didn't pull the gun out, all right? It was concealed, and I have a right to conceal. I know, boo-boo, I know. We got a lot to learn, okay? we got a lot to learn, all right? That's not how that works as a newfound Black person. That's not how that works at all. So as we saw, once they said gun, right? Gun, you got a gun. You're done, Joe. Bye-bye, night. Now, resisting while you have a piece on you is the craziest thing you could do. I just want to let you guys know that as a newfound Black person, that is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Unless you did not want to exist that day, that is what you do. You know, hopefully this is a lesson to other white people out there, whether you're liberal, whether you're Republican, and you disagree with what's going on with ICE. I understand. But like I said, right now is not the time, okay? Right now is not the time to use that white privilege card because they rejected it, okay? It's coming back declined. I'm just letting you know, okay? I'm just letting you know.
Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. How about that question?
I wish you all the best of luck. I'm here for you guys in case you have any questions. Hey, Lucas, what car should I drive? Should I drive this car? What about the tinted windows? That's a no. Don't do that. Don't do that. don't do that. Even if it's legal in your state, don't do it. Okay. There's a lot of rules, a lot of unspoken laws that you guys have to you just have to consume it, right? You're just gonna have to you have to take an expedited course. As I said before in this video, I don't mean to trivialize this person's demise, but that's how they're treating you when it comes to the news. They're going to justify it. We saw what happened with Renee Good. They're going to justify it. They're going to say you were violent. They're going to question as far as why you had a gun in the first place. Only criminals have guns while walking up to police. Yeah. I know. I can see you're bawling right now. I'm a nigga. I know. It's exactly what Paul Mooney said, right? Everybody wants to be one, but nobody wants to be one. Well, sorry. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. I just want to let everyone know that, hey, there are some cons, don't get me wrong, but there are definitely some pros, okay? There are some pros. We'll talk about those pros. I don't want to put them out in the ether, but there's definitely some pros, okay? Ask your Black friend or friends if you're lucky. Hit them up, DM them, do what you got to do. Ask them, hey, what are some pros to being Black? They'll let you know.
You know what's so crazy about this tape? As Black people, Black Americans were never immigrants. As far as Black Americans are concerned, we were never immigrants. The things that were put on us is not the same thing as what's going on in this whole fight against the immigrants. And this is what I'm trying to bring to you guys. It dawned upon me. I'm like, okay, when has this happened again before in America? And I'm about to show you, because I think that we think that this is something that's comparable to the civil rights movement, or comparable to any movement that we had as Black people. And it's not. This is a replay of an age-long story. And it is a secular conversation. It's already happened already. But the thing is that, people have not, no one has even thought to even just look into the past to see when has this happened before. And we're going to go into Ellis Island. Let's talk about Ellis Island. Okay, here we go.
During which approximately 12 million immigrants entered the USA, can be considered as the most important in American history. This wave of immigration had a profound impact on the country, shaping its culture, economy, and identity. Today, we will explore the story of these immigrants, why they chose to come to America, and what challenges they faced in their journey. Life in Europe around 1900 was tough, with poverty, hardship, joblessness, and persecution widespread. Many people were looking for a way out, and America offered a beacon of hope. The USA was considered the land of the future, with huge potential for a better life. This is when and where the American dream started. Ellis Island was the gateway to the USA for over 12 million immigrants.
See, people when we actually go back into white history, and we don't go into the black history, and we don't compare this to the Africans or whatever we want to do, this becomes a whole different story. This isn't about who sold us into slavery. This isn't even about immigration when it comes to black people. It's not about Black Lives Matter. This has nothing to do with us. And I get it, why black people have divested from it. But we did this before. We were not involved. We were not involved in the fight that they had in the 20s and in the 1800s. And we still are not a part of like this immigration fight that they're having now. And I get it. However, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, all of the like systems that we are experiencing now that oppress us at this moment were created during this particular wave of immigration, when they began to turn against these people that were immigrants piling on top of each other in New York. These white immigrants. Let's go.
The island was the largest immigrant processing station in the U.S., with a unique blend of diverse cultures, languages, and traditions. Upon arrival at Ellis Island, immigrants were met with a barrage of tests and screenings to ensure they were healthy and fit for entry into the United States. They were required to answer a series of questions about their background and skills, and many were tested for contagious diseases such as tuberculosis. Those who failed the tests were sent back home. For many, this was
it doesn't matter. They're going to get, listen, immigrants and illegal aliens are both getting deported. They're going to both go bye-bye. And it might even include your people, your ancestors that are probably immigrants that came on this Ellis Island thing. If they weren't even gobbled up in the whole group, push to get rid of immigrants back then. If you're a remaining person that came from this group, you might just get sent back to wherever you came from. I'm trying to let you know this is not even my fight. I'm just letting y'all know that this is a particular situation that happened already. Let's go.
Traumatic experience, as they had invested their life savings and their hopes for a better life in the journey to America. The journey to America was not easy. Many of the immigrants traveled on crowded, dirty ships, enduring rough seas, illness, and even death. Some ships were so overcrowded that people were forced to sleep on the decks or in cramped quarters below decks. Many of the ships were unseaworthy, and accidents were common. In 1912, the Titanic sank on its maiden voyage, and among the passengers who perished were many immigrants who had dreamed of a new life in America. Once they arrived in America, immigrants faced a whole new set of challenges. They often arrived with little money, no family, and a limited understanding of the English language. This made it difficult for them to find work and integrate into American society. Many of them found work in low-paying jobs, such as factory work, mining, or farming.
Doesn't this sound familiar? This sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Here's the thing. It just dawned upon me. This is not the first time this has happened. This already happened, guys. We don't have to go to Nazi Germany to like talk about what happened with Hitler. This already happened in America in the 1920s. Immigrants came over from all these different places, crowded ships into New York, Ellis Island. And then it became a whole thing about getting them the hell up out of there. And what happened, what came out of that, you had a whole bunch of children that became street children, orphans, that ended up being shipped on trains into rural America and also working class American homes, who took them in then and enslaved the children and made them into working people, slaves, which is crazy to me. Children as slaves. This goes into a deeper thing of even just how even America has moved people around this whole time. Like, it's crazy. Like, what? This is what happened. This is already a repeat of history. Let's go.
Others started their own businesses, such as grocery stores, restaurants, or small shops. Despite these challenges, many immigrants made a life for themselves in America, and their descendants continue to thrive today. From the Italian neighborhoods of New York to the Polish neighborhoods of Chicago, immigrants brought their unique cultures and traditions to America, enriching the country in countless ways. They introduced new foods, music, art, and ideas that became integral parts of American culture. They also contributed to the country's economy, helping to build railroads, factories, and skyscrapers.
Okay, do you notice how this is the same thing? When the Mexicans, the Hispanics from Mexico come over here, they did the same exact thing. Helped build up, had taco stands and all the Mexican restaurant, Taco Bell, all this Mexican stuff all over the place, building up skyscrapers, building up communities. They did the same exact thing. This is a repeat, you guys. This is a repeat. It's just a same story, different group of immigrants.
However, the influx of immigrants also led to tension and conflict. Many native-born Americans felt threatened by the presence of so many newcomers, who they believed were taking their jobs and resources. This led to discrimination and prejudice against immigrants, particularly those from non-Western European countries. The government responded by imposing restrictive immigration laws, such as the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the Immigration Act of 1924, which limited the number of immigrants who could enter the country. Despite these challenges, the legacy of Ellis Island and the millions of immigrants who passed through it is an important part of American history. By understanding their journey, we can appreciate the challenges they faced and the contributions they made to American society. Today, immigration remains a hotly debated topic. As the number of immigrants increased, so did the fear and prejudice against them. The existing population of the U.S. saw the influx of immigrants as a threat to their jobs and way of life. In 1882, the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed, which barred Chinese immigrants from entering the U.S. In 1921, the Emergency Quota Act was passed, which limited the number of immigrants to 3% of the number of people from that country who were already living in the U.S. in 1910. This act was followed by the Immigration Act of 1924, which further restricted the number of immigrants to 2% of the people from each country who were living in the U.S. in 1890. Despite these restrictions, millions of immigrants continued to come to the U.S. through Ellis Island, until it closed its doors in 1954. By that time, the demographics of the U.S. had changed significantly. The majority of the population was made up of people whose ancestors had come to the U.S. as immigrants. The legacy of Ellis Island lives on today, as many Americans can trace their ancestry back to the immigrants who passed through its gates. The island itself has been turned into a museum, where visitors can learn about the history of immigration to the U.S. and the experiences of the people who passed through Ellis Island. In conclusion, the story of Ellis Island is a testament to the determination and resilience of the millions of immigrants who came to the U.S. in search of a better life. They faced immense challenges, but through their hard work and perseverance, they were able to create new lives for themselves and their families. The legacy of their contributions to American society continues to be felt to this day, as their descendants carry on their traditions and values. Ellis Island serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of immigration to the U.S. and the role it has played in shaping the country we know today.
Child, they looked wild coming over on that boat. They looked crazy. Come look at these people. They got the color version of it. They looked wild. Okay, these were them. Okay, but here's the thing. Like, it was almost like a replay that happened with this, because they began to say the same thing. You know what? These people, we got to get them the heck up out of here. You know. And so we have like a story of a person that was a part of these things called the orphan train. And see, this whole orphan train situation, this is why I want to bring up the children, is because, so what happened is that you have these people, the immigrants come over. A lot of them were sick, died, passing away. Some people were neglecting their children and things like this. And so what ended up happening is that you had these like little immigrant children that would somehow get separated. I'm not sure exactly how it happened or what, but they ended up getting put on trains and shipped throughout the United States. Children, little children. So let's go into that.
Stanley Cornell, who was born in 1920 in Elmira, New York, was also not a true orphan, though he too would ultimately ride the train to a new home. Stanley's father, a World War I veteran, had health problems associated with his wartime mustard gas exposure. After his wife died of tuberculosis in 1924, Floyd Cornell was unable to properly care for Stanley, Stanley's younger brother Victor, and sister Eloise. Stanley was a few months shy of his 5th birthday when his mother, Lottie, died. He still remembers how she cried out for her children near the end.
When Mom was in her room crying and hollering and wanting, she said, Stan, Vic, please come see me, and crying night and day practically. We put this, and the window was up so high, about there on up, down below is not. I got the wagon up there, and then there's an orange crate that I set inside of the wagon so I could climb up to the window and get in the window because the door was locked to her room.
He believes his relatives may have tried to keep him away from his mother because tuberculosis is contagious. As a young boy, however, he didn't understand.
I crawled up in there and out to inside the window, and I helped my brother up. Then we both went over to her bed, and she held her hand and was crying. And I don't remember what she had to say. Of course, I was too young, I think, and also she was crying. So, but I think what she told us, she knew she was dying.
After his mother died, he sometimes felt like
So as it stands, a lot of white people were coming down with yellow fever and mustard gas poisoning, or whatever they was going through. On top of that, a lot of these children were children of immigrants, not just people from the wars. And so, welcome to the stage. You said you wanted me. If anyone want to come up and talk about this, I think it's really interesting about this comparison because I think it's almost like the very same thing is happening over and over again, but people aren't even seeing the comparison. And it just dawned upon me when I looked up the orphan trains that this is the same exact thing happening all over again. Because now you're saying the same thing happening with these Mexican families and their children being separated. So what were you going to say?
How you doing tonight?
Good. And not just Mexican, but these just immigrant families that are being separated from their children. So I'm doing good. What did you want to have to say about this? I mean, are you aware about the orphan trains?
I mean, I say this on every panel I go on, every show I go on. Like I said in the chat, look up the 1790 Naturalization Act where they had the free white person when they was free after 2 years for BS like good behavior. So obviously they've been slaves. I did a video on it. I just started YouTubing.
I did look that up here. I have it right here. Is the Naturalization Act? Yeah, I did look that up.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, the Naturalization Act of 1790, signed on March 26, 1790, established the first uniform rules for U.S. citizenship, restricted to free white immigrants of good character after 2 years of residency.
Yeah, I mean,
law excluded non-whites, indentured servants, and women from independent citizenship. So women couldn't be citizen independent of their husbands, cementing white racial criteria for naturalization. And I think it's really interesting because I think all this stuff is all tied together, and people aren't seeing the connection. It's like, no, this is white on white, whatever's going on, and both situations, we're out of it. We're out of the picture. And and people don't even see the replay for the other play. You know what I'm saying?
People don't. I mean, do you see the biggest picture though?
Yeah. What is that? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, every time like I said, they do it every 15 to 20 years, and then every time they bring in these different race of people, and they fund them with the subsidies and the loans and the grants, and they're not giving it to our community. But they want us looking at Africa. Why do you think a lot of people that are Caucasian believe in Pan-Africanism to the point to spazzing out and you know what I'm saying?
Well, I will say this. See, here's the thing. What I'm realizing now, and what I realized as one thing about stepping away from the computer and actually getting out and thinking, because sometimes you get out and you, like me, I DI's planes, so I like be aware, and just by being away from my computer, just actually like not being kind of bombarded by, just my daily, scroll fest I do, death scroll. I was able to just piece things together in my head, and it's like, this has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. It has nothing to do with delineation. It has nothing to do with FBA. This is a cycle that is happening white on white, and it has nothing at all to do with us.
Well, it has everything to do with Pan-Africanism, because that's
it has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. It has everything to do with white immigration and what they are, whatever their fight is. They already had this fight already, and they tend to continuously, like you said, bring in people that are white into the country, and then they get tired of them when they get whatever they want out of them, and now they have to like do a mass deportation or a mass whatever, and then try to move people around. And in both situations, we were not a part of that. This is their culture that's doing this, that does this over and over again. This is a cultural thing that happens within them. And we can't, us, our Pan-Africanism and our fight with the delineation and FBA, that's our own separate struggle that we have to deal with on our own ground.
All right, can you look this up real quick?
Pan-Africanism and FBA, even with this immigration aspect of things, because it has nothing to do with it. Well, go ahead.
Can you look this up real quick? And it's called the 1965 Immigration Act. And I wonder if that will change your mind if they're not with that Pan-Africanism, because you have to understand what that is in totality. Because if they have us, you know what I'm saying, like look, if they have us looking over there, and they keep reclassifying us, then we'll never be able to get reparations, and we'll always be contractually dead, which is black.
Okay, well, if we say that we're foundational black, then wouldn't that be contractually dead too?
Yes, that's another reclassification.
All right, it says the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act, Hart-Keller Act, fundamentally reformed U.S. immigration by abolishing discriminatory national origins quotas, ending policies that favored Northern Europeans, and establishing a preference system based on family reunification and skilled labor. Signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson, it opened the U.S. to greater immigration from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, significantly diversifying the nation's population and creating pathways for highly skilled workers and family members, while for the first time capping immigration from the Western Hemisphere.
You saw who was in it though?
Africans and Latin Americans.
And Asians.
And Asians.
Yes, so that should tell you right there why you see a bunch. Like, have you ever seen a broke African?
No, I mean, in order to even get out of Africa, you gotta have some money, because you can't just even to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, it's hard to even get the papers to even, everything is, when you get into those type of countries, everything is really about extortion and all different type of things. Like the third world.
Well, they come over here and they make blacks a third world, and they destiny swap, and all the other races do it. Like we're like,
but see, that's
the issue.
This is what I want you to get away from. The same thing that Lucas just did is that somehow he's trying to tie this immigration thing to black people, and it has nothing to do with the civil rights movement. This is 100% something that exists within the white community that has already happened, that they already have lived through, and also had problems with.
I agree with you, but there's a reason why they're doing this, and why they keep coming here and getting our resources. It's even biblical, and I'm not religious. They come over here and they take all our resources. This is the land of milk and honey, and somehow the white man got into fake power. Or people are putting him on this false pedestal, but he's not in control. But it's just it's Western ways.
So because I know back then, I think that was around the same time that the Black Wall Street existed. So when they're fighting Ellis Island immigrants, how was it affecting our resources when we had things like Black Wall Street at the time?
Well, they burned down, like the whites burned down Black Wall Street.
Right, but it wasn't immigrants that came and took that. It was just the establishment that took that.
Well, they're all immigrants. The establishment have been immigrants. You know that the White House got burned down in 1814 or 1812 or something like that. So it's like it's a whole history that we don't even know about that got taught to us in these fake westernized schools. That see, people that don't want to admit it thought this is a scenario. No, this is actual fact. These are documents. Like, we were never slaves. We were the ones that got to be prisoner of war. We were shadow slavery or whatever.
See, we need to cut out, like, This is not a deep dive into our slavery. This is a deep dive into white slavery.
Because we were
Because
never slaves.
yes, they were. That's the part.
We were never slaves.
Well, I'm trying to. Okay, we were never slaves. Okay, I don't know about that, but
Well, look,
I'm
it
saying,
was always contractual, always.
okay. Well, here's the thing: is that it was contractual with them as well.
Well, no, they got bought into. They destiny swapped with us on contract. That's what they did. So that's how they tricked us. And, you know what I'm saying? And they, whatever they did the contracts, and they seem to do some type of black magic to where they could get us under some type of mind control to think that they're superior.
Well, let me just break this down. I want to get into this orphan train because I think this is a very interesting subject and a case study. Because I think that we somehow, whenever Black people will look at stuff, we always take their suffrage and we bring it into our what we went through, and this is separate from us. And it took me some time to really think about this and to step away for a second because I was really like feeling like something about this, how things are going. And there's a reason why I do feel like yes, this will affect us in the future. There's no doubt about it because just like it affect all of the laws and all the structures that came to control like the children in the juvenile system came even the welfare system came out of this whole orphan train.
It really was for them.
And all this stuff came out of white immigration into America.
But they'll never admit their immigration.
So just like they have those structures even happening at that time, and it created laws. And who at the end right now in 2026 are they trying to make this effect? Even in coming up, it affected the Black community.
Well, let me show you. We
had no connection. Like when all this was going on with the Ellis Island immigrants and the white orphan train, we were not connected to this. Because I looked it up.
They say we were better off then.
We didn't have Black people on the orphan train.
No.
This was a white thing that they did, shipping white kids that were orphans all across America.
Yeah, so like I said that's what I saw you on CT's, and he's a completely bought out tether. I can't really even communicate with them anymore because they're on the wrong side of history. Like, you know what I'm saying? They look at stuff through the eyes of the colonizers, but one thing you have to look at when they came over here is it's on topic. It's deeper onto the topic. They went to Indian training schools. Did you know about that?
So wait, hold on. So the hold on, Indian training school.
Yep.
And what is that?
Look it up. That's what they went.
Because I got like all these other videos. I got if you look at my screen, my browser, I have like so many things open.
Type in.
You can bring it up yourself if you want to. If you
want me to put it in the chat,
or you could actually you could present if you have it. Just look it up and present it.
Yeah, I'll just start streaming and stuff. So let me grab it real quick. 1800s.
Yeah, because I think that this is there's a case study for. Let me play this while you're looking that up, because there's something to this. I believe.
Can you hear me?
This is the beginning of CPS. Before there was a CPS, there was people coming up in limousines, finding people with kids that were kind of roaming around, and then they would get these kids. This was CPS. This is child protection in its early phases, 1920s, 1800s. And then
I just sent you a little short of it.
But now, who is CPS is going against? You know, who is CPS targeting more now? You know. Yeah. So I'm saying is that what happens is with these structures, what happens when white America has an issue or whatever, laws get made to help them, but then they end up affecting us in a negative way. And that's why every time I talk about immigration, people think, well, you must be for it. I voted for this, Donald Trump, Ice baby. But I'm like, no, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that out of this is going to come legislation. And who is this legislation going to eventually affect? Right now, we are like, oh, okay, I'm not connected to it. Just like we were not connected to the orphan trains. We didn't have orphan trains, so we weren't taught. We probably didn't give a fuck about no orphan train going. We heard that there were probably orphan trains, but were we really talking about it? Probably not.
Yeah, that's where Alfalfa and all them came. Little
We were
Rascals.
probably delineated on that too back in the day.
You heard me, DJ Genesis?
Go ahead.
That's where Alfalfa and like Little Rascals. That story was based off the orphan trains. But
Right. Rascals. This is what made me think about this. Somebody brought up Sound of Music, right? And I was like, Sound of Music was about orphans. I forgot about that movie, and it was about orphans. And something said, why was all these movies from back that time? Annie, Little Orphan Annie, the princess, something the princess, whatever. Was it the princess or something? It was a few movies, and it was always talking about orphans. Little Rascals, all those black and white movies and stuff like that was all having these orphans in them. And I was like, what is going on with all this orphans stuff?
Did you? Yeah, I put a short and I put a 6-minute video in the back chat.
All right, I'll go ahead and play it.
It gets even deeper.
I don't want to get too far off the subject. I want to hone.
It's about the subject. It's about the same. It's the same thing. That's what they went to school at. Whenever they brought them over here.
All right, the orphans on the orphan train.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'll put it in the back chat. Can't hear it. There's no sound. Is it me?
They're saying no sound. Let me reshare it. I'm sorry. If we're talking, so this is going into is this the Native Americans or is it immigrants?
What they did, was American Indian and Native American. The American Indians was us. They was the Native Americans. That they was the Aboriginals. We're the indigenous.
Right, but this is about.
She cut out.
I don't know what's going on. That's crazy. So anyway, something weird just happened right there where it made me close my whole thing down. Listen, I hope that you guys aren't getting upset by this. We're just trying to make a deep dive into something to try to understand this whole immigration thing. But I don't think the Native Americans were considered immigrants. That's the only part that I don't really get this.
It took me a while to really comprehend this, but what they did was they got the Mexicans and the white Europeans going. It was called Indian training schools. They were training them to be like us.
Right. See, this is the thing. This once again is getting into the narrative of us. I'm not trying to talk about us.
Oh
I'm
yeah. I get that,
I'm trying to have a discussion about white immigration
okay, my bad for getting off topic.
and how white immigration has always been touted as an illegal thing that happens. The people are demonized, and at some point, is there still no sound? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can the people hear me in the audience? Can everybody hear me?
It was when you
Can you
played
guys
this.
hear me? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. If you did have something in the back chat, it's gone now because I don't know what something happened to my StreamYard. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Somebody saying what happened? Did they like cut
That
my?
was me. That's what happened.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. So let me play it. Let me play what you're talking about again, and I want to really get back to the initial thing I was talking about because that that is a thing. I definitely want to do a show about that, but I'll not play that. But I really want to get into like the white immigration and how this is a repeat story of an older story that happened in 1820 or 1920s with the immigrants of Ellis Island and how those kids were ripped away from their families, and even with regular white people that were in the war, like veterans, how like there was like this group of people that would go up and if you had a sick parent, people were sick like with the yellow fever and this, that, the other, and you'd have this person come up in a limousine and get your child. You know what I'm saying? And then that child
Yeah.
gets shipped off to another family. That was the beginning of CPS. I'm trying to break down how these different organizations get started and how they got started, and it had nothing to do with black people.
Nah, but
The
it's just
welfare system had nothing to do with black people, and so
we were
I think
always we were always the
we
end
have to get
target
away
though.
from this. We have to get away from this thing of us always trying to wrap ourselves in these stories. This had nothing to do with us.
No, but can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
You're 1,000% right, but you have to understand it was always to target us in our land over here in our identity because they
I
knew we
don't think
wasn't
so.
well
I think it
posted.
was no. I think it was to target their own hatred of people because the French don't like the Italian don't like the German, the German don't like the European. Is almost like its own tribal groups that don't
Yeah,
like each other.
different.
And
Yeah,
so when they were coming over here, they had the same thing. Now I'm not sure if all the Ellis Island people that came over were all Jews. People kept saying that they were Jewish, but I don't think so.
and it gets this story gets deep because even it's been. Man, I could show you even something that's even deeper like, that I found, and like, nobody like when I said on other podcasts, they just got mad. If you look at Jeremiah 16:19, where it says, "My fathers have inherited lies," and you look up what happened in America in 16. Look, so you can type in yourself what happened in America in 1619, and then the first slave ship was called Jesus of Lubbock in 1619.
Right. We need to stop making this about black people. This is
Yeah,
not
but even
not
it's
a black
not.
story. We gotta stop that. This is white people in their tribal whatever
But you
they
see,
have going
but you
on.
see why we had to make it about us. Look what somebody just said in the comments about. But then Africans sell blacks into slavery. They the
Exactly.
not.
That's to throw the conversation off.
Yeah,
The
but it always
conversation
boils
is
down back
about
to us,
listen,
though.
this is the conversation that these people, this guy, his father gets sick. Somebody comes up in a limousine, takes him away from his family. He gets shipped off to another family. I don't know what the full story is. We're going to find out. But the bottom line is that you have these orphan trains. They throw these kids on trains. They would end up coming up north. I mean, coming up to a rural family in a farmland, whatever, and end up being slaves on the farm.
Yeah.
Children, right? And so it happened already. So this whole thing with ICE is just a replay of something that already happened.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We gotta like get away from making this about something that happened to us. Like, no, our plight is a completely separate plight than what's going on in the white community when it comes down to how they deal with their white counterparts in immigration. Let's go.
Okay. So you're trying to make the topic completely that.
They come in and talk to.
What you say?
You trying to make this? Okay, I see exactly what you're saying there. Like they might have a bigger in-house issue than we got with our people.
That's what I'm saying. This is the in-house issue, and it took me some time to realize they are having an in-house issue about their own people. They're having their own civil war. I think that the whatever his name, the governor just started its own National Guard to fight against the other National Guard of the United States.
Yeah.
Or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
This has nothing to do with us.
How long do you think it's been going on?
It's been going on for years. This is the thing.
Like, do you think it's been going on since the beginning of time?
1920s. It started in the 1920s with this, what I'm telling you, what I'm showing you, Ellis Island. It started with Ellis Island. This whole immigration situation. What happened is that they asked for people to come in, and they got when they came, give us your poor, give us your weak, give us your downtrodden. And honey, the poor, weak, downtrodden came. They helped build things up. They started businesses. They did this and did that. And guess what? When they got tired of them, they did the same thing that they're doing right now to the Hispanic right now, the Latino. They brought them over. Give us this, give us that. You have Biden bring over the people. You have different people bring over, and guess what?
So you
now,
think?
Now they want it. Now they want them gone. They get. Thank you for building our country up. Peace, and that's pretty much what's happening. Let's go.
Here they waited to be given permission to pass over to the new land. Tens of millions of us have relatives who.
Tens of millions of us, white people, have relatives that came over into Ellis Island. They farmed, they did all this stuff. Look at them.
Those are white people.
Yes.
Europe had always lost its children to America. And now there were new reasons to leave. Industrial change.
This is 100 years ago.
Brought increased joblessness and poverty to Italy and Southern Europe.
So they were already impoverished over there. The same thing happened in Mexico, right? They're impoverished over in Mexico. They come over here, or over in South America. They come over here to look for a better life, right? Same thing was going on in Italy and different countries over there in Europe. And they came over on what? Boats, right? Looking at
boats and trains.
Yeah, came over on, well, I don't know if they had a train.
A lot of times it said
even the Titanic had immigrants, you know what I'm saying, coming over, involved with that whole thing. So, look at it.
I've seen that recently too.
Reaching as far north as the industrial cities of Poland and Russia.
From Poland, Russia, all this stuff, come over on boats to come into Ellis Island.
America, they were saying, there was a future, perhaps a fortune to be made. In the southern European ports of Naples, Piraeus, Trieste, and Constantinople, they gathered to board the ships to America.
You know what I'm saying? So they went from one thing, they came over, and then they used trains to go throughout America and to settle in different parts of America.
Didn't know how to say goodbye.
Man,
they stood in line
no
together.
More DJ Genesis.
Those who saw America as an adventure. Those who saw America as a beacon of hope.
Look at how many million people? Millions of people came over into Ellis Island.
They began a journey that could last from a week to a month.
Does this look familiar?
Yeah, I mean that's.
It might be in black and white, but it's familiar. Instead of them coming over over the border, they coming over into New York.
I prayed one night that
on the boat.
The ship would go down. It was so horrible. They had to stop for a while. For some, the waves was washing.
Just like they talk about people coming over on rafts and this, that, the other, they came over on these crazy boats, piled on, tens of thousands at a time, okay? Dirty, looking wild, you know what I'm saying? Look at it.
Full of disease.
They were processed by immigration officials on board.
Everything.
The immigrant from steerage waited yet another boat ride. This one from the Hudson River Pier to an island in the Upper Bay.
That's crazy how they flipped that story on us.
Crowded into barges and ferries, they approached the place that had become a legend in their mind.
These are your Polish people, all these people that you call Polacks and stuff. Look at them all piled into a boat, sitting there waiting, trying to get over to America.
But they haven't been in land. It was just a big hole. And all you could get was tears and crying of the children.
They say a lot of them was clones too.
For the vast majority, the process would last less than a day. But now they waited. Those from Europe and the Near East, with those who had arrived from the Caribbean.
A Somalian.
Those who were the first in their family to come to America were those who would be met. Those who came to make money and return were those who were determined never to return.
Didn't the mafia, wasn't this where the mafia came from? The Italians.
So they all had this fear.
Yeah.
See, this already happened already. This is a repeat of what already happened. They're just repeating their own history. See this?
You live
Oh, y'all, this is a repeat of their own history.
in a relationship of family love. Even though the other members of the family, you didn't know where they were. You could converse, you could plan, you could warm each other.
Me, this white bread was like cake already.
Look at this. This is the boat. Look at this.
At night, Ellis served as a dormitory for thousands, waiting the new day.
Look, they coughing and got colds and stuff, sick.
Each morning, the Great Hall would fill, and the noise would begin again. Hopefully, their papers were in order, a clean bill of health, a letter from a relative guaranteeing they would not become a public charge, proof that they were not a contract laborer or a dangerous alien.
A dangerous alien, huh?
In adjacent rooms, the detained were given additional scrutiny and an opportunity to make their case. But accepting an appeal to Washington, the Board of Inquiry was the rejected immigrants' last chance. Through an interpreter, they did their best to persuade and to overcome the complexities of a changing immigration law.
I mean, come on now. This is exactly
changing immigration law.
I'm trying to tell y'all. This already happened already, guys, and people don't even realize it. This already happened.
That's why I keep saying slavery is contractual. They keep getting us in these bullshit contracts.
And see, so let me show you how. Okay, let's get back to these orphan trains, right?
You know,
So
those started in 1850.
Yeah, exactly. So now they're transporting human trafficking kids all over the country. This whole thing gets really weird. Let's go.
No, it gets weirder than that. Look at the Chicago World Fairs in 1893.
The Chicago what?
The Chicago World Fairs in 1893 and the incubator babies.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that?
No.
Typing in on YouTube Chicago World Fairs.
I know about the World Fair.
Yeah, but they had the incubator babies there. Typing like exactly like this. Chicago World Fair 1893 incubator babies, and it should be a bunch of videos about it. And this day history too. It's the same thing. Like it was like have you heard about the World Fairs in Chicago?
Yeah, where they had all those like really crazy looking stuff. It really was awesome looking.
Yeah. So
they just tore them down for some reason.
Yeah, it was a reset because that was probably all our.
The Great Reset. Yeah.
We might be going through a reset with this storm. With this crazy storm that they got.
Okay, so these were like premature babies who were displayed to the public. Yeah. Yeah, premature babies born, with not born in an incubator, but that's kids get put in incubators today too. So
now, like, bro, these kids were turning like 1 year old in like minutes, and it was white people that look just like that reptilian. Like look at it. Click on it. It'll show you. It's sick.
you have to show me that video because I can't.
I'll find it real quick. Let me find it.
Yeah, but first let's not get off the subject because I really want to unpack this whole like orphan train because I really want to. I mean, we can't get too far off. Like
came out in a big limousine. It looked like a big, and we didn't have a car, of course, but it looked like a big limousine. And they come in and talk to Dad, and then they talk to us and ask us if we was happy. And I can remember saying, "Not really, no, not really." You know, I didn't want to complain, but that was true because we weren't too.
You understand this? So let's go back to what I'm talking about because I really want to break this down. All right. So you have a mother who dies, a father who's sick. He had the mustard gas situation from being in the war. So what happened is that his kids were there, and all of a sudden this woman rides up in the limousine and comes and starts to question the kids. Are you happy? And then he separates the kids from the father and says, "Are you happy?" And the kids say no. This is the start of CPS, you guys.
Yeah, it was for them.
I want to show you how like these institutions started. And all this is all based on like immigration, white poverty, and things like that existed in those times.
Happy.
The boys were taken by the Children's Aid Society, while an aunt took in their younger sister.
Children's Aid, CS. It wasn't called CPS, Child Protective Services. It was called the Children's Aid Society. See this? That was the beginning of Child Protective Services, guys. Let's go.
Then a toddler. At the orphanage, children were separated by gender. Even on the playground, a tall brick wall separated the boys from the girls.
My brother and I was.
What that look like? What that look like a place for kids to play or a prison?
Yeah, so that's one of the Indian training schools.
Family, put them in a prison yard to play in orphanages. Come on now, what is going on here?
Everything I was showing you.
Child Protective Services came to this guy's house, asked the kid, "Are you happy?" Next thing you know, he was whisked away and put into a place that would like a brick wall around it, looked like a prison yard. And then they get shipped off into different families where they become slaves. Watch this.
On the playground, a tall brick wall separated the boys from the girls.
My brother and I was separated when he was in there for those 6 months, but in between the houses, they had about 15 feet of chicken wire so that we could get together. And every day at noon, Vic would come from his side, and I'd meet him down front, and we'd talk through the fence.
The children were given sparse and simple meals, milk, bread, or soup.
Well, what does this look like?
Jail.
Chicken wire.
Chow.
This is the beginning of our institutions, guys. They started off with white children. They started off enslaving white little children that were poor, and some were immigrants from immigrant families. Look at all these kids, y'all, white boys and girls.
They're clones.
This is a white problem and issue.
I think they were clones. A lot of them were NPCs, no souls.
Occasionally, they were given a piece of fruit.
Then they come by before we finished, and they leave an apple or a banana, orange, for each one of us. And if you went outside, out of the building, out in the yard, the bullies would take it away from you. It was not a very pleasant place to be at times. However, it was a place that we stayed warm, at night, and had some change of clothes and things like that.
Before Stanley and Vic Cornell ended up with a Looty, Texas farm family that would end up providing them a wonderfully happy childhood, they were sent away from a half dozen other households.
Well, we lived in 6 different homes that rejected us after the first month or 2 or 3 months, sent us back because they didn't want to keep us. And I don't know what the reason was. I was too young to know whether we couldn't get off.
This was the beginning of our foster care system, guys. So this is the beginning of the juvenile justice system. This is the beginning of the foster care system. This is the beginning of a lot of different things that we don't even realize, that we think that this is a normal thing that just happened in society out of nowhere. But no, it started off with white little young kids.
With their baby sister or brother, or was mean to them, or I don't know what.
Stanley Cornell, now a Colorado resident, counts himself and his brother Vic, now living in Idaho, among those who were snatched from poverty and woe. The man who had raised the two boys as his own had never planned to take in a child from the orphan train that arrived in the Texas panhandle town of Wellington one December night in 1926. It was a neighbor who suggested it.
He was in town that day. He bought a new Model T, and he needed flaps on his windows on his car. So the farmer that rode in with him says, "Mr. Deezer, you got two girls, 10 and 13. You always wanted boys, at least a boy." Yeah, I like to have a boy. So he said, "Let's stop by."
The children from the train were lined up. An agent traveling with the children encouraged the farmer to take both boys, as Vic clung to his big brother's hand and cried. They only had each other and had already been to 6 other homes where it hadn't worked out. J.L. Deezer agreed to take both. His wife, waiting at home with the girls, had no idea her husband had even stopped to see the children from the train.
Mom was wanting to sew. She liked to sew, but she's always done, she wanted to sing her sewing machine is what she wanted. And she thought that was the day that he was going to get one for her. Well, he drives up and he goes in the house. He says, "Mom, you and the girls go out there and get the groceries out of the back seat." And it's still snowing and blowing, so they go out there. And when one of the girls opened the door, they see the movement of the blanket and some voices, and they jump back, and one of them squealed. It scared her. And finally, one of them pulled the blanket off, and there was just 2 white-headed kids there, eating candy. They picked us up and carried us in the house. It's like it was worth $1 million. Boy, they gave us a good home. That was home.
Look at them. This is weird, So CPS, that's the inception of CPS, taking children, putting them into a concentration camp, not a concentration, or jail, like a jail, shipping them from house to house, the foster care system, juvenile detention center. That's where they take the children and put the kids. That was the beginning of the juvenile detention center. That was the beginning of CPS, foster care. You understand? Yeah. So all these systems that they use against us right now were systems that they created initially to, I don't know whether it was cure for like poverty in the white community, cure for immigration in the white community, but somehow this ends up being our us problem. But we're going to go into this. I really want to go into. I want to really go into this because it's really interesting how they talk about this, what this whole thing is about.
I had dropped in the back chat the incubator babies. If you want to play that, it's the same thing. I think they're really clones. Like the Yakub story might be actually true because they were the original. They didn't have a dad. They didn't have a home, and they were the original baby daddy. It was never us.
What are you talking about?
How they destiny swapped with us. But I said I dropped the incubator baby story in the back chat, and it has to do with that because I feel like they are clones. Like a lot of them are NPC. Like they are not man. Like they probably a 3/5 human. Like they try to say about us.
Well, that's starting to get. I can't even. I don't. That's beyond my breath to be even able to discuss. Whether they're clones or not, this, that, the other. That's way beyond. I'm just trying to tell this story of how our systems started off. Our systems started off this way. They started off as things. Because we don't want to get too much into the woods with this. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to.
We start getting into their clones and this, that, the other. This becomes a conspiracy theory now.
I mean, this actually happened. It was Chicago. Remember, there was. I think they were trying to be perfected, probably because they were probably full of all that disease and famine.
Well, let's actually just talk about the story that at hand. Let's go. I don't want to get too far off. Do you have anything to say about the orphan trains, though? I don't want to go into Tartarian and all this other stuff, and the test tube babies, because this alone right here is the story. You know what I'm saying? This is the story right here.
Yeah, and
Because
that's why
this is where a lot of the stuff it's showing how the past shapes the future. And a lot of these people probably end up growing up and creating policies, becoming like, Congress people, the people that were like, you never know who of these people were a part of this whole, like, migration from immigrant family into like rural America, became slaves, and then began to build themselves up, and then started to enact policies. This is what I'm talking about. Let's go.
For yourself. Cold, hungry, and terrified, you stumble into an alley where other abandoned children huddle together.
Okay, let's go.
Imagine being a child on the freezing streets of 19th century New York. Your mother is dead, and your father, too poor to feed both you and your baby sister, sends you out to fend for yourself. Cold, hungry, and terrified, you stumble into an alley where other abandoned children huddle together for warmth. They teach you their ways, but survival is brief, and you're caught, thrown in jail, and before you know it, you're being told that you're taking a train ride to a better life far away from the only family you have left.
Do you guys hear this? So they had children back in the day that was on the streets. Street children, okay? And then just like, how they have the dog pound come and whisk dogs away and take them to the pound, this is what they were doing to children, y'all. And then, like, imagine you have you might just be allowed to roam the streets because maybe that was how it was, in Italy, but you hanging out with the other kids, or maybe your mom or whatever is struggling or whatever. And in other countries, hey, mom's struggling, I'm out here, let me try to figure out how to make some money. Whatever, you get whisked away and then put on a train. Like, it doesn't mean that these people were probably even separated from their parents. It just means that they probably were on the street hanging out. Because, I've been to South Africa where they have something similar going on, where the mothers are working as maids or whatever back when I went. And, the kids were kind of meant to fend for themselves. Some, during the AIDS epidemic, some of the mothers have died. And then the kids end up on the street fending for themselves. Now imagine those same children are then scooped up, put into a jail, a juvenile detention center. Like I said, that's where this whole thing started from. Juvenile detention, which we have right now, which is now majority Black people that are going there. But this initially was a white thing. This is not even a Black situation. Again, I'm discussing how policy, for one, then becomes something that on the back end becomes something that affects us in the future. That's what I'm trying to discuss here. Okay. So all this stuff started with these children. Let's go.
This is the story of the orphan train, a journey of hope, despair, and the complex legacy of America's first child welfare experiment.
Welfare.
Well, hello there. I'm Christine.
Key word, welfare experiment. So this is also where welfare comes from, guys. People want to make it about the Black woman and welfare. No, honey. The first welfare institution was to control the child population and immigration and all this other stuff, and the children of immigration, of the people that had gotten sick, also the people that were poor, that couldn't take care of their children. This is where welfare started from. So now you have two institutions, well, three, that started from this. CPS, okay, juvenile detention, number 2, and 3, welfare. Let's go.
And you're listening to History and Hearsay. I've been wanting to do a story on the orphan trains since I started this podcast. I grew up learning about them, and I was always fascinated by the stories of the children who rode these trains. And I even read a lot of fiction when I was a kid that was based around the riders. But I just recently learned that a large portion of American society has never even heard about the orphan trains. So I just couldn't wait any longer to talk about it. Let me know if you've heard of the orphan trains before, or if you learned something new in today's episode. Now, to understand the origins of the orphan train, we have to look back at What was going on in the mid-19th century? This was a time when America was in the middle of massive transformation. The Industrial Revolution was in full swing, drawing millions of people to urban centers like New York City in search of work and a better life. In the late 1840s, immigrants began arriving in New York by the thousands every single day. At that time, the immigrants were primarily coming from Ireland because of the Great Potato Famine, and Germany, where they were not only experiencing their own agricultural crisis, but also there was a wave of revolutions sweeping across Europe that had greatly affected Germany. And many Germans at that time were fleeing from political and religious persecution. As families...
All right, so you have people fleeing their country and coming to America, right? What's going on in Mexico? What's going on in South America? People are fleeing their country and coming to America. Same story. Different time, different group of people, different day. Same story, though. Now you're saying that I'm using your unbiased Ron's talking point. I've never heard y'all talk about this because I don't even know what your channel is. Indigenous, is that your channel? But I'm not stealing this story from you. But shouts out that we're on the same wavelength. I'm just now finding out about this, and it's starting to spark a mindset and a thing in my mind.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
You're not seeing like you think they really had that many kids and that many institutions? You think that's possible? They just snatched away millions of kids.
There was how many million people that came over? They said like 50, like some kind of crazy amount of million people that came to America, to Ellis Island.
No, I'm saying
So
I agree with the story, but I'm saying, do you think that them white people with all the disease and famine they was going through, you think that they was really just reproducing like that, to where these kids like
they brought them over here? They had already reproduced them. They were coming over there on a boat with them.
But you're not getting what I'm saying. Like obviously,
I don't know. I just see the images. I see the pictures. I see the children. Where are these pictures coming from? I know it's not all
the picture. Like that's why the stuff that I'm sending you is on topic, like the Indian teaching the ground schools or whatever. They taught them how to be Native Americans. The 1790 Naturalization Act with the free white person, where so clearly they've been fighting, like you said, they've been fighting for their American rights for a long time. But the reason why I went way back there,
these aren't even Indians though. These are white people.
No, it was all.
We cannot move. Let's not move the goalposts. It
was all
a white immigrant, okay? Because even the Mexican is part Spaniard, right? And then they came over into the Spaniards went over down there and merged with the Mexican, and now you have that's why, and they're considered white, right? Aren't Mexicans, even though
that's what I'm saying. So you're not missing. So the Native Americans that you're talking
Native
about,
Americans have their own ethnic group, right? They're not considered white.
No, those are the $5 Indians. They came over here. They're $5 Indians. It's a bunch of white people that claim in Atlanta, the 1865 Homestead Act, where they stole our identity with the census and stuff.
Well, I want to focus on what I'm talking about because this is. I think that this is, like I said, let me focus on this, and then we'll get into what you're talking about. Because
I'm not trying to throw you off topic. I'm just trying to give you like little events that happened in history too, because I've been studying this for a long time.
Right. So if this happened, okay, can you show me what institutions came out of that?
They a lot of them got turned into like regular schools and like probably penitentiaries too. I put one. Let me see which one. You want me to? It's like probably the one. You want to reshare it?
Yeah, because I lost it. I don't know. Something's going on with my StreamYard where it's starting to act stupid. But I hope people are not trying to flag my video. I'm just trying to show something. I feel like there's a connection.
Migrated to the States. You had what was referred to as chain migration, where someone would migrate over, have great success, and they would
aggravated me because she's trying to like they never sympathize none of our stories. Our stories is fake.
What this story is aggravating you? What she said?
Yeah, because she's trying to sugarcoat it and act like they were just super victims, and that like a lot of like they always do that when it comes to white guilt.
I don't think that she's saying that they were victims. Is she saying they're victims? I'm more focused
listen, you don't see her tone of voice?
Right, but listen, I'm talking about, I want to hear the history of it all because she did the history lesson of it and knows the details. I want to see how what she described and what institutions that she's able to point out, because I just pointed out 3. When she gets done, I'm sure it'll be about 4 or 5 more that I'll be able to say that came out of this whole thing that we are now dealing with. And then I'm going to go back into this ICE situation and show how now there's going to be legislation that's going to affect us in the future about that situation. See, it's one thing to like look at this situation and say, well, it ain't got nothing to do with us. But we said that with this, I believe that when they were transporting these people to Ellis Island, Black people did not have nothing to do with that. We was like, man, I ain't got shit to do with me.
We were the slave owners.
Right, so we didn't care, right? We had our own communities. We were focused on ourselves.
We were
But
getting slaves from Africa.
Years down the line, now they take all these institutions that they use for their poor and their people, their kids, and now they use it against us. See, that's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I
say that I voted for this, right? I voted for immigration. Well, okay.
You voted Democrat?
This is what the people will say. They'll say, I voted to get rid of all these immigrants, right? You shouldn't even have nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with you.
No.
That's what I'm saying. You're voting Trump about immigrants, but this immigration problem has nothing to do with Black people.
Trump is an immigrant.
No, we are not immigrants. So why? Yeah, I know. His wife
so
is.
I don't pay that shit no mind unless they dropping the check. I don't care.
All right, so let me finish this thing because there's a point I'm trying to make here. So let's
go to urban centers like New York City in search of work and a better life. In the late 1840s, immigrants began arriving in New York by the thousands every single day. At that time, the immigrants were primarily coming from Ireland because of the Great Potato Famine, and Germany, where they were not only experiencing their own agricultural crisis, but also there was a wave of revolutions sweeping across Europe that had greatly affected Germany. And many Germans at that time were fleeing from political and religious persecution.
Sound familiar? So it's the same exact story.
As families migrated to the States, you had what was referred to as chain migration, where someone would migrate over, have great success, and they would write back to their friends and family, encouraging them to join them in the land of great opportunity. Which
sounds familiar. Same thing with the South American people from South America. Hey, you know what? I'm doing good here, whatever. Even in Africa, hey, we're doing good. Come on over. Iraqi, you say it's the same story, different group of people.
Yeah, they all come here. They're still from us.
It's the same. It's not about us. That's the problem. We need to stop connecting ourselves to this. They say it's a delineation movement. We need to delineate from this.
That's who told you that?
The thing is that that's what they say. You know, the FBA. But I'm saying is that like
it is about us.
They came here to steal from us. Okay, that's what we want to say. Or did they come here because they was over there struggling in a potato famine, and it was easier for them to come over here and make it, you know? That's what the story is. That's so to speak, right? So let's go.
They often did. And at that time, you also had shipping companies, land agents, and even individual states in America that were actively recruiting German immigrants to settle in the U.S. Companies and governments further promoted the idea that the United States was a land of unlimited opportunity where hardworking individuals would prosper. This marketing, combined with the genuine success stories of previous immigrants, motivated many Germans to take the risk of crossing the Atlantic. And by the 1950s, New York City was overflowing with these immigrants fleeing from famine, war, and poverty in their homelands. But the reality they found waiting for them was much harsher than they had imagined. New York City's infrastructure couldn't keep up with the pace of the growing population. This led to overcrowded tenements and America's very first slums. The living conditions in these areas were dire, and many families lived in extreme poverty. In order for families to survive, everyone had to work, including children, which wasn't uncommon during that time period, but the overcrowding meant there really weren't enough jobs to go around, even for the adults. Epidemics such as cholera and tuberculosis swept through the overcrowded city, leaving behind an increased number of orphans in their wake. Often, only one parent would die, but the other parent would be so overcome by the devastation of not being able to support their children on their own that they would give up or abandon at least some of their children or turn to alcohol, which of course further limited their ability to care for their children even more. The inability to feed their children was such a problem that the birth of a new child was often seen as a devastating event instead of the joyous occasion that it should have been. And it became commonplace for parents to leave their newborn infants on the steps of churches, police stations, or simply place them in the streets to die. It's reported that the police would find at least one abandoned infant in the street every single day during this time period. Now, rather than abandon...
Are you listening to this? What? So these people came over to America, started getting sick because they're just piled on top of each other, right? The kids just running, they just running wild. They working, but they running crazy through the streets, right? They don't care about the kids. They like, man, look, I got my own problems, y'all. You just have to fend for yourself. When they do have a child, they leave it on the steps. You know what I'm saying? Some kids are being left on the street to die. This is insane. You understand what I'm saying? This is what was going on in America. People need to like pay attention, like look into the past. Like this is crazy.
Do you feel bad for them?
No, I don't. I'm looking at this. I am amazed that this is the history of white America.
I mean, why do you think
we're repeating the same thing, except for the kids being left in the street ready to die, or whatever. This is like so. This is the remnant. So let's go.
Their new infant, some parents chose to simply kick their older children out of the home since they had a greater chance of surviving on their own. And often these older children were only about 6 or 7 years old. And the fact that children were working during this time actually added to the problem because children were easy to take advantage of, and factories would often give jobs to children first because they knew that kids would be easier to control and that they could pay them less than adults. So not only did this mean that they were taking jobs away from adults, but also they were paid so little that the children still couldn't afford a place to live. These companies would often overwork these children to the point where they could no longer perform their duties, and then they would just toss them out and hire another kid off the street. So as you can imagine, as the city's population exploded, so did the number of homeless and destitute children. At a time when New York's population was 500,000, police estimated that there were 10,000 homeless children living on the streets. In order to survive, many of these children formed street gangs, becoming quite a nuisance to society as they ran around fighting over turf, stealing, and begging in the streets.
They were smoking cigarettes and everything. These kids were smoking weed and cigarettes. Lord knows.
Did I not just tell you that before we watched this? I said there was the original everything, the original baby daddy, the original no dad, all that.
See, when we look into the past, you see a lot about what's going on right now.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. You can't listen to these internet shows when they say, no, it is about us. Who do they copy? Whose land are they on? They're on our land doing this.
In 1849, the New York City chief of police wrote about what he called the constant increase in the number of vagrant, idle, and vicious children living in the streets. In response to their homeless children problem, the city began to build institutions, which nowadays we would call orphanages, but back then they called them almshouses, homes for little wanderers, and homes for destitute children. Unfortunately, these orphanages were so overcrowded and often such places of horror that children preferred to live on the streets rather than to be sent to one of these homes. These homes also had very strict rules, and they ran them more like prisons.
I just thought of this. We know that the white man is the most unreproductive man on earth. So how was he producing all these kids?
What are you talking about? Right now they are, but back then they were reproducing.
No, you could tell they weren't even fully developed like they are now. That's why they look like monsters.
Well, in response to their homeless children problem, the city began to build institutions, which nowadays we would call orphanages, but back then they called them almshouses, homes for little wanderers, and homes for destitute children. Unfortunately, these orphanages were so overcrowded and often such places of horror that children preferred to live on the streets rather than to be sent to one of these homes. These homes also had very strict rules, and they ran them more like prisons than homes for children. Punishments were harsh. They were always short on food and often withheld food from children as a form of punishment for disobedience to the strict rules of the home. So even if they were to live in one of these homes, children would often go hungry. And so why not live on the street where at least you had some type of freedom? Now, these homes were so terrible that the city even admitted to it. They wrote a report basically saying that stray animals were often treated better than the paupers were in these houses. It's estimated that by the mid-1850s, there were over 30,000 homeless children living on the streets of New York City alone. Now, if you've ever seen any of those old movies that are set back during this time period, you may be familiar with the newsboys that many of those movies depict. You know, it was those boys that were running around selling newspapers. They would always have these boys like on soapboxes and they'd be yelling, extra, extra, read all about it. The movies always portrayed those newsboys as kind of like street gangs. They would work together and run this whole scam to pick people's pockets and stuff like that. Well, it turns out those newsboys were part of these groups that back then they would call street urchins, or the cops even refer to them as street rats. These kids were everywhere and they really were quite a nuisance on society during this time, just how they were portrayed in the movies.
That's
But what were they supposed to do? I don't think they really had any other choice if they wanted to survive. During this harsh period of time, children were treated as adults at the age of 7. So when they were picked up by police for a crime, they would be thrown in jail with adults. Sometimes children as young as 5 years old would be put in prison with violent criminals.
Now,
see, oh my God.
Hold on, this is the part where it gets crazy. Didn't Trump just lower the age? I think of like working to like the age of 6. He just made it so that you can have the child labor. He just changed the child labor laws. Hold on. I think that Trump changed.
She's making me mad because she's sugarcoating it, trying to make them like put them in a good light, like when they were literally forming up mobs to try to probably take out the natives, like the government. You know what I'm saying? Like everything I've been telling you tonight is tied into this, and that's why we cannot you know what I'm saying, unwrite ourselves from history. And that's what we're doing. Like, no, this is not, no, it's about us, because they were trying to take us out. They took us out contractually with the word black, all the reclassifications. I'm not no FBA, nothing. I'm an indigenous American Indian. Like, I'm really, this is my land. I'm not nothing that they give me on contract, because they were the ones on contract. They were the ones, you got to think about it, just like I told you about the incubator babies. Why do you think they're really getting thrown in jail that young? Why do you think they're so attached to animals like that? And we know animals age fast. So if an animal had a jail, and let's say an animal was 5 years old, he would be the equivalent of 20. You know what I'm saying? So obviously I'm saying they age in some type of animalistic way to where they were put in these. To me, you know what I'm saying, like and you got to think about this too. This went on at the same time as Hitler, the exact same time.
This is World War I, not 2. This was before Hitler. No, stop. No, listen. I'm trying to explain that the origins of this happened way before Hitler. This happened in America, on American soil, way before Hitler ever existed.
Yeah, but it was probably somebody before Hitler that was
There's no probably nothing. There was America that was probably the somebody. It was us. It was in our country. Okay, and right now we have a Project 2025 that will exploit child labor by allowing minors to work in deplorable conditions or whatever, if need be, in hazardous 16 to 17-year-olds from operating hazardous power driven. I mean, there's being changes to the laws when it comes to children. Why? Because it weakens child labor protections, right? Why? When you think about this, children at that time was being able to be put into prison at the age of 6 years old with adults. But guess what? Later on, what happened to black people? You would have a 17-year-old tried as adults.
So I thought he wasn't talking about us.
No, I am talking about. Listen, what I'm trying to do is show how things were happening back in those times. There were laws created to curtail what they had going on within their community. Those laws then turned around and became a staple for the black community to deal with. And I'm trying to also show a connection to the same thing right now with what's happening with this enforcement of immigration, and how it will in the future begin to then shape the laws that's going to happen and how we get affected once again. So, I mean, I get that you find her voice annoying, but she is actually telling the story. She's not sugarcoating anything. She's talking about these people were kids that were running the streets. They was not eating. They was robbing people. They wasn't selling papers. So she's not sugarcoating. She's telling us.
Imagine her talking about some YNs, and what her tone would be. She's gonna sugarcoat for her people. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's putting them in a good light, even though they were the original bad everything.
No, she's not. I don't see that she's putting in a good light. What she's doing is telling a story about how all this stuff, these orphanages are the beginning of CPS.
Can I add on?
Go ahead.
First and foremost, I have to do it, but all this information is misinformation.
That's false. About a
Yeah,
real act.
yeah,
The
it's like
Naturalization Act
terribly,
of 1790 is a
and
real act.
it's so
These are real
easy to
legislations
look
that
up.
really no, these are real. These are facts. If you can't handle it because it messes up your Western ideology, that's on you, brother.
First and foremost, this Tartarian stuff, the orphan trains.
It's not Tartarian.
We didn't even get into that.
Yeah, that's all Tartarian stuff.
Tartaria. What are you talking about? This is like
It's all Tartaria stuff.
No, it's not. We didn't even get into that.
New York, World War II, World War I, 1920s. This has nothing to do with Tartaria. This is not before.
First and foremost, this is a destiny swap situation because
Yes,
there was already colored orphanages, just like the ones that were built in New York in 1836, and then they was burnt down during the 1863 draft
everything
riots.
that's ours.
You know, I'm saying that there was already orphanages and children being taken away way before all this stuff. And also, if you look on YouTube, you will see orphan trains and also Tartaria right next to it. It's all a bunch of bullshit.
Oh,
and
Tartaria,
I'm gone.
We still have Tartaria buildings.
It's bullshit.
No, I don't believe in Tartaria.
Why is it bullshit?
It's bullshit. All that stuff's bullshit.
It's not about Tartaria. Is New York called Tartaria?
Well, I'm not getting into Tartaria. He's just mad. That's all it is.
This is not about Tartaria. This is about New York City, Ellis Island, the immigrants coming from Germany. We did not mention Tartaria once in this thing. This was happening in New York City, on Ellis Island. What are you talking about? It's not Tartaria. No one said shit about.
He already dropped down.
Anyways, let me finish. I want to get into how the systems of this whole thing which has nothing to do with fucking Tartaria, by the way. I'm talking about New York.
He's just mad.
Unless New York is considered Tartaria, we're not talking about like no Russian Empire, Moorish Tartaria, which was something that they say that existed in the the 17 and 1600 whatever time. Hold on, let me look. When did Tartaria? Hold on, when was Tartaria?
It ended in the mudslides in like 1900. Whenever they brought their dirty asses over here. That's why I showed you. They know it's true. Like they come on. That's why I try to show you the incubator babies. They know where they come from. They know they.
That's why I didn't want to get no incubator, because now this is the reason why I didn't want to get into this. It's about the 13th and 19th century, okay? And this is about like European stuff or whatever. It's about North and Central Asia. That's Tartaria. I'm talking about America.
Tartaria is America.
Listen. This is why I didn't want to get into the incubator babies and all that stuff, because now it gets like into conspiracy. And I'm talking about people that literally came into. No, I'm talking about people that literally came into. There's pictures of them, documented proof of them coming over into boats. He's saying it's a destiny swap. What are we saying? So you're saying that the Ellis Island immigrants never flooded into New York? There was never slums? That these were not the first slums in America? So when you say I'm from the slums or I'm from the ghetto, all this stuff, that this was not an American thing that happened with white people first and not blacks?
Well, they don't want to admit that.
So this is what I'm trying to talk about. I'm not trying to talk about like no damn Tartaria, bro. I'm talking about like in New York City, the Ellis Island, the ghetto, the slums. People are living on top of each other. Kids running around. People just taking their babies, throwing them on the ground, whatever. Putting them in front of churches. Fuck this child. You know what I'm saying? Orphanages being formed. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Orphanages, and then it goes into CPS. Then it goes into and he's talking about that this is a fake story, and I just showed the story of the man who was one of the kids that was on the train, the orphanage train.
That's why you just gotta. touch all topics and really debunk all of them.
Well, no, because when you start talking about the incubator babies and they were really the Cabbage Patch Kids and all, that's when you start getting into conspiracy. I'm talking about real life, provable situations that was really happening in New York at the time.
Well,
I'm not talking about all this other stuff that has anything to do. Listen. I'm trying to connect the dots on something about American immigration that existed prior to anything that we ever knew. It had nothing to do with the Tartarian Empire. It was New York, Ellis Island. These immigrants were coming into Ellis Island just like they were coming up from into Texas from the border.
The Louisiana Purchase.
Anyway, so I'm not trying to conflate things. Let's go.
And by the age of 12, they could be hanged for stealing. These hangings were carried out publicly and in front of the other children in the street. Presumably, they did this maybe as a deterrent. But I mean, you die of hunger or you die because you stole someone's bread. Like, what were these kids supposed to do? It seemed like the city just kind of threw its hands up as thousands of vagrant children roamed the streets of Lower Manhattan seeking food and shelter. They lived by their...
So is this a Tartarian Empire images? Or are these real immigrants sitting up there living on the streets in New York City? America's forgotten children.
Sleeping in ash barrels, under doorsteps, in gutters, alleyways, and other out-of-the-way places.
You see how
in and around.
That's why.
There's no sugarcoat. What is a sugarcoat of kids like living on the street, bro?
Because
what is the sugarcoating of it? These kids, they show a bunch of like slum kids living on the street.
But she's making it like a soft story, like
that's not a soft story. Like where is it soft
around their feelings? Like we gotta, you know what I'm saying? Let them.
No one's trying to tiptoe around nobody's feelings. I'm trying to draw. Like, listen.
See what
they
I'm
were
saying?
coming because they were invited. Yes, they were invited. You know, however, once they got here, it was a sore thumb. They didn't like it. The government didn't like it.
They were invited to be slaves.
They took their kids like pound dog, like a bunch, like they was at the pound and scooped them up and threw them in the orphanages, and then shipped them off to different families to like live in the rural, like deep south and stuff. And this is the white America. This is what was really going on. But we want to pretend like, we want to say this is a destiny swap between blacks and whites. No, this is what was going on in white America at the time. There's a little rascal. They have all this depictions of orphanages, and this whole thing was started because I started to ask a question: why was there all these movies in those time that depicted the other time frame of orphanages and of white people in orphans? That was what made me ask and riddle the question: why wasn't all this orphanage stuff going on? And then when I looked into it, okay, that was a common thing in that time.
Yeah, but I'm trying to break it down like deeper than what, you know what I'm saying? But I guess you don't want to really touch on that part.
No, honey, you're trying to make it into a black thing. It had nothing to do with.
No, it's political.
The black struggle from this white orphan situation, and you want to combine it, and it's not combined. This was a separate incident that was going on with white people and white immigrants coming into the country and having their kids strewn about, living in slums, living in the ghetto, having their kids running around town, not taking care of their kids, children being dropped off in front of churches, kids, their child throw it on the ground in the street, dying. This is what was going on in America back in the 1920s.
I know the history.
So if that's the history, why are we trying to combine it with Black American history? It has nothing to do with Black American. This is
you're not. I don't know why you keep saying that anymore.
Because you want to bring it about, talk about reparations and everything like that. Ain't got to do with that. Let's talk about white history. Let's talk about what white people did for once. Somehow
they didn't do nothing. This is what they did.
No, this is what they did right here. This is what they did. They brought in a bunch of immigrants that they didn't even have room for, threw them on an island, put them in one spot, and then they lived in poverty and got sick with tuberculosis. People was dying. They couldn't take care of their kids. The kids was running wild. 30 kids on the street, 30,000 kids on the street running around, kids dying, you know what I'm saying? Was mad because they had a child, so they just let the child go. 6-year-olds being thrown in prison with grown behind men. Lord knows what happened to those children. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying I'm not over here sad about it. It ain't none of my business, but I'm saying this is what's going. This is what the history of the country is.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, are you trying to like?
They were invited because they had to escape biological warfare that England had tried to starve them out of Ireland with the potato famine. Okay. Well, when they came over here, they lived in the slums of New York, and this is what they did to their kids, their children. Okay.
Well, what do they say about us today? Don't they say the same thing about us?
See how you want to always make it about black? This ain't got nothing to do with us.
Because you're not really like you're lightly touching on.
Yeah, just go ahead and say what you're gonna say, so I can finish what I'm trying to say. Go ahead,
okay,
say everything you're gonna say. Yes.
So what they did when they got here, they started to shadow slavery, like the Jim Crow laws, and they swapped contract. The census was and all that, but that was the destiny swap with us, and they still haven't successfully done it. Because we're waking up and we're getting the real history. That's why I kind of like Trump, because he's really letting all this stuff be released. But if you can tell clearly what they did, they got to the paperwork and they destiny swap with us, like with like the Native American, and they brought in more immigrants from other countries to fight us, to combat the American way. But we're the most highest chosen people, so we're automatically more magnetic. We're automatically just more superior. So they're never gonna be able to defeat us, but no matter how many immigrants they bring in. But the point is, like what I keep saying about them, like in the reproduction, the white people are not that reproductive to where they're just having all these kids. So something weird happened to where I think somebody might have figured out some type of splicing or something to try to, and you can tell a lot of them, they don't even look how they look today. They seem like they evolved from some type of animal if you really look at their faces. And they try to project all that on us.
Continue. I want you to get it all out. Continue. Go ahead.
Well, just like if you look at all like the 1924 Indian Act, where they said no, have you seen that? Where they said nobody black could say they was Indian no more. Have you seen that?
The 1924 Indian Act, where nobody could say there was. Okay, let's go to 1924.
It's called the 1920. They had an Indian Removal Act in 1828, but the 1924 one was the one they really try to hide, and that one was really like where they said we couldn't. They took all their they took the land, like everything. Because trust me, my family, like my dad's on Motown. Like I see you from Detroit. He's my family. Like I grew up in LA because Motown went to California in the 80s, and one of my nephews in the NBA. My other nephew is like my co-nephew.
Let's not get into all that. Let's talk about this. What you're talking about. We're going too far into that.
All right, I ain't trying to go too far.
Well, this is the 1924 legislation restricting racial identity. Was the Virginia Racial Integrity Act of 1924, not a federal Indian Act. The Virginia law mandated a strict white or colored classification at birth, enforcing the one-drop rule to classify anyone with African ancestry as black, effectively eliminating recognition of Native Americans by forcing them into the colored category.
It told you.
Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about. But
it does, because that's.
No, it does not. No. This is in Virginia. It had nothing to do with Ellis Island and the slums of LA. Connect. Show me how the Germans in the Irish escaping the potato famine have something to do with the Indian Act of 1924.
Well, okay, we're typing the Indian Act of 1828 then. Why did they keep doing these Indian removal acts every 100 years? They're trying to clean it up, but you can't hide the truth.
Okay, so the 1830 Indian Removal Act, signed by Andrew Jackson, authorized the forced relocation of Native Americans to land west of Mississippi, expanding slavery into a newly acquired territory. While not explicitly, the 1828 Act, this policy facilitated The removal of 50,000 plus people, including African Americans, enslaved by tribes.
Yeah, they removed us by paperwork.
Okay, all right. So
they've been doing it for hundreds of years, and that's why I
okay,
brought
so
up the National
Trail of
Day.
Tears, the Oklahoma, the Trail of Tears. All right, so okay.
Now you see why.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but let's go. Keep on. What's the next one?
Well, it's because look at the Homestead Act of 1865, where they already knew who was going to be the freed men, and that's when they took all our land, because we was never slaves. They was clearly our slaves. They told us the story in reverse, and that's what I'm saying. What they seem to do is, like I said in the chat earlier, they seem to get a new level of immigrant, whether it be an Asian, a Mexican, a Cambodian, a African, an Ethiopian, a Somalian.
There wasn't a Homestead Act of 1865, but rather the landmark Homestead Act of 1862, which allowed citizens to claim 160 acres of public land for a small fee and required them to live on, improve, and farm it for 5 years, significantly accelerating westward expansion with related legislation like the Southern Homestead Act of 1866, emerging during the Reconstruction and aid freed slaves through the primary law remained the 1862 Act. Okay.
See what I'm saying? That's what they already knew who was going to be the free men, and that was the. You see how I was saying they were slaves, so we was never slaves back then. So that was always for them. So I think what they keep doing, they keep whitewashing things to try to, because you can. I mean, obviously we're the dominant gene, they're the recessive. A white man can't create me or you. You know what I'm saying? But I can create a white man. You can create a white man. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it's the dominant gene. Like, look at how they age. I'm not trying to dog them like they're human too, I guess, but they try to the point is they try to dehumanize us. Look how they destiny swapped it with us in the past 100 years. Now they want us with no parents. They want us with no dad. They want us with no family. They want us in the street shooting and killing each other's other tribes. You see what I'm saying? They want our women just going to drop off the kid in front of the church and telling Jesus take care of him.
Right, so see this whole the Great Tartaria, we're getting into Tartaria, 1943, the World Fair, and all this stuff. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, bro.
No, I never said that. I said that earlier. I wasn't talking about that right now. I was going back.
You showed me that I'm going into the videos you're showing me in the back chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, but it's just just like you.
And then you're talking about the Indian Training School of 1880. Again, I'm not talking about Native American and Black American being the natives. This is not the conversation that I'm having. Now, we can have a whole separate conversation on that. I'm talking about a specific thing. I'm talking about immigration, the origins of immigration. Everything that you're talking about are people that were already here. I'm talking about people that are coming from another country. Stop it. No. No, the Germans were not here. The Irish were not here. I'm talking about people that came from another country, came into America, broke, struggling, poor, fleeing their country.
Yes, that was all of that.
We want to talk about the people that fled, right? People fled their country. Well, the first ones to flee their country were the Irish and the people that were coming over to Ellis Island.
Yeah, all of them did.
We're not talking about the Native American people. Please, let's stay on topic. That's the issue I'm having. So now that I've allowed you to get that part out that you wanted to get out about these different acts that had to do with Native Americans, I want to get back on track about the subject I'm talking about, which discuss immigration and its origins in America. Okay, which started with the Ellis Island immigration based on the potato famine, and also like Germans coming over, different people from different countries coming over.
That's why I brought up the free white person in 1790. That's a real act. They've been doing this, like you said. It's the same thing. They've been doing this. They've been fighting each other for hundreds of years with damn contracts. You saw the act earlier, 1790, so you can't just say immigration started with Ellis Island. Or that the
I feel like the similarities of what's going on right now started with Ellis Island. Okay, go ahead, Reverend Green. What do you want to say?
Yeah, what I was saying is that it's very mixy, the whole subject. it's gonna doesn't. It's just not. It's not it. You know, it's just not it.
Okay, that's not it. What are you coming here to say it's not it for? Unless you can add, listen, unless people can add to the conversation I'm having and the context that I'm trying to have it in, I'm talking about the immigration that happened on Ellis Island, the babies that were in the street in New York City, the beginning of different institutions that exist today, including CPS, okay, juvenile detention, all these different institutions that started off really to relegate and regulate white children, little children that are 6 and 7 years old, who were running the streets wild in New York, that were immigrant children, that were immigrant children of sick immigrants that got tuberculosis, couldn't maintain all this whatever reproduction they were having, didn't want to have kids, and didn't have no connection to their children, and that were willing to like allow someone to just scoop their children up and ship them off somewhere. So then now you have all these different institutions like the welfare program that came out of this whole thing. You want to go into the 1790s and this, that, the other. I'm talking about all the institutions that exist right now to this day that started with this incident. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it didn't start with them. Even in New York, like I was saying, there were colored orphanages for Black children. There were insane asylums, and these children belonged to Seneca Park. They were already natives. You ever hear of the Osage in Oklahoma?
She doesn't want to talk about that.
See, no, what I'm saying is that the same
I just want to make it about
the same thing was already happening, where they would take native children from New York, Seneca Park, and they would put them in the Central Park colored orphanages. This was way before.
She wants to talk about how the orphans.
I know she wants to say it's all about how white folks started CPS when this stuff was going on way before that.
No, CPS was started for white folks. And
that's what I'm saying. It was started way before. Way before.
That's what I told her earlier too. Yes.
She's not hearing it.
But
okay. So what was the okay? So the for the Black people, what was the name of the company that would come and you're a Black person, they would come and grab the Black child. What was the name of that company?
It wasn't like that. They told slavery.
Yeah, it's it's like I don't know what happened, but let
me say something.
This topic is like so off. That's what I'm saying.
It's not off because here's the thing. When I was making my point, he decided to come up. I thought he was going to add to the conversation of what I was already saying, and then it got about like the.
I didn't want to be. I'm not trying to take away from your program. I'm just saying like. If you have producers, if you have producers in the background or whatever, like if I was one of them, I'd be like, yo, you don't want to air this right now because there's flaws in all this stuff from the very beginning. That's all I'm trying to say.
It's just she's not telling the full story, and whenever we try to elaborate on it, she tries to talk about the system.
It's not about whenever you try to elaborate it. I'm trying to discuss. I
put some stuff in the back about the whole
of this man who told his story about being on the orphan trade, right?
Yeah, it's a fake story.
Told his story. You said it's a fake story. This guy's fake.
No, that's not fake. It's just
he discussed how what happened, how his family his mom got sick, died. Father was sick because he was in the war. Then these people came up with limousine and asked him and his brother, "Are you guys happy?" And then whisked them away and into this situation, looked like a juvenile detention center. He went to 8 different homes before he finally was placed. That's the foster care system. I mean, I'm trying to show Now, if you could show that happening, okay, fine. Let's just only make it. Okay, the white people didn't have to go through nothing. They are perfect. They didn't have to
It
go
doesn't
through
have
No,
to
it's
be
nothing.
not
about
that. You're
white or
not letting
black.
us
It's
really
an
talk about
American
it
thing. This stuff was
because it
already
doesn't.
going on. Don't have to be about black and white.
Well, I'm trying.
Could just be about orphan children.
This is the issue I'm trying to make. Is that every time, even when I showed the amazing Lucas thing, right? What he said was, "Oh well, the white people are getting their black wake up call. They are finally getting to know how it is to be
They
black
are.
in America." But no, white people were already going. They already had their own impoverished, crazy poverty story.
Yeah, this is a
You don't
repeat
have
of
to have
history.
the black poverty story. They were already in poverty, living on Ellis Island on the street with street kids. I'm
Full of
trying to say,
disease and famine.
why do we have? Why, when it comes to poverty and this, that, the other, we always have to make it a black thing? Black people were not always poverty. We had stand up communities. Why do we always got to be
They
the?
bombed us. They literally
Why
bombed
do we
us.
always have to
Yeah,
be the?
but
Why
I don't
why
get
do
the
black
whole
people
rage.
always have, no, why do black people have to always be the king of poverty in poverty when there was white people impoverished
I'm
too?
trying to tell you why.
Because you want to be the poverty kings. You want to be the ones that was the
What?
most downtrodden, the merciful. We were the first ones to go through it. No, honey, they was the ones. They was the ones
I
in
just thought
poverty.
about something.
They was the ones out there in gangs and doing this and doing that. Y'all want to stand up for the white man, but the white man was doing. They
I
was
don't
out
stand
in
up
New
for it.
York
I'll
wilding
stand.
out kids
Oh,
and
yes.
I
being
didn't
gathered
say
up
anything.
like the palm and stuff, being put into facilities.
Can I add to the topic?
Drinking and smoking cigarettes at 6 years old. Come on now.
Can I add to the topic?
Well, okay, you want to say, well, we black people was doing it too. It was black gangs out
I'm
there
not.
smoking cigarettes at 6 years old and getting abandoned by their parents too. Okay, so then we want to compare. We want to
No
make
one's saying that though.
one up the fact that there's white community that was out there that was wild, and that they had that everything was not perfect in their community.
I tried to touch on you won't let me expand the conversation. I'm trying to expand the conversation off this little family out of millions of white families that got sent over here, and it wasn't just white people like he was saying. It was Mexicans, it was Africans. The only people that it wasn't was the black people in
But we
America.
want to focus on the Mexicans and whatever. But
No,
every time everybody
What? So
saying
how is
that.
this supposed to tie into immigration if you keep on saying we got to focus
because
just
we were
on white
already
people?
They're not the
here.
only
We was
immigrants.
already here. These people came over.
We know this.
Right?
Yeah, I know. So why are we focusing just? What's the
On this one
connection?
family.
Okay, so you see how they fighting so hard and for the white man,
No,
and you
we're
don't
not.
know
I'm against the
this.
system, dude. I
How
already told you
It's
that.
just the topic is
you
bizarre.
don't talk about what they went through and how they was wilding and the kids was wilding in the street, hanging their own kids and putting them in prison
I
with
see what you're
old
saying, but
grown ass
you
white
have to
men
touch on the full
and this,
story.
that, the other, and how they was doing their own people, and that they all they
Okay.
doing is repeating the same damn thing over and over again with their own people. You want to always bring it back to the black man and how a black man went through it too, honey.
We're
We already
not.
know we went
I'm
through
a
it.
black man.
No, listen. I want this to be about what the white man did to its own people. We don't get to hear about what the white man went through and how they had all this wild ass shit
But
going
when
on.
we try to talk about it, you say we're
No,
changing
you
the
guys want to
subject.
bring it back to
Cause
the
you
black
try and
folk.
say that this happened to them first.
No, I'm trying to say is that all this stuff, all these like institutions that we want to blame it on, that the black people are wilding out. No, it wasn't us. It was them that was wilding out.
We
Them that created this stuff
understand that
because
we're
their
past
people.
that. We're
No,
trying to break down the
they
logistics.
made these institutions to control their own people, not the black people. They
We
did.
know
They did
this.
all these. Okay, well, so let me finish my fucking story then. If you know this already, why do you keep trying to divert the conversation over into, well, it was black people too? No, fuck
No, I
that.
didn't say that. I never said that. I talked
No,
about
and that's what Reverend Green. It was black people that was in orphanages too over there.
I never said that.
No, I'm talking about the ones over there on Ellis Island, piled up together in the slums of New York that created the whole slum. The
I
whole
never said that. I
ghetto.
brought you real legislation in
No,
law
I'm trying to
showing
talk
that
about where the
they
ghetto
were
came from. The
slaves.
word ghetto and slum came from. It came from white people piled up on top, not blacks.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, you could have said that part a long time ago. There.
That's what I've been saying, but people want to keep bringing it around to the Native Americans and the black people.
Because you kept on
You're
saying
not
that this is
listening
where
to me.
CPS came from and the orphanages. That's not the truth.
That they housed them, yes, but y'all like she's not really grasping the story. Yes, black people were involved because they brought these different groups of people to compete with the American Indians, her people, my people. She's not like
Correct.
she keeps talking about. I'm not.
And they were in New York. They weren't even in Virginia where the Native
That was
Americans
one of the biggest. Like, you don't remember the North versus the South?
Sis, they were already doing it in New York. That's why when they came to those draft riots in 1863 for the Civil War, the draft riots, to get ready for them, they put those people who were from the Ellis Island peoples, the people who was in the New Yorks, the gangs of New Yorks, they had to sign up for the draft for
because they were orphans.
Yeah, and they burnt down the whole color orphanages. They killed them all. And those kids who were in the color orphanages, they belonged to Seneca Park originally, where the natives were. They were native. Those were natives.
Okay, the natives, all right.
See, you're not getting it. That's what I'm saying is that it's so bizarre. It's like skipped over something.
Yeah, it's like she like that. You have to if you're gonna
Like
let us have
you
the
went too
discussion,
fast forward something.
you gotta let
If
us
you
have
just
the
say, "Hey,
discussion.
this is where the ghetto starts," this where the ghettos were started, boom. But you went like this where CPS started. Well, that's it was so false.
Sir, how long have you been watching this show, Reverend? How long you been here?
I've been here for about since maybe September of 2025, and this one
Stop. How long have you been watching today's show? How many minutes?
For about maybe 35 minutes, maybe.
Well, did you see when I put the 1790 Free White Person Act?
Yeah, you were trying to help. You were trying to help out the situation, guide
Yeah,
it.
but she keeps saying
Stop.
You were doing a great job, sir.
Stop. No, stop. Both of y'all. I've been broadcasting for 2 hours.
Damn.
You missed a whole hour-long introduction of what I'm talking about. So let me go back for those in the back that don't understand what I'm talking about. Because you guys are missing the point. I'm gonna start back where I talked about this young man right here. Well, old man, you know what I'm saying? Where he talked about what happened to him on the thing.
Again.
I heard this stuff already.
No, you didn't. Because if you did,
I swear I did.
Okay, well, listen. It don't matter for those that didn't get to hear it, that are listening what they're saying and not hearing what I'm saying. I'm gonna play it again. And if you don't like it, you can leave. But I'm gonna play it again. So this guy,
Stanley, was a few months shy of his 5th birthday when his mother, Lottie, died. He still remembers how she cried out for her children near the end.
When Mom was in her room crying and hollering, wanting, she said, "Stan, Vic, please come see me," and crying night and day practically. We put this, and the window was up so high, about there on up. Down below is not. I got the wagon up there. Then there's an orange crate that I set inside of the wagon so I could climb up to the window and get in the window because the door was locked to her room.
He believes his relatives may have tried to keep him away from his mother because tuberculosis is contagious. As a young boy, however, he didn't understand.
I crawled up in there, up to inside the window, and I helped my brother up. Then we both went over to her bed, and she held her hand and was crying. And I don't remember what she had to say, because I was too young, I think. And
sometimes felt like no one was looking after them, especially as his father tried to work while struggling with his own health problems.
2 ladies came out in a big limousine, it looked like a big, and we didn't have a car, of course, but it looked.
So 2 ladies come out in a big limousine, right? So the mom didn't die, the dad is struggling, and he is sick too because he's in the war, mustard gas, whatever happened, World War I.
Like big limousine, and they come in and talk to Dad, and then they talk to us and ask us if we was happy, and I can remember saying, "Not really, no."
Are you happy? What does CPS do? Bring your kid to the side. Hey, what's going on? And question you, all right? So this to me. What I'm thinking is that this is they probably did do this in black houses in different whatever houses. I'm not
probably.
I'm focused on the white and how the white people how this was going down. Okay, I'm not focused on. We already got enough shit going on where people want to blame the black people about everything. No, white people went through it
You're
too.
totally missing the whole.
Yeah, why would we blame black people?
The boys were taken by the Children's Aid Society, while an aunt took in their younger sister, then a toddler. At the orphanage, children were separated by gender. Even on the playground, a tall brick wall separated the boys from the girls.
My brother and I was separated when he was in there for those 6 months, but in between the houses, they had about 15 feet of chicken wire.
Right, so they have chicken wire over the top. This is the juvenile detention center. This is the beginnings of that. Throwing kids into a little juvenile detention center that they want to call an orphanage, but really it's a juvenile detention center. The bullies rule the yard, okay? This is the beginnings of
juvenile detention centers. They're worse than ICE detention centers still to this very day. Yes.
Okay, but at the beginning of it, this is what they were. Before they were that, this is what they were. Orphanages that they made, that they called them orphanages, but they really were juvenile detention centers. Let's go.
So do you think it was a bad
get together?
thing?
And every day at noon, Vic would come from his side, and I'd meet him down front, and we'd talk through the fence.
The children were given sparse and simple meals, milk.
Okay, do you see these kids? All right, all these little boys up in here, eating porridge or whatever the hell they feeding them, look like a prison, they're feeding them this way. This is what they did to the little white kids, okay? And all these kids some of these were street kids. They would grab up off the street in New York, and they would all pile them into these buildings, all right? Like these detention centers, right? Some people were there because kids were there because they were doing wrong. Some were there because their parents couldn't afford to keep them. So you had CPS, you had the law, and you had all these things piling these kids into these places, these white kids. Okay?
I feel like you're touching this topic.
And this is called the Children's Aid Society. Before they had CPS, it was called the Children's Aid Society.
Where did all these kids come from? That's just one institution.
Okay, hold on. Let's look at the Children's Aid Society.
God. You're lightly touching on a topic, and I'm not trying to make it racial. I'm trying to show you
there's a better way.
Legislations that came after this, and it did affect black people, and that's what you said. But when somebody else tries to add to the topic, you say we're off topic. But we're not trying to talk about this. You see how many families are in that one room in that one institution?
Okay, so the Children's Aid Society was founded in 1853. Okay, do you see this? The Children's Aid Society was founded in 1853 by Charles Loring Brace in New York City to support poor and homeless children. It introduced the orphan train movement to place children with rural families and establish industrial schools and lodging houses. Okay, so this is the beginning of the CPS system in 1853.
No, it's not.
All right, so
the probably on paper for them, yes, but what he's saying is it was something else here before that for orphans, probably like.
Okay, well, what was it? What was it called? Can
probably
you
orphan school, maybe.
The color orphanage, asylum. Just type up those damn words. The color orphanage asylum.
Yeah, type that in. Yeah.
See, you have to remember there was two separate societies. There was all segregated. It doesn't matter if it was in the north or the south. It was segregated.
That's true.
At those times, primarily.
And we don't know what it was segregated.
Right. I mean, there's something missing.
It was race either. It wasn't race.
Right. So, I just don't.
And this is another point too. Are you familiar with the Black Law Dictionary?
Okay, you guys win. Okay, so
it's not about winning. It's just like
you're right.
If I was
no, you know what? I was wrong. Okay, I thought that the first people that actually were put into orphanages were white people. Guess what? They were black people. So it was really us.
It wasn't just blacks.
Right. It wasn't just. Do you know what color means? Do you know what?
Hold on. It was the Native Americans that was a native here that was already here, and the black people. Okay, white people that they came later. They began to put them into asylums or not they orphanages uh, uh, second. So they first did it with the black people, and then they did it with the white people. Okay, so yeah, we were the first. So guess what? My whole what I was really trying to do, really breaking down white society and how immigration and really this whole thing is really a repeat of what already existed. No, it really is really all based on black people that already were here, the Indian, Native American people that were already here in America, and it wasn't. It was all from us. So in my mind, I like saw what was going on with the orphan trains, and I was like, you know what, this is actually showing a pattern of behavior when it comes to immigration. But really, all this immigration, it really boils down to us. We're the ones that this whole thing is really about. It's not about whites trying to have a tribe like mentality and fighting against other whites. That we should actually that in the same token that these things should be separate from. You know what? This was the beginning of CPS. The Colored Orphans Asylum was the beginning of CPS for black people. I thought that the white people with their whatever that organization was the beginning of it. But you know what? I stand corrected. It was the black people that were the original orphans and the original people on the street, living out on the street, and that were collected by people and had to be rescued by the American government and put into orphanages. So I stand corrected. So maybe so this whole what I thought was right and I thought was really about whites, really it's us. It's really black people that we didn't take care of our children, had our children out on the streets running around, and the white people had to come and get our kids and put them into asylums and then transport them first. And then they finally did the same thing for the white kids later on of the immigrants of the white kids that they had brought over to America, allowed them to come or whatever. So they were the first. So there you go. You guys.
No,
So
no,
can I
no.
add
No,
on
please let me
because
say something real
what
quick.
you're saying is totally false.
Yes, let me say
All
something
right.
real quick. Real
Can
quick.
I add on first, sir?
No, it's gonna be quick.
Yeah, I was going to
Genesis,
be very quick. Very quick. First and foremost, this type of tactic is from the eugenics society at that time, and colored in the United States is that one drop rule again. So you could, there was no usage of the term black how we're using it now.
yes, thank
You know what I
you.
mean? They were still on. They was about to get on Negro at that time on being some being
Yes.
polite stuff. There was, you know,
It was Negro and mulatto. I've seen
right.
my senses.
Those quarter rooms, they would all go into that asylum. Anything that was had one drop of black blood suspected, like you're
And it
bugging.
wasn't even just that.
There's a different time.
Can I say something real quick? Are y'all familiar with the
Anything that had no white blood in it, basically.
Are y'all familiar with the Black Law Dictionary?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, you have to be a lawyer. You have to learn the Black Law Dictionary to get on the bar, that's another topic. But do you know what black means in the Black Law Dictionary?
No, tell me.
You can look it up. Look up black in the Black Law Dictionary if you can. Just type that in and it'll tell you. And just think about it while you're reading it. Know that you have to learn the Black Law Dictionary and all the terminology if you want to be a lawyer or any type of representative in this country. So, another thing too, what was the original Irishman called? What were they called? What's your name?
Reverend Green.
Reverend Green. I'm seeing, by the way.
Yeah. You Sam?
Okay. Huh?
What's your name again?
CM. Like CM. Like.
Okay, CM. Okay, I see it. Yep.
So Did you anybody type that in? What black means in the Black Law Dictionary? And the original Irish were called blacks. No, type in what black means in the Black Law Dictionary. Because it's a whole dictionary. See, it's one of the hottest things. They trying to hide it, but watch what it really means. They trying to hide it. Wow. Just okay. Type this. Does black mean pale in the Black Law Dictionary? They're trying to hide it.
Okay, why don't you just find it and then show it to me, because I'm not gonna keep looking up. If you're gonna make
this type
listen, if
It
you're gonna
probably
make,
could be a certain edition.
hold on, let me just say this. If you're gonna make a point, have your references. I'm not the lookup person. Go ahead and look it up and then show it to me in the back, and I'll bring it up.
Okay, I appreciate
So
it. But
what I was gonna add on is that even like, say for instance, Australia, around that same time they had what they would do to the in the Abos there, the Aboriginals there, they would take. So it's about seizure. So a lot of these people were already pushed onto some type of reservation at the time, and they kept on pushing it and pushing it. Same thing that they were doing in Central Park with the cynical village people. They pushed them and pushed them until, you know what? We're taking your children and we're going to put them in an orphanage called the Colored People Orphanage. So even in Australia, they had something similar where they would snatch up your child, your Aboriginal child. And if you ever watched the movie Rabbit Proof Fence, there's a whole movie on that. Same thing with the Osage people in Oklahoma. In order to get that gas, the Shell stations and stuff like that, they kept on pushing these people who are oil-rich natives, oil-rich. And they pushed them and pushed them. They even married them and killed them just to get the inheritance of it. But they would also lock up the Osage children into orphanages. There was just a movie on this called the Killers of the Flower Moon. There was just a movie on this with Leonardo DiCaprio in 2023 or 2022. This is the tactics. This is the tactics of what they did. They've been doing these things. They will, after reclassification, calling us, they were classified as from whatever we were, native to black, very quickly to African American. But they would take our children. It's all from the plantation aspects of, hey, we sell off the inward man. And then we sell off our children. We sell off our children.
It's called shadow slavery.
But we keep the inward woman on the plantation so she can keep breeding and breeding like she's a mother of a kitten litter, separating her kittens. This is the same tactics. It's the same pathology. It's the same behavior.
Yeah, but the whites were the ones that are actually slaves.
Cool information from Black's Law Dictionary. So this is legal definition of words. So, person. A corporate fiction. The only person known to law is the corporation.
Trying to tell y'all.
So what's the meaning of human? Is sea monster. So when you look up monster, it's one who cannot own or inherit property. All governments have human resource departments. All corporations have human resource departments. Isn't that interesting? Wow. Okay. Job. Official business for private dishonest gain. Wow. Employment. So EM is for. Ploy is deceit. That's deceit. Okay. To get a job, you need a SIN, social insurance number. And without a SIN, you can't have a job or be employed. Okay. So I think everybody needs to get themselves a Black's Law dictionary, or at least look into it a bit, find out some of these meanings of words in legalese terms, and study it. Get yourself educated. Find out.
So does he talk about what black means? I don't think he is it that later on or what?
Well, I mean, black means white in the Black Law Dictionary, and it's legalese, like you said. So you know the original Irish where they were called blacks.
Okay. So here's the question I have. Okay, so you guys got to like talk about the black people that had the black school. Okay, the black orphanage, the colored people orphanage. So
that wasn't for us.
Who was it for? The colored people orphanage.
Well, they got to remember we were the American Indians. The Siberians were, and the whites, they were Native Americans, so they were still going. You weren't wrong. Nobody's wrong. It's just we all have different, like, all this stuff happened, but we were never enslaved. What happened to us? We were shadow slave, and they destiny swapped with us contractually.
What does it mean? Destiny swap with? What does that mean?
So that's why we were always getting reclassified from American. I think it was indigo to American Indian in 1600. Then we were Native Americans. Then we were mulattoes. Then we was Negroes. Then we was blacks in 1960s. Then in 1988, that's when they.
Let me just read this, because the Colored Orphan Asylum was founded in Manhattan in 1836 by a group of Quakers led by Anna Shotwell and Mary Murray. That's interesting. My last name, that's my family name. It was one of the first of its kind in the United States in black children whose parents had died or were not able to take care of them. Prior to its founding, orphan black children were housed in jails or worked as beggars or chimney sweeps, as the orphanages refused to take them. The orphanage initially offered schooling only for infants, feeling that their wards would not advance far in society due to being blacks and orphans. Older children were bound by indentured servitude, in which they were contracted to families, both black and white, to learn a trade or skill until the age of 21. The families in turn paid a small fee to the Colored Orphan Asylum for the services, which are placed in the black bank for when the child left the institution. By 1897, schooling was increased until grade 6, and sent several students to Hampton Institute for further study. In 1918, schooling was increased until grade 8, and the indentured system evolved.
Y'all are wrong, and I hate to stop you, but I want you to really.
Child was to be incorporated into the family and continue their studies. In 1846, Dr. James McCoon Smith, the country's first licensed African-American medical doctor, became the orphanage's medical director. The orphanage moved several times in Manhattan.
Man, you have to type in what I'm reading right now, and it's going to debunk old boy and show him that he was completely wrong. Type in this is what I typed in, and it goes over the whole topic. It says, were black people the Irish? I said, were Irish the black people in 1836 in America?
Go ahead.
I'll tell you everything you need to know.
Acro, you already have it there, or what?
I typed it in on my phone. I don't think I can screenshot it, but if this was the last thing I asked you to type, but please type this in. Were Irish people black people in America in 1836? It's going to tell you everything you need to know. Because remember, this is all AI database, so it's going to contradict itself if you type in the right thing.
In 1836, individuals of mixed Irish and African descent or free black people associated with Irish communities were primarily located in the Caribbean.
No, did you type in America? Type in America at the end. They try to confuse it. See how they switched it? They switched it that fast.
I use DuckDuckGo for all my research.
And dark eyes were
Y'all
considered
says it was not.
Black Irish.
See, they're telling you the truth. You might want to screenshot. I'm gonna screenshot it.
In 1836, the term Black Irish did not typically refer to people of mixed African Irish descent,
I'm
but
trying
was
to tell you.
derogatory to describe Irish immigrants with dark hair and dark eyes, or to refer to Irish people in the 17th century who were transported to the Caribbean. However, by the 1830s, there were instances of people with both Irish and African ancestry in America, as well as Irish immigrants living and working alongside Black Americans in both the North and South. Okay. So here's the question. So when I was trying to,
You could. They elaborate on it more. If you want to scroll down.
My question, because I'm trying to understand this. All right. So when I'm trying to talk about the orphan trains, why does that bother y'all so much?
And no, it doesn't bother us.
It doesn't bother me. It's just the way with how it's framed in context. Like it skipped over a real situation. Just fast forward. It's almost like how the news journalists will do. You know, just to have create a story.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is.
Are you saying that juvenile detention centers, all this stuff, started with Black people first?
No, we're not saying that. Look at the Black Irish in 1836. I just debunked what y'all were just reading.
No. That does not have anything to do with what I was talking about as far as the.
Yes, it does, because you said it started in 1852.
So
you said it started
if
in
I
1836. I'm showing you what the word Black meant in 1836. So how would that be us in them asylums? You get it?
So what I'm trying to add on is this: is that when it comes down to prisons here in the United States, first and foremost, the plantations and slavery was already going on beforehand, but prisons were built after slavery was abolished.
Yes, Punch D is correct. Yes, you're correct. They were the Black people. So how?
But these names, but these names that we've had in this country, it's like we've had so many names. This is exactly how come the world outside of the U.S. they have that little cheek and tongue joke that they always be saying. You guys don't know yourselves. You guys don't know yourselves.
Yeah, and it was really the white people that
because the whole destiny swap is for real, and they're doing it again. They were trying to do it again. They were trying to do it again in 2024.
Hold on. You're saying that this never existed, that there was never people that were white.
No, we're not saying that.
You're not hearing me.
You're saying it's a destiny swap. When you're saying a destiny, that means that instead of it being Black people in this picture, it would be white. So
how about I say this legacy swap to make it more sense? Legacy.
What are you saying, dude? What are you saying? So who do you think was a slave? White people or Black people? Because clearly we were never slaves. This is all real, and I'm showing you different times in history with legislations and acts and real words, and I'm showing you legalese terms, showing that whites were the only slave. And I'm not even racist. I got mixed kids.
Right, but see,
Right.
Is I was
Where are you from, sir? Are you
from
you from down south, sir?
I live down south, but I'm from LA.
But I was trying something similar, but everybody said it was conflated. It was wrong.
Are you FBA?
I'm talking about.
I'm not nothing reclassified. I'm indigenous to this land.
Yeah, I don't follow all what you're saying.
What I'm saying is she's not wrong. She hasn't been wrong yet. You know what I'm saying? Like she's like, but the point is, her delivery is not how it should be. If we're gonna talk on the topic, we need to touch on the topic. We shouldn't just focus on one immigrant family. And like that's what I was asking. Should we feel bad?
I was not talking about one immigrant family. I was talking about a whole bunch of immigrants that were coming from Russia, Poland, all these places.
Ireland,
they came into Ellis Island.
Ireland,
Irish from the potato famine that came into Ellis Island, right? lived in slums. This is where the slum came from and ghetto came from, right?
We understand that, but
And so, but why? But so why was there a thing? Why was it that I was like that? I didn't know what I was. That oh, you're conflating whatever.
that's him that said that. I never said you
How
were
long
wrong,
have you
but
been on this show, sir, before?
what I've been here. I seen her on CT's channel, but I don't like Pan Africanism at all.
Right, because I could sense that you are definitely not one of us.
Which one of us?
Well, okay. What do you mean? Okay, hold on. Did ask the question? Did the slave trade exist, and was a transatlantic slave trade history not about black people, but really about white?
We've already talked about that. The transatlantic slave trade was with. She won't let me talk about it.
But answer it now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Type. You want to type this in? Type in.
No, just
no, answer it, bro.
Type in the Virginia,
If you're a bro, if you're really a bro, because I don't think
type in
you
the
are.
Carolina slave trade and read it.
Say it again.
The Carolina slave trade. It's around the same time.
So the question was, okay,
right?
Without me having to type anything in, it's a yes or no.
What about they told slavery in reverse. Just how they flipped the continent. Just how they flipped the continent.
Okay, so you're saying yes. You're saying when he
no,
said,
I'm saying they told it. They told just how they flipped their destiny, their legacy swapped. Like he said, they told slavery in reverse. They sent people from here to so-called Africa.
This is a whole redneck. This is a whole redneck.
Have to do with what I was talking about.
Tallahassee.
See, now y'all just asked me, did I think slavery existed? What do you mean? Y'all, this what y'all just asked me.
Okay, so you're saying that the white people were the slaves?
I just told you they told slavery in reverse. They sent people from here to all over the place. When they did bring people here, they probably brought them back. They were prisoners of war, like they keep telling y'all. And what they tried to do with us, because we were the land owners, they swapped places with us contractual somehow, probably with when they were doing interbreeding in the 1800s.
And we were enslaved here, correct?
No, we weren't. We're still enslaved by contract, by the black contract. Whoever's black, like this is a capitalist country. It's based off contracts, like, and you know what I'm saying? Like they have organizations too.
And these people were beaten. Correct.
They probably were. We weren't beaten.
These people were beaten. Slavery? Yes, child slavery. They were beaten. The people who are already here. Slavery. These people who are already here became prisoners of war.
He's a grifter. I'm not no grifter. This is real stuff that I've studied. Like,
so white folks were the only slaves. You're saying.
Where can we find the example of the contract?
I just showed y'all the Black Law Dictionary, which you like, and knowledge out of it. A human being is a business corporation. This is a contract for this country based on contracts. Why do you think we keep getting reclassified? And why do you think I showed you what Irish meant in 1836 in America?
Hey, Bomb Cherry, can you come up here and talk about this? Because this is what I was trying to do. I was trying to show that there were orphan trains, that there were white people that were on these orphan trains. Okay. These white orphans that were coming over from Ellis Island and different places, white people that couldn't take care of their kids and was just and then just let their kids go. You know what I'm saying? Put their kids in orphanage, right? And then they shipped them all over the United States into other places, and they became slave indentured servants or whatever slaves to farmers in the United States. They did.
They did, yes.
So and you're saying that this didn't happen. I'm like, it did.
No, that's what he's saying. I'm saying it did happen, but it happened with every group of people except for us. We got hit with the contract slavery. And
this is not about us. I'm having a conversation about what happened to white people. That's the part that you guys are missing.
Okay, well, let's just feel bad. Let's just talk about white people.
I'm not talking about what happened to black people. I'm talking about what happened to white people. And I'm saying is that there was an entire group of white people that came to Ellis Island. They was abandoning their kids, okay? having all these kids when they got over here, didn't even want their kids because they were sick, couldn't take care of them. Throwing their kids out 6 years old. Okay, kids
So should
smoking
we feel bad
cigarettes.
for him? Like, what is like? Nobody cried about us when our
Okay,
kids got thrown
well,
out the
why are you
house.
asking me a dumb question like that? That's not why I'm having this time because we should feel bad about that. I'm having this conversation because people don't even know that this existed.
So how does this connect to illegal immigration today?
All right. So what's happening is that they are
Please.
repeating the same behavior. This is why, because back when they did this to their people, back then, you didn't see black people getting involved with that. Same thing now.
Why
Black
I
people
never?
are not getting
problems.
So no, it's like back then when they had their kids. So I didn't see no black kids on the slave what's it called, the orphanage train. Well, it was mostly white kids, not
But
black.
we already
It was
had
white kids. It was
orphanages
Spanish kids. It was
established.
It doesn't
Somalians.
matter. I'm talking about the orphanage train with the white kids. Because we
What was
always
so bad
It
about the
wasn't just white
orphanage
kids.
train?
stop it. We always want to talk about black slavery, but I'm talking about white slavery here. I'm talking about the fact that this was not just a country, that this whole thing about immigration is just a repeat. The white people are just repeating their own destiny, their own karmic cycle. That's what I said earlier. All this is a karmic cycle. Let me reread the beginning of what I was actually trying to say here when I first started this whole live. I said that all they are having is a karmic cycle. They are repeating the same thing that they have already done already with their own people. Like this slavery thing has nothing to do with black people. This, I mean, not slavery. This immigration, this whole immigration thing is really about like it's tied to the past and how they already had the same situation. Okay, let me read this again.
We
Okay,
understand that. That's why I think I can
what
see
we
all the
are witnessing right
legislation.
now
And
between
we need to
immigrants.
mind our own business. What's going on?
Well, that's what I'm saying. What we are
We're
witnessing.
not immigrants,
Listen,
so let's mind our own business.
listen. Can you say this? 'Cause- all right, everybody, be quiet. Let her talk. Because I'm tired of like trying to say what I gotta say. Y'all keep interrupting me. Go ahead, Bob Cherry.
Oh,
Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
Okay, say it again.
Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah,
You know,
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to listen to what you're saying. I'm not sure.
let me finish. Okay, let me just
Okay,
finish
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying. Okay, I'm gonna remove everybody because every time I talk, I'm just putting y'all in the back real quick so I can just make my point. Because every time I try to make my point, I get interrupted, right? So what I'm trying to explain here, and I'm gonna just reread what I started this whole show about. Okay, what we're witnessing right now between immigrants and the white establishment is not new. It's a karmic cycle, one this country has already lived through. In the mid 1800s through the early 1900s, waves of European immigrants arrived in America, poor, unwanted, and criminalized. They were framed as a threat to society, a drain on resources, and a danger to American values. That conflict didn't just end with assimilation, it produced a fallout. One of the most devastating outcomes was the orphan train era, where children were separated from their families and shipped across the country, often forced into unpaid labor under the guise of charity. Children were absorbed in the systems, families were broken, and labor was quietly extracted. Now, I don't agree with the families being broken, but I mean, hell, the families was already broken. They didn't want them kids, okay? They said, fuck them kids. And they threw the kids out. They were 6 years old, smoking cigarettes, forming gangs, pretending like they were paper boys, pickpocketing, doing a bunch of stuff, okay? And that as we got more into the show, I was finding out, okay, damn, they was wilding out. The kids was wilding, okay? And then just like pound dogs, they had a police force that would go out and grab these kids up and throw them into orphanages and all this other wild stuff that looked like that was, I believe, the beginning of systems that exist today. We're once again watching immigrants positioned as enemies of the state. We're seeing family separations, mass detention, children lost in bureaucratic systems, and enforcement agencies like ICE operating with broad discretion. The language has changed, the uniforms have changed, but the structure and the logic feels familiar. In both eras, children were the collateral. In both eras, Black community largely remained outside the central conflict, not because we were unaffected by American system, but because this particular battle was framed as someone else's problem. But history teaches us that something crucial. Even when we are not the primary target, we're never untouched by the outcomes. The welfare system, child protective services, foster care, juvenile detention, many of the government structures that now disproportionately impact Black families were shaped during earlier immigration crises, including the orphan train period. System built to manage their children, white people children, eventually became tools used against ours. So the real question isn't just what's happening to immigrants today. The question is what systems are being built right now in this moment that will later be turned on the Black community once again. And what does it mean when we turn a blind eye simply because the harm doesn't appear to be aimed at us yet? That's what we're impacting today. So now do you understand what I'm trying to show when I'm showing that, listen, this is the orphan train. These are the things that happen. The white kids was wild out. They was doing this. They was doing that. Boom. The white people was coming over here, living in slums, piled up on top of each other, throwing their kids out like crazy. And we had nothing to do with all of that. Just like we have nothing to do with this whole situation with immigration now. We say, listen, we're out of it. So it's a repeat of history. We're seeing a repetition of history. The same thing that happened with Ellis Island situation, the same thing that's happening now. That's all I was trying to make the statement of. So now do you understand what I'm trying to get at? Yes or no?
You first, Miss Bomb Cherry. Go ahead.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I think
I
understand what you're saying. There was a lot going on with immigration in this country. White people everybody who's white wasn't considered white back then. So the Irish people came in, the Chinese people came in. There was many people they brought in for work in this country to build this country. And then they started to, a lot of people was poor. A lot of children came over here without parents. I'm not sure if you know that.
Oh,
there was a lot of children who came over here. They parents sent them on boats for them to work. There was no regulations on how old you could be to work. So a lot of children came over here with no parents.
That's even crazier. Like, so the whole thing, like, what? You know what I'm saying? But I think that, and when I look it up, I'm like, okay, well, Black people, when they had orphans, from what I was looking up, it was like that when we had orphans, the church would get involved. It was like we had a community that would get involved with our orphans. But they're saying, no, we had orphanages too, and those orphanages existed a long time or whatever before even the white orphanages did. So I'm like, okay, so are we just saying that the Blacks were the first?
I never said that.
They had to fight. They had to fight to become white.
I just showed you.
You remember that, right?
So hold on. Then
they had to fight to become white.
Right. So then I showed this guy who was a part of the orphanage train, right? And I played the video where it was showing the conditions that okay. So I'm showing the start. I said, well, he talked about how the lady came in a big limousine, okay? And came and talked to the dad because his mom had died. The dad was damn near on his deathbed and barely taking care of him. So the lady came in a limousine and asked him, are you happy? And I said, see, this is the beginning of CPS. It was called Children Aid Services. I said, that was the beginning of CPS, not the society. I'm like, no, that was the beginning of the structural thing of CPS. It was not for Blacks. It was for white, controlling the white population. Then I showed the juvenile detention center. I showed the orphanage. It looked like a juvenile
It looked like a big limousine. And they come in and talk to
separated by gender, even on the playground. A tall brick wall.
That was the beginning of the juvenile detention center. Look at throwing all these kids into a spot with barbed wire and everything on top, and they could barely, the boys separated from the girls. This is the beginning of juvenile detention. And I said, but this didn't start for Black people. These were unruly white kids that grew up in or poor white kids that their parents didn't want them or couldn't take care of them. That was the beginning of it, not what we were doing and what they did to us.
Man, it's deeper than just race and color and words.
Yeah, I think it is.
Why I think I brought up Hitler.
Y'all are so focused on the fact that I'm saying is that a lot of times it gets conflated as we are the ones that are the unruly ones, and we are the ones But I'm saying, if you go back
Ma'am, we got past that 2 hours ago.
no, we're gonna find out that all this stuff was started with immigration that came in and how they were trying to control that population, and that all the laws that we see right now that exist that are impacting us today were done to actually control the people and the population of the
You keep
individuals
twisting what I keep
in
showing you. I
America.
showed you valuable information
I
for
don't
the
understand why
content.
you keep interrupting me, sir. I'm not done talking.
Because you keep
So
mentioning
that's listen. I'm trying to explain to Bon Cherry what's going on. She's just new here, so that's what I'm saying this. So I'm trying to show that all these structures, these organizations that are really affecting the Black community now, started off with the things like the white orphan train and all these different things that were impacting those cities, right? Immigration that happened back in the 1850s all the way through the 1920s, and them trying to control that population of children, sick parents that were just abandoning their children. And for some reason, everybody wants to make it like, no, it was Black people. I'm like, no, it was them. They were the ones that started these organizations. Their things was the catalyst. And then and if we're not careful today, the same way that they were able to create all these like different organizations to try to control them, and then they turn them around on us, it'll be the same exact thing right now with immigration. Right now, they'll be able to create all these laws and rules, or whatever. And right now, it's for immigration right now, and then all of a sudden, all these laws are going to turn and be facing us. That's what I'm trying to say. So now, Bon Cherry, I want you to make your statement. Go ahead, without interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, and I agree with you. You know, our country is built on immigration, but the white European people always thought they were better. So when they did allow immigration, it was so they can get servants, because, you know, slavery had ended. There was a lot of things we couldn't participate in. You know, there was no social worker for us. There was no welfare for us. So that's why you don't see a lot of that in our community. They wanted us to stay far away. And, you know, so white people have always been the criminals in this country. They didn't care about their children. They would have a lot of children and they would die. You know, a lot of diseases and things was happening in this country back then. They were nasty, you know. So yeah, I
They all talk to each other. And then I played a video where the girl was even talking about the slums and how they were living, and the guy and people were getting irritated. But I'm like, no, this is how they were living, like this. And he's like, oh no, she's sugarcoating. I'm like, no, she's not. I'm like, dude, do you see?
No, I never. Can I please talk?
No. Listen, you said it's sugarcoating.
I said the way she was telling the story was like she was sugarcoating. I never like
but you
trying to make them seem like so innocent. That's what I said.
She was not. Let me play the actual video, and you tell me if she sound like she sugarcoated. Maybe y'all don't see it, but
she's trying to make them sound innocent when they were literally criminals.
No, she's not. She's
okay.
Talking
Play the video.
Another time you're gonna play that video. Another time.
Listen, if you got a problem, leave, bro. Yes, I am. I'm playing it for Bomb Cherry. Anybody that missed it in the back, okay? And she talked about how they was coming up in here 2x4 living.
Germans at that time were fleeing from political and religious persecution. As families migrated to the States, you had what was referred to as chain migration, where someone would migrate over, have great success, and they would write back to their friends and family, encouraging them to join them in the land of great opportunity.
Same thing happening with the Mexicans coming up from South America.
Which they often did. And at that time, you also had shipping companies, land agents, and even individual states in America that were actively recruiting German immigrants to settle in the U.S. Companies and
weren't they recruiting the Latin American people to come up to the U.S.? Same thing.
Governments further promoted the idea.
All I'm saying, all this stuff is the same exact thing happening over and over again, but we are too.
No, you said
history. Hold on, we don't know history enough to like see that this is a repeat story.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to none of us.
No,
it's about illegal immigrants.
See, here's the thing. You people are saying, okay, Bob Cherry, I'm gonna finish telling this because people just want to interrupt because they don't want to like they Shay Whitey. They don't want to hurt their feelings. I don't care about hurting their feelings. This is what was going on back in New York. Okay,
idea that the United States was a land of unlimited opportunity where hardworking individuals would prosper. This marketing, combined with the genuine success stories of previous immigrants, motivated many Germans to take the risk of crossing the Atlantic. And by the 1950s, New York City was overflowing with these immigrants fleeing from famine, war, and poverty in their home.
And what do they say about the African that come to America? They flee in their country. Same thing. The Germans fled too. So any German that you have in your family, guess what? They came over here and it was fleeing. Let's go.
But the reality they found waiting for them was much harsher than they had imagined. New York City's infrastructure couldn't keep up with the pace of the growing population. This led to overcrowded tenements and America's very first slums.
America's very first slum started with the white population in New York. Okay? That's where you get the ghetto. That's where you get your slum from. Okay, you want to say your ghetto? Okay, no, the first ghetto came with the white immigrants coming into America. Let's go.
The living conditions in these areas were dire, and many families lived in extreme poverty. In order for families to survive, everyone had to work, including children.
Children had to work. Everybody was extreme impoverished. Okay, so if you have any people that's white coming up now and not like they was so sedity, no, honey, they was up in here like with their kids working and everything, 6 years old, 5 years old, smoking cigarettes, hanging out, chilling, whatever.
It wasn't uncommon during that time period, but the overcrowding meant there really weren't enough jobs to go around, even for the adults. Epidemics such as cholera and tuberculosis swept through the overcrowded city, leaving behind an increased number of orphans in their wake. Often, only one parent would die, but the other parent would be so overcome by the devastation of not being able to support their children on their own that they would give up or abandon at least some of their children or turn to alcohol, which of course further limited their ability to care for their children even more. The inability to feed their children was such a problem that the birth of a new child was often seen as a devastating event instead of the joyous occasion that it should have been. And it became a commonplace for.
She don't sound like she sugarcoat. She's saying, honey, they didn't want them kids. Fuck them kids. It's not. I'm not happy. I had a child. I'm not. This is not a happy occasion. Fuck them kids.
Parents to leave their newborn infants on the steps of churches, police stations, or simply place them in the street to die. It's
okay. So where's the sugarcoat in placing the children on the street to die? Okay, there's no sugarcoat going on here. They would take their kids that they just had, go to the police, take them to the church, or just leave them on the damn street. Hopefully they get run over by a stagecoach.
Reported that the police would find at least one abandoned infant in the street every single day during this time period. Now, rather than abandon their new infant, some parents chose to simply kick their older children out of the home since they had a greater chance of surviving on their own. And often these older children were only about 6 or 7 years old. And the fact that children were working during this time actually added to the problem because children were easy to take advantage of and factories would often.
Right, so factories taking advantage of the kids, underpaying them, got them working child labor real wild.
Often give jobs to children first because they knew that kids would be easier to control and that they could pay them less than adults. So not only did this mean that they were taking jobs away from adults, but also they were paid so little that the children still couldn't afford a place to live. These companies would often overwork these children to the point.
This is about how the company, this is about corporate America and how devastating and brutal the corporate America is, that they would hire children to work at the factory and pay them nothing or whatever, and then meanwhile they out in the street smoking cigarettes, chilling out, whatever.
Where they can no longer perform their duties, and then they would just toss them out and hire another kid off the street. So as you can imagine, as the city's population exploded, so did the number of homeless and destitute children. At a time when New York's
kids were dying too. The kids would die because, first of all, they would get hurt at these factories. The women would die, the children would die at the factories. All kinds of shit was going on. America was all fucked up.
It was wild. This is how corporate America started with child labor. This is what I'm talking about. This is your America right here. Not we ain't gonna sit here and make this about the Black America. Every time we talk about the white people, people want to talk about, well, no, it was us. We was the first ones. No, we was not the first ones with this bullshit. This is bullshit that's going on. This is what really is going on. This is the true American history. Child labor. This is what started your corporations. Aside from the slave, Wall Street and all that stuff and all that. No, it was white child labor from immigrants that was in New York that was little kid, and then they kick them out when they got done with them, and then they would put them.
Population was 500,000. Police estimated that there were 10,000 homeless children living on the streets. In order to survive, many of these children formed street gangs, becoming quite a nuisance to society as they ran around fighting over turf, stealing, and begging in the streets. In 1849, the New York City chief of police wrote about what he called the constant increase in the number of vagrant, idle, and vicious children living.
Vagrant, idle, and vicious children. Now you talking about I'm trying to cap for what was going on. No, to me, this is vagrant and idle parenting that would create vagrant and idle children. Why would a parent give birth to a child, throw it out, put it on the street to fend for itself? You know what I'm saying? Child out here starting gangs, beating up people, probably stealing and whatever. And then this is the beginning. This is what America was going on. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
These black men know this. You know why they know this? Because they've seen The Godfather. They love The Godfather. They hold them people in high regard. But if they saw The Godfather 2 and 3, then they know this story already. Because that's how these criminals in these gangs came about. Like you said, they were children living on the street. They formed gangs and criminal, and grew up in that.
You can't tell me that the indigenous parents of black people was up here like letting their kids go out there and be smoking cigarettes and hanging out. Now if that's what was happening, it probably their parent might have died or something like that, but not that these parents were this level of the parent just saying fuck it. You know what I'm saying? This is what was going on. And they're trying to make it seem like this lady is sugarcoating it, but no, she's telling the truth. Like, no, they was out here wilding out. Kids was wilding
in the streets. In response to their homeless children problem, the city began to build institutions, which nowadays we would call orphanages, but back then they called them almshouses, homes for little wanderers, and homes for destitute children. Unfortunately, these orphanages were so overcrowded and often such places of horror that children preferred to live on the streets rather than to be sent to one of these homes.
Listen, orphanages, see, this is the beginning of all this stuff. Like, CPS right now to this day, I believe, are doing stuff like this. They get your child, they throw it into a place, probably deplorable conditions, with 5 and 10 kids or whatever. The foster care system. This is the beginning, in my eyes, of the foster care system.
These homes also had very strict rules, and they ran them more like prisons than homes for children. Punishments were harsh. They were always short on food and often withheld food from children as a form of punishment for disobedience to the strict rules of the home. So even if they were to live in one of these homes, children would often go hungry. And so why not live on the street where at least you had some type of freedom? Now, these homes were so terrible that the city even admitted to it. They wrote a report basically saying that stray animals were often treated better than the paupers were in these houses. It's estimated that by the mid-1850s,
this is how these people cared about their kids. They don't give a shit about their kids. You know what I'm saying? They throw the kids out, bump them. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, you die of hunger or you die because you stole someone's bread. Like, what were these kids supposed to do? It seemed like the city just kind of threw its hands up as thousands of vagrant children roamed the streets of lower Manhattan seeking food and shelter. They lived by their wits, sleeping in ash barrels, under doorsteps, in gutters or alleyways, and other out-of-the-way places, in and around a notorious...
Now, where do you see the black people doing this? Is there any niggas? Not niggas. Where do you see black people out here in these pictures? And I haven't seen one yet. So I don't... People want to say it was the black people doing it too, but no. This is the white people doing this in New York, starting gangs, dressing up like whatever with their little outfits on, getting locked up, doing all kind of wild stuff. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that this is the beginning of it, not black people. That's we were separate. We were not even. We had a separate lifestyle apart from what was going on with this. That's what I'm saying. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying.
And people want to argue with me and start bringing up the black, the colored children, whatever it was. And I'm like, no, this
slum called 5 Points. Violent gangs fought over turf in this neighborhood, which was known to have the highest murder rate.
Gangs, okay, started with. See how this is the beginning of gangs, okay?
Right. They did this to indigenous people too, like someone said. They had the indigenous, but they went and took their kids They went and took them damn indigenous people kids. Some of this happened when we were still enslaved, so they can't blame this shit on us. The first riots were done by white people. They were rioting in front of shit.
They started CPS. They started juvenile detention, orphanages, foster care. All this stuff was to control the white immigrant population. And then what they did was then turn all this stuff on us, and then we became the gangs. We became the juvenile delinquents. We became the CPS people, welfare, all this stuff. We became that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Of any slum in the world, where children continue to be forced to steal, beg, or do dangerous jobs to survive. Now, it's not something we like to think about, but some of these young kids resorted to prostitution to survive.
Prostitution now. See all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And hold on. And you know we get that murder capital, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the most crime in the area, right? So this is where you get the murder capital in the. So this is where they were having the most murders and this, that, all before we had a black murder capital. It was the white murder capital.
In and around a notorious slum called 5 Points. Violent gangs fought over turf in this neighborhood, which was known to have the highest murder rate of any slum in the world, where children continued to be forced to steal, beg, or do dangerous jobs to survive.
Listen, so this is white people having the most dangerous slum in the world. Not murder capital, but I'm talking about like in the world. So when they want to sit there and be like, y'all, well, watch the black people. No, honey, this was going on with the immigrant population, the white people that was coming over to America before anything that you would hear about a black person.
Now, it's not something we like to think about, but some of these young kids resorted to prostitution to survive. Many of these children's only source of food was what they could find in a trash can.
Child prostitution, okay? This is the history of America and immigration. And I'm saying all this is a repeat story that's happening now. They bring the people over. You know, all this indigenous. Now people are outraged, right? It's the same exact situation. The only thing is that the kids are not 5 and 6 years old. You know, they're older now, but with the gangs and this, that, the other running the streets. But it's the same story over and over again. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead. What you want to say?
No, I'm agreeing with you 100%. In fact, when they started with the civil rights, when they started opening more immigrations to, you know, black and brown countries, they wanted them to come to be the workers because them white people did not work. I've told this story several times. Welfare was meant for white people. And they wanted to change it when they saw black people working and building up their areas, their communities. And that's when they wanted to change. And so they then got rid of the black workers, black and brown workers, and put the white Europeans in there.
And that's the main thing I was trying to really get at, is that like this did not start with us. This delinquency, all these different things they want to put on us, it didn't start with us. We were not the ones that began this. This was already going. This was actually started with this whole immigration thing. They already had this problem back then, and it's almost to the letter same. Almost 100 years later, or 200 years, whatever. 19 now is 2026. Now we're seeing the same exact thing over and over again. And people, we want to like make it about blacks.
In 1853 alone, 800 children under the age of 15 and 4,000 under the age of 21 were arrested. Relief and social welfare agencies were unknown, and the city lacked resources for help. New York had the highest death rate of any major city in the world. Now, as often happens,
are we trying to say that black people were a part of this, or were we saying that this was part of the immigration problem? See, this is the same thing where we're saying, well, immigrants are bringing crime, right? It's the same thing that was happening then. Immigrants were bringing in crime, a criminal aspect, because they was not their kids was running willy-nilly all through the thing, and it became a haven for crime and murder and everything. So this is a repeat. This is a karmic cycle that's going on people are not seeing it. They're more interested in trying to prove about the black and we were indigenous people. That's not the conversation I'm trying to have here. I'm trying to like get to the root of the problem with immigration.
When the government falls short on its ability to take care of a situation, it falls to private citizens to take charge. And fortunately for the desolate children of New York, in the 1850s, their plight called the attention of a man by the name of Charles Loring Brace. Brace was a Protestant minister who was deeply troubled by the growing number of homeless children. Brace believed that these children, if left to their own devices, would inevitably fall into lives of crime and poverty. He saw them not just as victims, but as a potential threat to the moral fabric of society. However, he also acknowledged that this was not the fault of these children and that most of them truly had no other choice if they wished to survive. Now, just as a little side note, people in more recent years have tried to paint Brace out to be some sort of racist, like pretty much every other person who's been given
He wasn't racist, so let's not play that bullshit. You know, he was a racist. But anyways, bottom line is that I really wanted to just get to that point to where, you know, when we're having this conversation, what my stance was on this whole thing. Let's go. So now we can like have the conversation.
Are we gonna have the conversation? Or are we gonna have the conversation? Because I went back to 1790, showing you that this country has been an immigrant first. I showed you that black men Irish in 1836, when he tried to show them in Salem and tried to say they were colored. No, black in 1836 were the Irish. And you saw that. So, and I like what Bomb Cherry said, because she's just saying she's getting the point across. You're kind of dancing around it, kind of. That's why I said you're protecting white guilt. You're sugarcoating. You're helping her sugarcoat it, because they're trying to act like you don't even see what they're doing. They're trying to act like their ghetto is so much more ghettoer, so much more slummy. They had alcohol problems. That's why their kids is messed up. That's how they're sugarcoated. Because think about how they would talk about our ghetto. Oh, they killing each other. They YNs. We this and that. But you see that you don't even see what you're doing.
Bomb, do you see what I'm trying to get across here? I'm not trying to say that the white ghetto is more better than the. Why are we having a ghetto?
And the whole thing,
Okay. Yeah, I understand what he's saying. I understand what you're saying, right? Because you're saying that immigration did this, but this country is all immigrants. So it's not so much about the immigrants. It's just what we see is history of America, right? Because everybody except the natives were immigrants.
I'm not an immigrant. My people weren't immigrants.
I don't even know if you're black. If you're not,
yeah,
you don't look like
I'm sorry.
The other three people on this panel, you're an immigrant.
We're not all immigrants. That's not
Well,
true.
yeah,
And this
some
country
of us
wasn't built by immigrants. This
us-
country was already established before these immigrants that we're talking about right
the
now.
Republic was established.
No,
even came.
No, you don't know
There's
what you're
two
talking
different
about.
These major cities were already established.
No, they
before,
wasn't. There's the 13
before
colonies.
1790? Yes, they were.
Wait, why are you going all the way to 1790? You know we've been here, America.
17
here
and
before 1700.
and the 1800s. They were already
Listen,
established.
I'm talking about before they was established by the people who was here in the 1500s. Why are you going all the way to the 1700s? So
how were they established by immigrants? They weren't established by immigrants.
Everybody who was, do you know what an immigrant is?
Yeah. This place wasn't established by immigrants.
What is the immigrant, baby? What is the immigrant?
This place was established by slaves, bro.
What is the immigrant? She asked you a question.
I don't think you know
what is the immigrant. What's the immigrant?
Someone who came over here through immigration.
No, even if it's forced, right? Like slavery. Like people,
no.
Yes.
You can't be an immigrant if you're a slave.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes, you can.
If you came from somewhere
This is why the 14th Amendment, this is why the birthright thing is so serious.
Yeah, dude, that's why they're getting rid of it. Because
exactly, because it was only meant for the what? The children of slaves.
For the Slavics. That's why.
All right, slaves weren't immigrants.
The free white person.
Immigrants. That's right.
No, we weren't.
Dude, that's why oh my goodness.
Hold on.
Are you even black, dude? Like, and I don't believe in the word black. What are you? Are you melanated? Because you sound like a white man.
We definitely weren't slaves. We weren't immigrant slaves. You know, we weren't.
You're white, so I'm just gonna go
All
off
right, so the question was, what is an immigrant? An immigrant is a person who moves to a foreign country, usually permanently, with the intention of residing there, regardless of whether they become a citizen, a married native, or hold specific legal status. They differ from tourists, temporary workers, non-immigrants, by aiming to settle in the new country, often through the legal process. That is, like, I guess, the AI definition of an immigrant. Okay, so now you guys can talk.
So so an immigrant is a person or a group of people who came from another area to this area. So if we weren't already here, then that means we would know everybody black is not already here. You keep saying we.
You saying we?
No,
you're saying now you gaslighting, bro. Don't gaslight. Like we having to sit now you playing. That's the problem. Like Bomb Cherry's right. So is DJ Genesis. It's just the way that DJ Genesis is not really like getting the point across, like to where we're all gonna understand what she's trying to make.
Well, no, I made my point, but you want me to make your point, and I don't know what point you want me to make.
I was trying to show you what this, like, even what Bomb Cherry said. This country is built off immigration and contract BS, and contract switches and destiny swapping. So clearly, the dude on here is Caucasian, so he's going to defend the Western way.
He's not Caucasian. He's a black guy. But
be self-hate, baby.
He could still be Psalms 83.
Because you keep saying destiny swapping. And I'm like, okay, so you're saying that everything that I just said, that lady just said about what happened with the immigrants that came over from Germany, that it was a destiny, it was really the black Americans that went through all that wasn't living in the slums, being ghetto, leaving their kids out. So what destiny wants to be swapped with that?
That's what he said.
No, you said that.
No, I didn't. No, you talking about the death? No, they destiny swap with us. We're the American Indians. We were the ones with the legacy.
We're not talking about American Indians. We're talking about white people that are like abandoning their kids, creating institutions that later get turned against us.
They didn't create nothing. They copied institutions we already had, and they demonized it.
They did not have. So you're saying that we had? Okay, so we had CPS, we had gangs. We had all this stuff before they.
We had tribes. We had asylums. Yes.
Tribe and gang are two different things.
No, they're not. Not from LA. I can tell you they're not.
Well, based on the way she's using it, we know that she's talking about the gangs. When they think of us in gangs today, they talking about the vice lords, the criminal. And
so they had the 40 thieves going on at the time.
I'm trying
out in New York City, they created that. The immigrants, ones from Ellis Island, they create that 40 thieves.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Yeah,
that's all I was saying is that
so if you put it into context, like, hey, by the way, there was HBCUs already established well before the Ellis Island people immigrated.
Yeah, but that's not true.
And they were living in slums and ghettos. They created the ghettos. We was in HBCUs.
No, we wasn't.
But you won't say nothing like that clearly.
Because it's not true. You the one who said that.
Yeah, we already had HBCUs well established before they came to Ellis Island.
No, we did not, dude.
Yes, we did. See, you wildin'.
No, hold on. He is right about
we
that.
had Bethune-Cookman. We had all these type of things already established.
No. Wait a minute.
Yes, we did.
Listen, he is the one who keep mixing up the time. There was what she's speaking about was happening even when we was enslaved. So how did we have an HBCU doing slavery?
We were never enslaved. They were the slaves. We were never enslaved.
Oh, okay, because I know a grandmother. See, I don't know how old everybody is.
Okay, the point where she's talking about the timeline, she's talking about.
Wait a minute.
There was HBCUs already established.
No, she mentioned the orphan train, and it started in 1854.
There was HBCUs already established.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Bugging.
We were never slaves.
Okay, we got somebody saying we was never slaves. I don't know what your race is.
I'm tired of like people repeating the same bullshit over and over again. You can't. Why can't you guys control yourself from like saying the same thing? We heard you the first time. Bottom line is, it's not about us being slaves. This is about people living in New York that came from another country for immigrants, right? Living in the city, abandoning their children. Then a whole orphan train had to be created, and then those children shipped off to different places. And then they became slaves to the farmers that they lived underneath. And everybody like that. It happened. That actually was a real thing. You know what I'm saying?
But wait a minute, because the conversation get crazy when there's people denying that slavery existed, or they deny that, and when they say we wasn't slave, I don't know who we're talking about, right? But I'm old enough to have met an actual slave, right? Old enough to have met an actual slave in my family, by the way. Okay, so now we want to rewrite the history and act like
we were never fucking slaves.
Okay, well, I don't know what race you are. Okay, I'm from Louisiana. They found that there's some people who were still enslaved in the 90s. Did you know that? That they lived so far in the southern parts that these families who kept being enslaved on these plantations didn't even know that slavery had ended. So it's crazy that y'all would deny something that was obviously done. So I guess, and then y'all gonna say there was no civil rights neither. I guess because like when we overcome something, we should be proud of it.
You just got here. It was called shadow slavery. We never. So you
it was called chattel, not shadow. Chattel.
That's the only slavery we ever went through.
Yes. Do you know what that means? Do you know what chattel slavery means?
You clearly don't. don't, man.
You don't.
And I guarantee my grandma's older than yours, even though I'm only 36. My grandma was born in 1933, and she died in 05. She was a Cherokee Indian.
You said 1933?
Yes. My dad is about to be 75.
Dude, my mother would have been your grandmother's age. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, but still.
All right, so what I was about to say.
So my grandmother,
February 25th,
in the 1800s, though. My grandmother was born in 1899, and her mother was born well before that. And I remember my great-great-grandmother. Okay,
I hate to interrupt you, but I did my ancestry, and I asked my dad, why my
Hold on, stop it, because Mom cherished about her family that she knows, not that she did her ancestry.
Right.
Her real grandma that was a slave.
My grandmother's aunt was born a slave. She was a child when slavery ended, but she was like, I think she said she was 9 years old when it ended. I met her. So she was a child when it ended, but she was actually born a slave.
You mean indentured servant?
No, and then now you're talking about it, and I thought you said chattel slavery. You know they're different,
that's
right?
what we went through. Anybody this is a
slavery was abolished at 1865.
So chattel slavery is where they was cutting off people's feet, lynching them.
No, dude.
Like that. You're talking about indentured servitude. That was like a job.
You're crazy.
No, you're crazy. And
chattel slavery is contractual, which this country is based off of.
Oh my God, we know that already.
Look it up.
Black, I knew that. Listen, I went to school.
Jim Crow, that's shadow slavery.
What? It's not called shadow slavery.
So we're trying to outslave each other, even though
we were never slaves. You can't put that on my people. Maybe you from Africa or something.
Even look, we just found out that whether you was from Africa or not, the Irish was slaves, the Chinese was slaves.
I already knew this. I knew this.
But then why are you now saying that you had to be coming from Africa?
No, I said your people are probably from Africa. My people are from here.
No, stop it. We just established, even with this information, that there were even the children were slaves that were brought over as immigrants, went into this entire orphanage thing went into these trains and became slaves. Like
there were slaves. There were African slaves. There were white slaves. There were Hispanic slaves.
okay, so here's the thing: is that so I'm establishing that there were these things called orphan trains. Okay.
We've established that at least 200 times tonight.
Okay, so why do we have to bring up black slavery? What is the problem? Why is it that when we bring up what's going on with the white community, we have to outdo it with the black community? What is going on with that?
So getting to the point where I was saying earlier.
Oh no, we were the biggest slaves. You know what I'm saying? No, they had slaves.
We were never slaves.
He keeps saying we were never slaves.
We were never slaves.
So y'all believe we was getting whooped on the plantation by
we were never slaves. So let's talk about the white slaves that was going on. The white
we talked about the white slaves, but we feel bad.
Well, that's the conversation that we're having now. We're talking about the children. This says innocence in custody who protects the children.
Why are we talking about them white males, damn kids? Like we've been talking about them for 3 hours now. For what?
Because that's our conversation. That's our topic. How about that?
No, I get that, but it's like we're like.
This is a great conversation. You don't sound black to me at all, by the way. Okay.
But I'm saying we're sympathizing for people that are white monsters.
We're not sympathizing about anything. I'm not. Why do you think that because I'm talking about white people, I'm sympathizing?
So can I add on?
You got it.
There's something exists that people don't even know about.
We know he is one of them people who do sympathize with white people. He don't like to talk about them bad, you know.
No, I'm talking about them. That's why I brought out legislation. I gave y'all knowledge.
People goes crazy. Listen,
I came with nothing but knowledge.
Innocence. See this thing right here, innocence in custody. This is the title. When you come to the thing, you'll see that thumbnail. So this is the conversation that we were having. It was not about like whether black people were slaves before. This is about slavery that actually happened of children based on immigration.
Yeah, but
so
what is
a whole pipeline of people being shipped off in this thing called the what's called the
orphan trains? Yes,
the orphan train. So if you know that that's the conversation, why are you trying to make it about something else?
I'm not. It wasn't just me. I'm trying to bring some clarity to this. That's why I brought out the Black Law Dictionary with black meant. That's why I brought up with the Irish word.
Well, that has nothing to do with.
It has everything to do with because we talked about 1836 and when y'all try to say it was colored people in them institutions. When I showed you what black.
No, she said it wasn't black people in those institutions.
You don't know, huh?
It wasn't colored people. It was white people.
That's what she was saying.
Black people that were in these pictures of Ellis Island and all this stuff that was going on. You don't see no pictures. It was all white people doing all this.
I said this 3 hours
Okay,
ago.
well, stop it then. Let me finish what I'm trying to discuss. Because I'm like, all this stuff. Okay, let's go into Brace.
At the age of 26 and seeing the great need of the children living on the streets, Brace decided that he could be of better use by helping poor children rather than waiting until they became adults to try and help them. Many of the people living in the city saw these boys as only trouble due to the lives of crime they were living and didn't think they were capable of change. Brace saw these children as victims of their environment, and he believed that if they were taken in, given a roof over their head, and plenty to eat, they could be shown a better way to live. During his time in seminary, Brace had taken a trip to Europe, where he had studied other methods of supporting and uplifting people in crisis. And what had really stuck out to him about that trip was a German orphanage that provided a home-like environment for children. Instead of it being like a prison type of environment with strict rules and harsh punishments like American orphanages, this German orphanage was set up with house parents, usually a theological student, who would take care of these children and treat them well. The children did have chores around the home, but they were also given time to play. The older children who had jobs were required to give a small amount of their income as payment for their care. Brace could see the stark contrast between the way these children were treated and how it affected their behaviors. He also noted that children in orphanages like the ones in the United States were much more likely to die from lack of care, and he wrote about how young babies needed an individual caretaker solely responsible for them if they were to survive. So after Brace decided that his mission in life was to help the...
You're saying it's sugarcoat. How is that? Listen, I don't understand what you're saying by sugarcoating. This is white America, bro.
You hear me?
Do you
This is not white America. This is not.
Yes, it is.
This is not their America. This is our America. They are yes, and they know it, and that's why they're trying to act like they were in such
You just want to talk because you're not even making no sense.
I'm making perfect sense because you're not even seeing what you're literally protecting them. Trying to
really
act,
not making any sense. Can we
good
finish?
the ghetto was.
Can we stay on topic? Can you? This is a great topic. No, listen. Can we? Can you behave? It's a great topic. Go ahead.
I'm talking about the fact that there was an entire group of white immigrants that came into the country. Okay, that this person put them onto trains because they were wilding out in New York, murdering people, creating gangs. They created all type of systems trying to get this shit underneath control.
They didn't create those. They copied. That's why those buildings say founded. They didn't create nothing. That's why I keep saying you don't see what you're doing.
Your topic.
So you're saying the black people were the problem. So now
I never said that. I never said that in my life.
Listen, stop it. If you're saying that they copied the system that we already created, that means that there must have been a problem in the black community for them to create a system like this. The reason why they created a system like this is because there was a problem in the white community, not the black community.
Now remember,
you want to make our community be the one. No, they had.
Right. That's what he's trying to do. That's what
that's
he does.
Literally you.
In Irish people wasn't thought of being black. I mean,
yes, they
being
were.
white.
And I just showed that. Black men, Irish, and black people, white people were called Irish in 1836.
I'm talking about white.
Yes, in 1836, Irish people were called black.
I just said they wasn't considered white.
They were wild out. Whatever
they were called black people.
I don't care if they was called niggas. Guess what?
But they weren't. They were called black.
Listen, they were black niggas, whatever they were, but they was in New York wilding, murdering people.
This fool, I don't know what's wrong with him because he didn't listen to me. Right?
I can't listen to
that I said that they wasn't considered.
You got one more time to listen. I'm getting irritated, Elder, and I love you very much, but you are not hearing the conversation here. You are so stuck on your point.
Bro, the whole chat is telling y'all wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Idiot, dude. Something is wrong with him.
There's HBCs already established before Ellis Island people came over.
Okay,
and started desecrating New York City.
Well, that actually, you know what that means? That means that we were more educated, and
that's what should be clearly spoken.
That's what he was saying.
You just don't want to get to it.
No, that's
you
what
will never get to it.
She just wants to talk about white guilt. That's all she wants to talk about. We got to feel guilty for them. They were living outside, and
you guys are fucking retarded, bro. You guys are more focused on whether Irish was black and the Black's Laws Dictionary and all this other shit. But I'm trying to
real legalese.
This whole God damn it. You can't fucking stop it, bro. God damn, bro. Your husband is snoring his ass off. That's hilarious. I'm trying to tell y'all is that y'all are trying to make a point of no point. And all you say I'm like that by me showing this lady was breaking the whole thing down about what was going on, that this is like catering to them because you want to be the one that had bad people in the neighborhood acting like a fool. No, we was the first ones that did
it.
We never said
that. See, that's what we talking about. You sound crazy. No one's saying that. You sound like them. You sound like them.
You're saying I'm sugarcoating it by playing her.
Yes, with the context that you're giving us and how
you're protecting them by saying what you just said.
No, what I'm
they are trying to ruin your conversation, girl, because they all over the place.
No, I think that you're right, Cherry.
They doing it on purpose.
I swear, I'm trying to make a point about what was going on, and they just keep talking about bullshit. I think that y'all are trolling because there's no way that you cannot understand what this conversation is here. And let me just...
In 1853, he established the Children's Aid Society, or CAS, and this society was dedicated to improving the lives of impoverished children. In 1854, the society opened the first of its newsboys lodging houses. These houses have been described as the nation's first runaway shelter. They provided decent food, shelter, and hygiene, as well as job training. And
the first shelter. So, see, all this stuff, right? shelters. Like I said, CPS, Children Aid Society, that was the first CPS. What did the guy say that actually was brought? He said that my dad was sick. All of a sudden, the person showed up in the limousine from the Children Aid Society. She said, "Hey, are you happy?" And he said, "No." Guess what? They were whisked away and brought to 8 different families, and finally found one. Okay, that's your foster care system. Y'all want to talk about some bullshit? I'm very clear on what I'm saying, bro. I'm not stupid, bro.
Basic education. Brace acknowledged that people needed to be given a hand up and not just a hand out if they were ever going to truly better themselves. And it was for this reason that the boys were charged a very small rate for their room. It wasn't much since they didn't make much, but it gave them the ability to.
Oh, honey, they charging 6-year-olds for the room, child.
Yes,
they got
back
to get a job at 6 years old and come back and pay that rent. Okay.
Yeah, there was no laws, no labor laws back then. So yeah, your kids.
It wasn't like, oh, if you're a child, whatever, go on ahead and just be a child. It was like, no, go out there and get your money and come back, give me my money, and then otherwise go take your ass out there and be whatever.
Yeah, families needed that. Families, in order to survive, they would have their children out there working.
And you don't see every picture she showed is white people,
right?
Young kids, white. You know what I'm saying? This is what was going on, and I don't know why we want to couple this up and decouple it into Black America. This had nothing. We was not doing this. We was over here doing something completely different. Working at GM. I don't even know whatever the hell we were doing.
We
were not.
We wasn't working at no GM. We was enslaved doing some of this, and then when slavery ended,
In the 18 somethings, 18 and up to 1820s. You know what I'm saying? In the South we were, and then, but I think we were like there was Black. That's where you get the Seneca Village. He brought up Seneca Village, but this discussion is not about Seneca Village. This is about the immigrants on Ellis Island and how they was raising hell.
To earn their own way. Right. And the lodgers also had daily chores that they were responsible for around the house. These Newsboys lodging houses were the best thing to have ever come along for homeless children on the streets of New York, but there were still just too many children for this to be a long-term solution. As soon as Brace would open a home, it would be filled. He would open another and it would be filled just as quickly. He became increasingly aware that he couldn't pay enough employees or build enough group homes to provide for all the vulnerable and needy children of New York City. And he still saw a need for children to have individual care, not just
look at this shit. That is crazy when you look at it. Oh man, thank you for the super chat. Let me just go ahead and thank you for the super chat. Much love, much love, much love. Let me play this real quick. Thank you.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making.
Yes, thank you so much for the super chat. So all right. So let's finish this conversation. If you guys can control yourself, that is the point I'm trying to make. Is that these people were up in here? They was trying to do the best they could. Whatever this guy was trying to help him. I don't see no Black kids in the school though. This is all white men, white little boys that he was trying to help. It wasn't no Black kids up in here. So I don't know why we keep trying to make it about Black kids. This is what was happening to the white little boys, immigrants in the society.
For their physical needs, but for their spiritual needs. These children needed their own parents to instill good morals into them if they were going to grow up to be good citizens. And this is when Brace had a revolutionary idea. He would find each child their own family. New York didn't have the resources to support these children, but there were many farmers in the West that could certainly use an extra hand. Brace believed that removing homeless children from the street environment and overcrowded cities' institutions and placing them with morally upright farming families was the key to providing the children with good lives. So Brace thought, you look at these farms, they have plenty of food, but they have a practical need for workers in these developing Western states to keep the farms going. Brace wrote, in every American community, especially in the Western one, there are many spare places at the table of life. They have enough for themselves and for the stranger too. So he proposed to sending homeless children to these communities in hopes of finding them families. Now, another little interesting side note.
Now, here's the weird thing. Okay.
He was
He's
selling the kids.
sending kids. He's selling kids, bro.
Yeah,
This is
that's
human trafficking. It's human trafficking. He found like some homeless kids on the street, and now, oh, I got a great idea. I'm gonna sell these kids. Come on, I'm gonna sell them to farmers in America. This is the beginning of human child trafficking. All this stuff comes together when you actually really like think about it and how it affects society right now. We don't need to bring up our own history to like we need to cut that out. This has nothing to do with us. And that's the point I'm trying to make. That this has nothing to do with it. And it's in the same thing with the immigration that's going on right now. It really don't have
So them bringing in millions of people on our land that got nothing to do with us, and they've been doing it for hundreds of years. Stop.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with us. Yes, it had nothing to do with us.
It has everything to do with us. And my great grandfather worked at damn General Motors.
But General Motors didn't exist. And what are you talking about?
Nobody knows slave on no damn plantation. I got my senses from Louisiana, and I told her about my family from Detroit.
I know, just like you said, we had historical back colleges while we was enslaved.
I didn't say that. He said that, and we did have HBCUs.
Not when
yes, we
they
did.
were doing this. Not in this conversation that
yes,
she had. No, we did not.
Okay.
Dumbass. Just so
you're the
dumb.
one. You're the one being dumb.
Well, okay. Whatever you got to do is go look at the year that
you're blaming
HBCUs
black
was
people
invented.
without blaming black people.
In the
You're protecting
1900s.
white guilt. You're calling us slaves when they were clearly slaves.
It happened in the 1900s. She's talking about the 1800s. Did you know that?
I'm talking about whatever.
But she's talking about the 1800s.
The 1900s.
Okay, well, we didn't have HBCUs.
It's the same story.
In the
They bring in immigrants to improve the damn nation. And it only affects all my people.
HBCUs was created in the 1900s.
Huh?
HBCUs was created in the 1900s.
They were already here in the
1800s. And no, they were not.
Yes, they were.
You're just as dumb as I don't know what.
I'll be,
pull up the creation of Cheney University in Pennsylvania. It was established. It was established 1867.
The 67.
All right, so these HBCUs have already been around.
Right,
HBCUs were around before slavery.
He's wrong. You know why?
In 67.
1837. I said.
1837.
1837.
The first HBCU was here in Delaware, where I live.
No, it's in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, see, you're gonna keep on doing that ignorant stuff. We look it up, DJ Genesis.
And you're half white.
You know.
I am half
so
white.
You're grifting, just like
exactly.
All right, so the first HBCU. Hold on. Here's the thing. So the first HBCU was established in 1837.
Apologize.
And there's so many. Before all them stuffs.
Can you let up finish?
What does that have to do with the orphanage train, though? Draw the correlation. Show me the difference.
Every time we draw a correlation, you say we're changing the subject.
No,
so what do you want us to do?
You actually know.
Are you want us to just do white guilt, or you want us to talk about real history? What,
no, I want you to see. Tell me why the establishment of HBCUs has anything to do with the orphanage train in Ellis Island. Where was the first HBCU established at? Where?
The same area, the Pennsylvania, New York metropolitan area. So yeah, it is correlated to it. And as much as you're trying to grift, and this wasn't my point. I'm just landing it for.
We had doctors and lawyers already established while they were just getting on Ellis Island, fucking up their ghettos. You won't talk like that though.
This is crazy because I'm reading what y'all talking about right now. That AI put out, right? But
I started my own show describing my
apparently you ain't read everything, and now Wow. I don't know what's going on with black men today.
No, yeah, we're
Right?
so damn smart. You can't fool us no more. We're not
No,
like the
you
last
no
generation
what
who
you
was
don't
pimps.
so
We actually
oh my
we were the
God,
best of
man.
both worlds. Y'all can't confuse us with all this political babble and tether babble
Yeah, it's tether
and
babble.
You guys both sound like insane lunatics.
This is
no matter what I'm talking about, like you want to bring it back. Okay, so all right, so you
no,
know
we're
what?
gonna go back to where you going, cuz we had a great conversation.
HBCUs existed prior to this happening. That means that the black community were thinking about college, while the white community that was coming over as immigrants were up there gang banging and everything, and had to be put on to trains to control the immigrant population. Again, proving my point that we were not thinking about that shit. We were in school over here in Pennsylvania, while over in New York, they was wilding out. Proves my point. May you get it? If the first HBCU was started prior to the orphanage train, that means that up until that point, we were educated enough to have a college. Meanwhile, the immigrants coming over were living in slums, okay? Children running amok, okay? To the point where somebody, this guy, Bracey, whatever his name is, had to come up with a system to get control of the white male immigrant population in America. Okay? Just like we would say right now, we have a very high graduation rate of female right now black women and black men graduating colleges, right? While the immigration problem is happening, it's the same story. So all you did was just further prove that while all this is happening, same thing is happening, period, point blank.
Yo, this is crazy. I'm agreeing with you, right? But when I'm reading this information, right? And unless you read everything, you don't know what they're saying. They clearly said that it was illegal to even educate black people when y'all say that there was a HBCU. Now, now we are referring AI and the internet and even black people, right? Want to refer that just because they had a place of educating people in the community, now we have decided that we're going to call it a HBCU. Okay, so okay, cool. That's the game everybody want to play by changing history. Then okay, it's dangerous, right? But that that we were still enslaved, and educating black people was against the law. And we was even enslaved up north. I don't know why people think that the north didn't have slavery. That's crazy. They were the first to make it illegal. But okay, AI and the internet, anybody putting anything on the internet, now we're gonna claim it true. And that's the danger, right? That's one of the dangers about the internet. Anybody can put some shit up, and then once people start following it and believing it, then it becomes factual. But this is crazy. Just read it and see that we were still enslaved. It was illegal to educate black people. That doesn't mean we wasn't learning, sneaking around and learning. But now y'all claiming that we had an actual HBCU. Oh my God. Black people, the death of black people gonna be black people.
If we want to go into Cheney University, I guess they want to say, okay, that was the first. Okay. Hold on, I gotta like reset.
Yeah, they wasn't always saying that. This is some new shit. New internet shit. Just like they tried to say that the first, what's that statue in New York? They tried to claim that France sent a black woman. And people believe that shit. You know why? Because somebody posted it on a website, posted a picture and everything. But it was false. Fake information. And I guess the more people...
The first black college and university, HBCU, in the United States was established in 1837 in Pennsylvania, originally named African Institute, later Institute for Colored Youth, and now Cheney University in Pennsylvania. Okay, well, shouts out to them for having that, right?
Right. But you see, they wasn't an HBCU back then, right?
Well, what does that have to do with the damn orphan trains?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that this guy in the 1850s, because the immigration situation was getting so out of hand, and the children were getting so out of hand in New York, murdering people and doing all kinds, starting gangs and doing all this wild stuff. It was the murder capital of the world, honey, New York. Okay, Ellis Island area. Murder capital of New York, okay, of the world. While we were in HBCU open in Philadelphia, that's what that was going down in New York, okay? You scared to go to New York. It's wild. They wilding out, okay?
I'm so confused on, like, I don't like y'all. It's crazy. Y'all gotta read books. I can't hear her. Do you hear her? But let me say this. Y'all gotta read books because the internet is gonna be the death of you, right? We gotta go look at the time frame, right? When did we get our independence? What year? Anybody remember? Okay. Because now we're talking about the largest states, and like before we got our independence, we wasn't even states, we were colonies. And so, like, I'm trying to, the history in which we are telling on this panel right now is confusing the shit out of me. It's good because it's all over the place.
Right. So I just want to keep to the sub 17.
Okay, then, yeah, let's think into the subject because you're right on what you're talking about, but they added all kinds of shit that just.
This is not about when slavery or when we had a HBCU. This is about what I'm talking about right here, about orphanage trains and immigration, and how this whole orphan train was because of the immigrants was wilding out in New York so much. I mean, creating so much crime, murder capital, that they had to actually scoop these kids up, put them into houses. It got overcrowded because these people was not taking care of their kids. And at some point, they said, you know what? We was gonna ship their asses off to different farms, and then the kids got enslaved through the shipping of the people. So now you have a human trafficking situation of children. You have them scooping up kids, throwing them on trains, and bringing them over to different places to get foster care. And they had to go through their own version of these children slavery. And I think that we want to be the only slaves that ever happened in America, but guess what? No, we're not. The immigrants, there were white children slaves in America. And it was based on this whole immigration situation and also poor whites. Okay.
Communities in hopes of finding them families. Now, another little interesting side note you probably know, but what they called the West back then are the areas that we now consider to be the Midwest and parts of the South. And now, of course, this was going to be a huge undertaking. So to test this idea out, Brace spent the first year sending children individually to nearby farms in places like Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and rural New York. And in September 1854, the CAS mounted its first large-scale expedition to the Midwest. During that time, the quickest and safest way to travel long distances was by railroad. So the idea was that a representative from CAS would take a group of children on a train and place them with a loving family who would raise them as their own, providing them with the care and education they needed to become productive members of society. In return, the family would gain an extra pair of hands to help with farming and household chores. It was seen as a win-win situation, a way to solve the problem of urban poverty while also meeting the labor needs of rural America. During this time, the CAS called this process placing out, and others called them baby trains or mercy trains. They wouldn't be called orphan trains until many years later. Now, of course, this idea Brace had sounded extremely simple, but it really was a massive undertaking, and the CAS began organizing this massive relocation effort in what would become the beginning of the foster care system in America.
Thank you. The beginning of the foster care system of America. And the CAS is what I believe was the first CPS. This, you know what I'm saying? Children's Services, Children Aid Society, Children's Services. They all have a C. Children C and S. They already have that. Whether it's CPS, CAS, the same bullshit. CPS, CAS, Children Protective Service, Children Aid Service. It's the same company, same kind of like structure.
Concept. Right. No,
That's
you're
what
right.
I'm trying to explain is that these structures end up later on. Now it becomes a thing that then they begin to use this against Black people later on. This used to be a white thing to control the white crime, but because the kids were wilding out, and now it becomes a thing to control us. And now they got our kids being shipped across the globe, country. The new children orphan train. You know what I'm saying? So let's go.
In 1869, the New York Foundling Hospital, founded by Sister Mary Irene Fitzgibbons of the Sisters of Charity, opened a home and began life-saving efforts reserved for infants, young children, and unmarried women. The very first day that this institution opened, they received an infant on their doorstep. So as they began to see how big the problem was as well, in May of 1873, the New York Foundling also began sending children to Catholic families in Maryland and later to other states in the West and South, and their trains were known as baby trains and baby specials.
The first adoption in 1874. This is where adoption comes into play. This was all white society doing this. But he wants to say, no, it was Black people doing it first. No, this was white folks doing this. At least creating the system of that. You know what I'm saying? We had our own systems that we had in our own community. I'm not saying we did. Normally it was Big Mama family that would take on that, grandma would take it on, But in the white thing, it was like, man, throw that kid out, bump it, you know what I'm saying? Drop the kid off, whatever, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying.
With the combined effort of these two largest agencies, the New York Children's Aid Society, CAS, and the New York Foundling Hospital, along with placements from Boston and other East Coast cities, this relocation effort would ultimately transport an estimated 250,000 children from the East Coast to the Midwest over a period of 75 years from 1854 to 1929.
250,000 children got transported throughout the U.S. and placed into foster care because the people did not want to take care of their kids. They said, bump that. So foster care started with the white community, not the Black community. Okay? And that's all I'm trying to say, is that people want to make it about that we had this and we was doing that. No. This started with the white community, foster care, adoption, CPS, child trafficking across state lines. What the hell is
These
that?
trains became the largest mass migration of children ever to take place on American soil. Trains typically departed from New York City after having gathered children from various orphanages, almshouses, and just all over the streets. And many of these children had already endured unimaginable hardships, losing their parents to disease or poverty, being abandoned by families who could no longer care for them, or simply being led to fend for themselves in a city that had little to offer the poor. The children were often given a bath, new clothes, and a small suitcase to carry their belongings, if they had any. Most only had the clothes on their backs. They were then placed on trains bound for towns across the Midwest where they would be met by prospective adoptive parents. Sometimes children who still had one living parent and had been sent out would insist that they could not leave. They wanted to stay near their family. Other children were on the streets or in orphanages because their parents were sick in the hospital. And in many of these cases, the children would beg and plead not to be taken on the train because their parent was going to return for them. Sadly, these children were not given a choice and were forced onto the trains into a new life. Now, sometimes their journey would only be a few days train ride, but other times these trains would travel for weeks. Prior to leaving town, the CAS would ride ahead, letting the town know they were coming and telling prospective parents when and where to show up to select a child. Upon arriving at their destination, the children would often be lined up in a local church or town hall where they would be inspected by the local families, much like livestock at an
So what people will say was that this is a destiny swap between what happened in the slave trade and then these white children. But no, this is, it happened. This is a thing that happened. Now, Elder, I'm gonna let you come up. Now, I hope you stay on subject. Please stay on topic. Please go ahead. Oh, okay? You don't have anything to say? All right, cool.
Auction. The strongest and healthiest children were often chosen first, while those who were sick or disabled were often left behind or sent to the next town in hopes of finding a family willing to take them in. And this process of children being put up on a stage for the parents to select a child is where we get our modern term of a child being put up for adoption. Of course, this part of the process has been strongly criticized, as the way these children were put up on the stage was much like I said, a livestock auction or even like a slave auction would have been conducted. These prospective parents would come up on the stage, they'd have the kids open their mouths so they could make sure they had good teeth. They would feel the muscles in their arms to see if they were strong enough to do farm labor. And sometimes they would have them lift up their pant legs or their skirts so they could see if their legs were straight. Essentially, some of these people were only there for farm laborers. So they wanted to make sure they got a healthy worker. Now, the Foundling Hospital had a different process for placing children, which I would say is probably a little bit better. They would send out notices to these towns that they had children available for adoption and have parents write back and select a child prior to sending them out on the train. So, I mean, it's still kind of funny to be like they were ordering a kid, but at least this seems a little less find a way to live on their own. Now, even with all of these things they tried to put in place, they were kind of just figuring it out as they went along. But as UAS did have a process for trying to make sure that the children were placed in the right families. Even though most kids were never officially adopted, they had a contract that the parents had to sign about how they would take care of the children. They were required to feed them and put them in schooling, and depending on how old they were, determined how much schooling they were required to give them. One of the stipulations is that the children were supposed to be treated as any other child in the family, and older children were to receive wages for the work they did while living with their new family. Unfortunately for teenage kids, most people didn't want the older kids because they were worried that they were too set in their ways and they wouldn't be able to train them. And in the beginning,
and guess what? When you do foster care, when you have a child that's in foster care, you get money from the state. That's another thing. All this stuff started with this. This all started with this organization, Children's Aid Society. CPS.
Would have an agent that would visit their placements once a year and have a child write to them twice a year to kind of just update them on how things were going, to make sure they were being treated well by the people who took them in. And if they weren't, they would be moved to new families.
Isn't this what CPS does? Keep tracks on what the kids are doing. It's the same thing. If you're a foster care parent or an adopted parent, they come and check and make sure whatever you're doing and watch you, whatever. Have interviews with the kids, make sure you're treating them right, whatever.
Parents were supposed to write CAS if they were having an issue with the placement. If the child wasn't working out, they would move the child to a different home. So there are stories of children who were moved around 3 to 5 times before finding a home where they stayed, or just getting to an age where they just had to find a way to live on their own. Now, even with all of these things they tried to put in place, they were kind of just figuring it out as they went along. But as you can imagine, over time, the scale of this operation meant that some children fell through the cracks, as sadly they still do in our modern foster care system. And while there are many amazing, heartwarming stories of children who rode these trains, they were placed with loving families who took them in and treated them as their own, just as Brace had intended, there were also many who saw these children simply as manual laborers or even slaves. Worse yet, some children were treated horribly and even abused. Born in 1859, Mary Ellen Wilson was one of the early riders of the orphan train. She was just a toddler when she was placed on one of these trains bound for the Midwest. Her early life was one of neglect and abuse, and she was placed with a family who treated her as little more than a servant, forcing her to do heavy labor and subjecting her to frequent beatings. By the time she was discovered by social workers at the age of 9, Mary Ellen was severely malnourished, scarred from the abuse, and unable to speak coherently due to the trauma she had endured. Her case became one of the first to draw public attention to the abuse of children and led to the creation of the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, the very first organization of its kind dedicated to protecting children from abuse and neglect. Mary Ellen's story helped to spark a movement that would eventually lead to stronger child protection laws and a greater awareness of the need to safeguard vulnerable children. But Mary Ellen's story was just one of many. There were countless other children whose experiences on the orphan train were equally harrowing. Some were separated from their siblings and never saw them again. Others were passed from family to family, never finding a place where they truly belonged. The impact of the orphan train movement extended far beyond the lives of the individual children involved. It had a profound effect on the communities that received these children, and it played a significant role in shaping the development of child welfare practices in the United States. Lee Nilling was another train rider, and his story was written up in a book that I read getting ready for this, and it was a sweet story, but I found a summary of the book that was written in poem form by Pippa White that explains his story beautifully. So I'm going to share that with you now in her words. But before I do, just a little side note, Lee had a brother named Leo, so just keep that in mind so that you don't get confused.
So I'm going to tell you a story, typical and true, kind of things these kids went through. This is a story of a boy named Lee from upstate New York, about 1923. He was 6 years old then, one of 7. Mama died in childbirth, went to heaven. Papa couldn't cope, one thing and another. I can't farm all day and then be a mother. So to the oldest 3, he just said, go. You're on your own. You can get a job, you know. The infant and the 2-year-old he took to a friend, but Lee and brother Leo to the orphanage did send. Lee said he belonged to a family one day, the next to an institution, cold and gray, with stern, unfriendly adults. Strict was the norm, not enough food, and seldom warm. 2 years of that with public school, where he was teased and taunted, orphan fool. A life so lonely, bleak, and sad. Lee developed a temper, short and bad. 2 years of that. Then lo and behold, you're going on a train, these kids were told. You're going on a train to a new mom and dad. You're getting a family. Aren't you glad? Well, no, thought Lee. I've got a dad. My own family home is what I want so bad. But what could he do at age 8 or 9? Nothing to do but toe the line. Strange thing happened, though, when he was boarding that train. Whom should he meet but his dad again, with the baby brother, now 4 years old, and a pink envelope, or so I'm told. This here's your brother, Gerald's his name. Look after Leo and Gerald the same. In this envelope is my address. Write to me when you all get out west. So Lee was ecstatic, said nothing's wrong. My dad'll come and get us before ere long. Said to the chaperone, see this envelope here? It's from my father, he said with a tear. So he slept that night to the clickety-clack, not a worry or a care. He'd soon be back with his brothers and older sis, back with his father. He was sure of this. But in the morning, the envelope wasn't there. He searched in his pockets, under the seat, everywhere. And the chaperone said, you must forget your past. And 9-year-old Lee was simply aghast. Lee could just feel his temperature rise, anger and bitterness at adults' lies. She had taken that envelope, that much he knew, and there wasn't a thing a little kid could do. The train traveled for miles, made several stops, where some lucky kids got moms and pops. Then they landed in Texas, tired and beat, were marched to a church on aching feet. And people came and people chose. I'll take this girl, I'll call her Rose. Maybe I'll take 2, a he and a she. Oh no, thought Lee, will anyone want 3? And then a couple chose Gerald, and he fell in their arms. But when they got to the door, he turned in alarm. I want my brothers, he cried. You could hear the fear. Nothing to do but hold back the tear. And then a couple chose Leo. Lee thought he would die. Take my brother too, pleaded Leo with a cry. And the man and his wife, they exchanged a long glance. Yes, they said, we'll take that chance. So I'm going to warn you right now, though things seem pretty fine, Leo was happy, but Lee still pined. For the envelope, a future with his dad. Leo was okay, but Lee pretty bad. So he sulked and he moped and he would kind of brood. He wasn't polite. He was downright rude. But what could he do, and where did he belong, and why did everything always seem so wrong? The chaperone came and took Lee away. They can only handle one, so Leo will stay. I've got another family that's going to take you. Cheer up, Lee, don't look so blue. Lee didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to Leo, his brother. I don't know why. Placed with another family, he made a childish mistake, got moved again like so much freight. Now, if you're beginning to think, I've had enough of a story about a kid who had it so rough, bear with me, folks, it gets better, I swear. Lee had a journey to take, and he's almost there.
So bottom line is that that's a whole long ass poem. But bottom line is that these are the kids, right? Okay, they were sleeping outside, abandoned by their parents. Okay, wilding out in the streets. Let's go.
The program is considered by most historians to have been largely successful. Researchers agree that for most, their fate was much better than it would have been had they been left on the streets of New York City. One of the most heartbreaking aspects of the orphan train movement was the loss of identity experienced by many of the children. In an era before modern record keeping and social services, many children were separated from their siblings, given new names, and lost all connection to their past. For some, the orphan train represented not just a physical journey, but the ensure of their entire identity. But perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of the orphan train movement is the conversation it sparked about the rights and needs of children. The movement forced society to confront the reality that children, regardless of their social or economic status, deserve to be cared for, protected, and given the opportunity to thrive. The orphan train movement also had a significant influence on the development of the child welfare policies in the United States. It highlighted the need for better systems to protect vulnerable children and to ensure that they were placed in safe, nurturing environments. Over time, the movement led to the establishment of more formal adoption processes, greater oversight of child placements, and the eventual development of foster care systems. The program.
So bottom line is that this is where you get your foster care from. And the main thing I'm really trying to point out here is that all this stuff is really stemmed on the whole like immigration argument. Because the immigration movement where they actually Ellis Island opened up and they allowed all these people to live in slums. People were abandoning their kids. Kids were rolling out, right? Murder capital, New York of the globe, okay? One of the worst places on earth, you know, based on these children wilding out, running wild. This is a part of American history that people don't even talk about. We want to talk about slavery. We want to talk about everything else, you know? We want to even dang near. It sounded like people was up here trying to compare. Like, no, we were the ones. We had the biggest ghetto. They wasn't the hard. We was hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, gangs. You know, no tribes and stuff is the same thing as gangs. No, listen. The first gangs, the first CPS kind of movement, CAS, Children Aid Society, the first adoption, the first foster care system, all these institutions end up being used against us. Now let's get into what's happening now.
I just want to say, I agree with you. It was crazy how they want to put everything on us. But as a kid, I remember like they used to show this in movies and shows, you know, those, what they call them? Like Western movies. You would see the kids, you know, on these trains. So it went on for a long time, you know?
Yeah, it did. And we can't pretend like it didn't happen. We want to pretend and make it, well, black people had it too. No, we did not. We did not have, they did show some black people on the train, but no, you saw more white people on the train. We was not like, we was not abandoning our kids like that. Right. African Americans were forced to create their own orphanages during the 19th and 20th centuries. Became most white-run institutions because most white-run institutions refuse to admit black children. Look it up. Understood. However, the system that is created that we now know as the foster care system was based on white immigration, people abandoning their kids, kids running around the streets in New York, making it a murder capital, tripping out, ganging up, wilding out, and then someone saying we got to do something about this. And that's what it really boils down to. CPS as it exists today, the Children's Aid Society, all this stuff is all tied to that whole like movement of children being put into those situations. Thrown in front of given to a police officer, a nurse, or whoever else that would take care of this child because the parents didn't want to do it or couldn't do it, couldn't afford it no more. So they said, you know what? Take this child. I can't take it no more. So I don't want to hear that. You know, I don't want to hear this argument of that, it also happened to blacks. No. We had the same separation. We were in our area going through what we went through while that whole thing was going on. We were not a part of that. Same way we are right now. This whole thing with immigration is going on. We're not a part of this, but it's still happening. Let's go.
Is developing tonight. The Oregon Nurses Association is demanding action from Legacy Emanuel Hospital. They say recent conduct by federal immigration agents at the hospital is putting patient care and confidentiality at risk. Good evening. Thank you for joining us, everybody. I'm Steve Dunn.
And I'm Ray Casaway. K2 Shelby Slaughter joins us live now from Legacy Emanuel. And Shelby, nurses are concerned about HIPAA violations.
Yeah, right. And a spokesperson for ONA tells me there's been visits that they don't believe are confidential. This could be because agents are in the room with patients or because agents haven't been properly identified when they come into the hospital. The Oregon Nurses Association asking for change in an 11-page letter sent to the president of Legacy Emanuel Medical Center, a call for new protocols regarding immigration enforcement officials on hospital grounds.
It's clear that they don't understand the protocols of the hospital.
Peter Strzezinski is the spokesperson for ONA. He tells me right now, ICE agents aren't easily identifiable when in the hospital, and that puts patient confidentiality at risk.
Legacy is not treating ICE the same way they are treating other law enforcement or what is consistent with their policies. And we believe, and our members believe, that ICE needs to be held accountable when they bring detainees into Legacy hospitals.
He says that's just one problem, along with several others.
They want to provide those patients with the best care possible. That sometimes includes providing resources to patients who come in through the door. And they've been told that they are not allowed to provide resources, whether legal resources or anything else, to patients in ICE custody.
I'm also told staff is asking that agents be required to step outside of exam rooms during sensitive appointments and to eliminate informal or bedside disclosures to law enforcement. And I did hear back from Legacy Health. They sent me over a statement that reads in part, the health and safety of the communities we serve remains our highest priority at Legacy Health, and we are committed to providing medical care to everyone who needs it, including individuals who are in custody and regardless of immigration or citizenship status. We have reviewed our policies to ensure we are providing the protection we can to impacted communities while complying with both state and federal laws. And we do have that full statement up right now on our website at k2.com. Reporting live in Portland, I'm Shelby Slaughter, K2 News.
Shelby, thank you. Also, as immigration enforcement actions become more visible, Multnomah County leaders are putting their foot down. Next week, they'll vote on strengthening their sanctuary policies.
County commissioners say it could result in a number of actions, including providing money to affected families. K2's Tanvi Verma joins us live outside the county building in Southeast Portland. Tanvi, the county says it took inspiration from Portland.
Exactly right. So basically, the county's been looking at sanctuary cities like Portland so it can see how it can better regulate ICE activity.
Amidst concern about immigration enforcement, Multnomah County leaders are planning to ramp up their sanctuary policies.
There's an attack that's happening.
So bottom line is that people are beginning to enact. So what's happening, you have all this ICE activity, immigration activity, right? And all this stuff is going to equal out to what? Rules, laws, statutes, this, that, the other. Now, one of the biggest things that happened that I did see is that you have, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like this. You have this situation that happened right here. And hold on, let me play this real quick.
4 of their students have been detained by ICE agents over the past few weeks. That includes this 5-year-old boy, Liam Ramos, who school officials say was taken into custody with his father on his way home from school yesterday. Gordon Severson joins us now with more details. Gordon?
Yeah, this all happened as Liam and his father were driving home from preschool. According to Columbia Heights superintendent, she says ICE agents detained Liam and his father, and the family's lawyer says they are likely being held at a detention facility in Texas. School leaders are now speaking out because they say Liam is the 4th student in the district who has been detained by ICE over the last 2 weeks.
All right, so now you have a simple, okay, so it might not be that they're being put on a gravy train to get foster care, but what's happening is now ICE is grabbing up children, right? They're grabbing up children. They said up to 5 kids have been like detained by ICE. Now, what's happening to these kids? They're being put into separate facilities, separate from their parents. Then what happens? And it could be in the same state. It could be in another state. This is how this whole thing is going. So what I'm saying, what about the children? This is what I'm talking about. Is that this is a replay. The only difference is that these are not unruly children out in the street, whatever. These are people that like their parents are with them. Next thing you know, they get separated and moved around the court.
Inside Valley View Elementary in Columbia Heights, there's a preschool classroom filled with 4- and 5-year-olds who may soon wonder what happened to one of their classmates, Liam Ramos.
He's a bright young student, and he's so kind.
Ella Sullivan is Liam's preschool teacher. She says her students haven't asked about Liam yet, but they will, and she and other teachers wonder how they can possibly answer their questions.
All I want is for him to be safe and back here.
The family's lawyer says Liam is likely being held with his father at a detention facility in Texas.
We have clients that once they're picked up, they're whisked away to the airport literally within hours.
School officials say Liam is one of 4 students who have been detained by ICE agents over the last 2 weeks, including another student who was also detained on Tuesday.
On the way to school, a 17-year-old high school student, a minor, was taken by armed, masked agents. Alone. No parents were present.
Superintendent Zena Stenvik says the other 2 students include another 17-year-old and her mother, who were detained by ICE last week, and a 10-year-old girl who was also detained with her mother on their way to school 2 weeks ago.
And by the end of the school day, they were already in a detention center in Texas, and they are still there.
He's terrified.
Pastor Sergio Amezcua is also working with Liam's family. He says many in the Latino community are deeply concerned about children being taken by federal agents.
Let Child Protection Services take care of them while the parents will battle the legal battle.
Amezcua says many in the community are now afraid to leave their homes. His church has now received food delivery requests from more than 27,000 families who are scared to go to the grocery store.
ICE agents have been roaming our neighborhoods, circling our schools, following our buses, coming into our parking lots and taking our children, and our hearts are shattered.
When it comes to Liam and his family, their lawyer says they have been following the law.
So ICE as a law enforcement company, agency, I would say company because they have money, is following buses. Okay, so you're going to pick up your kid, and next thing you know, you and your child's being. And what happens to the child? They ship them. They immediately ship them off somewhere, Lord knows where. And this is trafficking of human beings. It's trafficking. I don't care whether which way you want to slice it. But all this stuff is it's a different story. It's the same story, different day. And that's all I'm saying. Is that it really is, to me, sounding similar because do you think that child is in a place like this with a bunch of other kids? Or do you think he's in a nice, spot,
Yeah, you never know where he might be. The last time Trump was president, they lost hundreds of children that they still haven't found. The parents still don't know where they're at. The government don't know where they're at. They don't know where these children are.
Okay, so all right, so he's saying that the parent left the child. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. Show me where the parent left the child. Show me the evidence of that. I don't believe that. The bottom line is they're saying that ICE is following school buses. I think they actually ran into a high school in Minnesota, running into schools, trying to grab up people. Where are these kids going? When they grab these kids up, where are they going with it? And here's one more thing. It's so right now what's happening, and these are like that immigration problem that was happening in New York was really based on, these kids are unruly, they're doing this, they're doing that. And the same kind of rhetoric is being put out here. These kids are doing this, these kids are doing that. These people, these immigrants, right? So it gives them carte blanche to like have this whole like, law enforcement action being done. Only problem is that when these people and these kids disappear, what could you do about it, right? You're illegal, right? You're in the
The
legal.
kids may not be illegal. The kids may actually be legal.
They might be legal, exactly.
But the parents may be illegal. So if they were born in,
But what happens to the child? So you send the parents off to another country. Then what happens to the child?
right.
That's where you're gonna get like some more of that like gravy train or whatever orphanage train going on. Because what? And I'm trying to be preemptive, like let y'all know that there's gonna be a time you're gonna probably see something where who's gonna watch these kids that they like are gathering up. Because I've like what I heard is that they just passed a law within Congress to be able to ship people off to whatever country that's not even the country that the person even comes from. So if I ship this person off to Sierra Leone or wherever they want to send them to, what happens to the child in that situation? So I'm a legal alien and I have my child. What happens? So and then you take my child over here and you take me over here. What happens to the child in that situation? And I said, innocent because who protects the children? Okay. Are you going to send the mother and the child together over to whatever country you're going to ship them off to? Or is that child going to remain in the custody of the American government and then be shipped off somewhere else? And where will they be shipped to? And who's going to take care of that child? This is the question we need to be starting to ask. Because all this is really coming out of our tax money, right? You know? And as much as we want to say that we don't care, it's like, well, you'd have to be weird.
When it comes to Liam and his family, their lawyer says they have been following the law as they are seeking asylum to become legal U.S. citizens. Their lawyer is now working to find a way to bring Liam back home to Columbia Heights so he can stay with his remaining family members and go back to school.
Gordon.
So he's locked up somewhere in like a facility. And they're trying to fight to even get him back. This is what this is what you voted for. Shouts out to you. But I'm trying to understand what happens to the children in this whole situation when it comes to immigration. Because we've seen what happened to the children with the other immigration situation. Now those kids were wilding out, but some kids weren't. Their parents probably weren't able to take care of them, and they end up getting shipped to another family, completely separated from their original family. They didn't have phones back then where they can call their mom and dad and say, "Hey, I'm over here in New Mexico somewhere with a family." All the mom knows is that one day their child went out. He probably was visiting every once in a while, and guess what? Now he doesn't come around no more, and I don't know where that child is, and that's crazy. But at that time they didn't even care about the kid. They said, "You know what? I can't take care of you no more. Good luck." 6 years old. Good luck. Peace. And this is really indicative of a problem that has really nothing to do with us as Black people. But I just want to bring light to what has been going on.
Do we have any idea why that they were targeted or why the other students were targeted? Do we know anything about, was it legal status? Was it criminal history?
Well, the school district did say that one of the other students was detained 2 weeks ago and is still in Texas. But other than that, they don't have any other information about their legal status or why they may have been targeted by federal agents.
All right, Gordon, thank you.
Tonight, they have no idea what the hell's going on and probably don't have no idea where these kids are. And see, this reminds me of things like, Katrina. You know how many kids came up missing during Katrina? And you're from Louisiana. Can you talk about what happened during Katrina and all the kids that came up missing?
What was the question again?
You're from Louisiana. Can you talk about how many kids came up missing during Katrina?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know any kids come up missing during Katrina. I was talking about who came up missing during Trump last when he was in office. The same thing happened. Remember when they was picking up all them kids, they were separating them, and then there's a lot of hundreds of children that they haven't found because they let anybody come and get them kids, and now they don't know where them children are.
All right, so let me just make it plain. 5,000 children were reported missing immediately after the storm.
Wait, do it after Katrina?
Yes.
When you say missing, you mean like missing from the, I'm not sure what you.
No, like gone.
Missing from where?
They couldn't find them.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. So where the parents were?
More than 370,000 school-age kids were immediately displaced, and over a third remained uprooted for years after Katrina.
Oh yeah, they wasn't missing though.
I mean,
They were just.
if you don't know where the child is, that's missing. You know?
No, they do know what it. When they say displaced, they talking about they didn't have a home anymore. They ain't got no children missing. Katrina didn't just hit and people didn't know it was coming. People knew it was coming, so the children was with their parents. So yeah, displaced mean they didn't have a home anymore due to the storm. Yeah, they didn't come up missing. I don't know nothing about that.
Well, from what I understood, there were very many children that actually came up missing.
I mean, there was some if they was with their parents in the house and they ended up drowning and they couldn't find their bodies, that happened. But it wasn't,
Okay, so during the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children helped resolve 5,192 missing child cases of children displaced because of the storm. So that means that they couldn't find their parents. They were displaced. And I'm sorry, I believe that whole Katrina thing was a purpose thing. I'm sorry, you can't tell me any different. I believe they did it on purpose.
They did what on purpose?
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna go there. I believe that levee breaking and all that, just like they do in all black. When they want to get control of that area.
No, I believe that. Yeah, people heard the levee explode.
Yeah, they always drown the city out when they want to get control of the land. But let's talk. Okay, let's go into.
Columbia Heights School District says 4 of their students have been detained by ICE agents over the past few weeks. That includes this 5-year-old boy, Liam Ramos.
I hit the wrong one. Sorry.
Happening in our community to the populations, and it's falls in line with racial.
Wrong one. I was trying to get. Hold on. Here we go. I got the wrong thing. Hold on. Trying to find it one. I'm gonna find the actual. Here we go.
Children who have often been traumatized already, and the harmful effects of trauma are cumulative over a lifetime. So they're a very vulnerable population of children. They're also often in poor physical health. And the idea of congregating children together when they're often not vaccinated is a public health disaster. So we saw that there were a number of problems in keeping the children safe. And probably the most poignant examples that we documented is we looked at weights. I pulled the charts of every child there and I looked at their weights across the course of their stay and was really surprised to see that a significant number of children who probably entered the facility to some extent malnourished given their perilous journeys were not gaining weight in the facility, which is what you'd expect if it were a healthy and nurturing facility, but they were in fact losing weight, which is a really disturbing marker that we did not expect. And in reviewing these cases, we found the case of one infant, an 18-month-old, who had been suffering from a diarrheal illness and had become quite dehydrated. The mother kept presenting the child to the physicians, The problem was that the physicians were being rotated in on temporary duty assignments from adult facilities. They were physicians who didn't have a lot of experience in treating children. And they totally missed the fact over a course of multiple doctor visits that the child lost a third of its body weight. 10% being sort of the usual panic moment for clinicians to send the child to an emergency room for intravenous hydration. So when we identified this case, we were able to.
I'm gonna just say this. This is all indicative of a bigger problem that I believe is tied to like a circular immigration issue. You're gonna attack parents, and then what happens to the children at that point? Why is no one talking about what happens when you arrest a parent and they have their children in the car? And what happens to the children? Do they get thrown into a detention center after that? What happens to the kids when ICE is detaining these illegals, right? And everyone that ICE is detaining is not illegal. That's the problem. And then what happens to and now that child is traumatized, right? I think that we need to like have a deeper discussion on like how does ICE enforce its rules, and then when it comes to children, where do we draw the line? Now, let me go really quick because someone did lose their life, and I do want to discuss that. Someone did lose their life to ICE recently while I was at work. So let me play this real quick so that we can get like the information on that, because rest in peace to that young guy, because he had a pistol or whatever, and ICE decided to shoot him. So let's go.
Video angles of the scene that show the shooting as it happened. And some observers are noticing a potential disconnect with the narrative from the head of the Border Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security. Earlier today, our Tim Blotz has more as DHS issued a strong statement on the shooting and Alex Preddy, the man who died.
This is an instance where, in fact, before we knew Alex's name here this afternoon and the background of the DHS statement here, they called him an individual, I'm going to quote here, who wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. That's their words, their statement. I think by now, a lot of you have seen the videos. And so too is Rob Dorr, who's the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center. According to Chief O'Hara this afternoon, Mr. Preddy was a gun owner with a permit to carry. And as Rob Dorr looked at the videos, he noticed that there was no visible firearm on Mr. Preddy. And Rob also observed that Mr. Preddy was perhaps disarmed before he was shot. Now, Rob watched that video with us this afternoon during our live coverage here, and here's what he had to say.
You see his arms are kind of pinned right in front of him as he's on the ground. And then then you see the agent in the gray coat there who doesn't have a firearm in his hand reach around and pull out a firearm. So right here you see it looks like the man's I think Mr. Preddy's arms are pinned down in front of him. So he's not reaching for his hot firearm. Both hands are right there. It's difficult to see what happens right in this second here, but we do see that the agent comes back with the firearm in his hand. That firearm matches the firearm that was photographed by DHS, saying that it was Mr. Preddy's firearm. And then that's when you hear the shots fired.
And again, that's the perspective of Rob Dorr, who's the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center. And I can assure you, Rob is a frequent testifier at the state capitol on Second Amendment rights. And as a part of that same interview this afternoon, Rob noted to us that if Mr. Preddy had a permit to carry, it's not unlawful to be carrying while exercising your First Amendment rights. And Rob told us you don't have to pick between which rights you exercise.
And that was Tim Blotz. Our breaking news coverage.
All right, so here's the thing. This is the part I find that's really interesting about it, because we have a similar situation with the Black Panthers in Philadelphia. So there was a actual situation with the Black.
I can hold my gun like this. It's the law. Philadelphia Crime Code 6108 says I can hold my long arm in my hand. Just can't have my finger on the trigger, which is not. So don't ask me to do nothing that's against the law. Can I help you?
You know, there's something powerful about knowing your rights, especially when you come from a community that's been historically over-policed.
Now, here's the thing. Now, this is the difference between law enforcement, because they understand what the true law is, and ICE. These guys have rifles, okay? They don't have a gun. They have a whole rifle. And this guy is pretty much almost like taunting the police in a way. I don't agree with that. I don't think the Black Panthers were really about this type of thing. But I think that, they're trying to so-called, talk about gun rights and this, that, the other. But it's interesting that at the same time that the Black Panthers are talking about how they can be able to free carry, it's another situation where this guy it has the same free carry thing, but he gets shot. What is the difference? The difference is who is the law enforcement agency that they encounter. And I keep talking about the fact that ICE is not operating under the same auspice of law that the police are. So we have to be very careful about trying to exercise our rights with an ICE agent versus a police officer. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I would say I don't like the right to the rights, no matter who the law enforcement agency is. ICE is illegal, and so yes, we have a right to defend ourselves, and that's exactly what the Black Panther did. In fact, they went to Congress with guns. Okay, in fact, that's why they got arrested, because they took a wrong turn, went the wrong direction, and ended up on the floor with their weapons. But yeah, exactly with that man who got shot, they just shot him. They lied and said that he had a gun, that he was trying to use it against them. But if you have a legal right to carry, like I do, right? If let's say I'm out and I decide to go to Walmart and I have my weapon on me, and then ICE pop up, and then my weapon is there, and they shoot me, they'll say, "Oh, she had a weapon." But if I legally have the right to have a weapon, why would they shoot me because I have a weapon? But there's millions of us who carry, right? So that man, they didn't claim. They tried to claim that they just said that he had a weapon. They didn't say that he pulled it out and tried to shoot him. So yeah, these people are just killing American citizens at will.
So I want to go into this whole Black Panther situation because, I also seen a thing with the niece of, I think Huey Newton or whatever. And then you have the guy, Rico Dukes, that says he's the son of Huey Newton, which is crazy. Because I actually interviewed him and we actually were able to debunk that. And he tried to sue me. That's a whole nother story. I did talk to him before this whole, I would say about a year ago. And he tried to sue me because we were able to debunk the fact that he was even Huey Newton's son. But he tried to say that he gave this guy the right to say that. I don't know. It's weird. But let's go. I don't even know if that's true or not. So I'm not going to allegedly on this, but let's talk about what's going on, because at the same time, the Black Panthers have joined this whole thing. And, we were trying to delineate from this, Black people don't get involved, right? That's one of the reasons why I was really talking about how even with the immigration situation that was happening back in the day, with the Ellis Island, and this whole thing, people wilding out in New York, you also saw a separation of black people was not involved with that. You know what I'm saying? We were not in that. Same way we're not in the immigration fight now. You might see a few Black people, whatever, trying to join. We weren't in it. And it seems to me, I don't know, that by using the Black Panther name, they're trying to incite Black people to get involved. But just like we were not in that situation over here, immigration and everything like that with Ellis Island and what they had going on in the ghettos over there, I believe we should stay out of it here too. We should not be going and trying to open carry and whatever we want to call ourselves doing. Because the moment a black person dies because of that, then now we're trying to mobilize and now we get wrapped up into the whole thing. And the reason why I want to say this, before I go into that, let me just make this plain. Just so you know, okay? Can you guys see this real quick? Oh, let me just zoom in. Okay? Because I really want to make this plain. This is Homeland Security's TikTok account or X account, right? And this was on December 31st, 2025. Can you guys see this? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just do this. Can you guys see this? Let me zoom. Let me scroll down. So the peace of a nation no longer besieged by the third world. And what it does, it says America after 100 million deportations. Okay? And it's showing the beach and everything, one car sitting there, everything is serene, right? This is Homeland Security's Twitter. Now, just for the record, okay, let's look at how many immigrants okay. All right. There are 53 million immigrants in America. Okay. So when you're saying that they're trying to celebrate, okay, that at some point they are going to have 100 million deportations. Okay. This is why I brought this whole thing up when I talk about what happened in the past with immigration and how we were out of it. Now, of course, legislation passed later on that affected us, right? Now you have a situation where you have Homeland Security putting up a thing after 100 million deportations. Who are the extra 50,000 people that they're going to deport? What is this number here? 100 million. There's not 100 million immigrants in America. So who else do they plan on deporting other than the 50,000 immigrants that live in 51.3 thousand immigrants that live in America? If you don't believe me, go on Twitter X and go to DHS.gov. This is the Homeland Security Department of Homeland Security's Twitter, and you see this. America after this, right? This is a very telling thing right here. And I'm not trying to fear monger, but I'm just trying to let you know that this is what is this? How is a government agency putting out a number like this, and you know that this is not the amount of immigrants in America? That's the reason why I brought up past immigration versus current immigration, the children that are involved, how they're being wrapped up into this whole thing, because this is not children. And everything other than immigrants are being brought into this whole 100 million thing. And when they're done with that, who's going to be the rest of the 50 million? Right?
Yeah, but I was telling him that before, he got in office. He already told people that. That's why I'm shocked at what you're saying, that we shouldn't be in it. Because they're already talking to us. They already shot a black man. They've already taken black children. Even last time he deported black Americans, or made sure they couldn't get back in the state when he was president. So, they want. I hope y'all don't think that once they get rid of all the immigrants, that they're gonna befriend us. They want America great again, and we gonna be the workers. We gonna be the ones out there on the farms and doing everything.
So Tony Tigris, I'm not a Democrat, so please don't Because every time somebody comes over here, they think you're not talking.
Why we talk about feminism while we talking about what you talking about? Ain't got nothing to do with feminism.
No, he said Democrat. He says, who protects the children? Biden lost 30 migrant children, not a single peep from Democrats, but suddenly they pretend to care about children. I'm not a Democrat, so shut up.
And Democrats have cared about children and the American people. There's always some idiot who comes in and don't even know. First of all, you wouldn't talk about a political party. You're talking about immigration, which people think.
Right. He said Trump admin deported about 1 million deportation, another 2.5 million. So that's 3.5 million people deported. Where are they going to get this other 100 million when there's only 51 million immigrants? Who is the other 51 million deportees that they're speaking of? Either they're talking about the children, and where are they going to deport them to? Are they going to deport them to the same place they deport their parents? And then after the children are gone, who's going to be next? I mean, we don't need a rocket scientist to like read this message, bro. This is on their Twitter account. Go look it up. December 31st. If you don't believe me, December 31st. Here's the December 31st right here. This is what they put up there. The Homeland Security right here. See it? DHS. They're checking everything. Okay, so I'm not lying. Who else is what? And so when we get into all this, and we really like talk about this, and then we talk about this guy, it's interesting when you have a Black Panther, so-called Black Panthers, showing their open carry thing. The first thing they do is they end up just in a show of force, shoot another person, shoot a guy who's open carrying. They shoot a white guy, right? It's interesting.
I don't think it's connected.
I think so. I think that is an example. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So now you have the Black Panthers out here. They're trying to show that they're gonna be the ones that they're gonna go against ICE, whoever this guy is. Let's go.
No, they're short. Oh.
This is a public service announcement. People got equal force. So if you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, fuck around and find out. Arm yourself. Arm yourself. I think you need to legally arm yourself, and I think you need to protect your neighbors because them ICE agents ain't gonna act.
See this? See, let me tell you about Black people. A lot of times we will come out here and run our mouths and say all this stuff, and then you get and then see. I believe that there's a connection to what he's doing, saying about arm yourself, and then they shoot this guy. Because before this, everybody was protesting peacefully. Now all of a sudden, this guy has a pistol, trying to present his ability, his right to bear arms, and I don't know. I think there's something to the fact that this guy came out and was on this arm yourself thing. Then this guy comes out with arms, and then he gets shot. This is that there's I don't believe that there's any coincidence. It's no such thing as coincidence.
Well, that's because you're not looking at everything. You're just looking at what's in the popular. But these people have been dragging people out of their homes and cars, and just because a Black person say, "Hey, we're gonna protect our neighborhood," doesn't mean that's why they shot that man. They shot other people.
He fits a lot of those. He checks off a lot of those boxes of an experienced play caller already.
What's that sound? Jose? Okay. The reason why I'm saying this is because a lot of times we be the main ones that lead a charge, you know what I'm saying, and get people riled up. So that's what I'm saying. Is that listen to what his rhetoric is, and I believe that people saw what he was doing.
Arm yourself. Arm yourself. I think you need to legally arm yourself, and I think you need to protect your neighbors because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that. If it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns, they're gonna act a little bit differently. And I'm gonna say this too: if you are gonna legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got.
ICE officers are using sweeping new power to enter homes without a warrant from a judge. The Associated Press has obtained an internal ICE memo that says that agents can enter a residence with only an administrative warrant if they're trying to arrest someone with a final order of removal. I can tell you right now, that's headed straight to a legal collision with the Fourth Amendment, because that treats the home as a protected space. I mean, literally, the word house is in the text.
The ICE crackdown sweeping across America has just become worse, because what began as targeted deportations in cities like Minneapolis has escalated into aggressive home invasions, the use of chemical agents on protesters, and now there's a leaked internal memo that grants ICE agents sweeping new powers to enter residences without a judicial warrant, which is a blatant constitutional violation of community safety. At the same time, they have triggered an unexpected resurgence as the Black Panthers are mobilizing once again, with reports of surging recruitment and plans to establish a stronger presence in Minnesota and other states hit hardest by the operations. This is not only challenging federal tactics, but also increasing the pressure on the Trump administration as it pushes forward with its mass deportation agenda. But first, let's step back and see how we got here. The Trump administration kicked off what they've called a massive deportation push right after taking office again, promising to target those with final removal orders. And interestingly, Minneapolis quickly became ground zero, with ICE surging agents into neighborhoods often in the dead of night. Residents reported seeing unmarked vehicles, armed teams breaking down doors, and even bystanders caught in the crossfire. One video from earlier this month showed agents forcing their way into a Liberian man's home with rifles drawn, all based on what's now known as an administrative warrant. Now, that's not the kind of warrant signed by a neutral judge after reviewing evidence. It's basically a form filled out by ICE itself. And everyone, including former officials from both parties, say this flies in the face of the Fourth Amendment, which protects everyone from unreasonable searches, regardless of immigration status. Aside from this, the leaked memo, which was obtained by the Associated Press and shared with select DHS insiders, spells it out clearly. It authorizes ICE officers to use force to enter residences solely on these narrow administrative warrants when arresting someone with a deportation order. John Sandweg, who served as acting director of ICE under Obama, called it a significant departure from longstanding policy. He explained that traditionally, agents needed a judicial warrant, complete with an affidavit detailing probable cause sworn before a judge. Without that, forcing entry was off limits. But this memo flips the script, and Sandweg pointed out the secrecy around it, as it was shared only with a tight circle that was read and returned without copies, suggests even the administration knows it's on shaky legal ground. Because why hide it if it's solid? It's the kind of move that makes you wonder if the goal is enforcement or just sowing fear. And fear is exactly what's spreading. In Minneapolis, protests have erupted daily, with crowds clashing with agents. We've seen Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino personally showing up at scenes and even tossing gas canisters into groups. While DHS claims protesters were harassing agents and following them to gas stations and throwing food, witnesses describe it differently as peaceful demonstrators targeted with green chemical agents and people of all ages thrown to the ground and loaded into trucks.
Now, here's the part that I see. Okay, I see when Black people get involved, and you have like this whole Panther situation going on, and you have them talking about right to bear arms. Next thing you know, this person gets shot. I think there's a connection to that. The reason why is because whenever we get into this, they've been wanting us to get into this whole thing. They've been wanting us to come out there and show force and show this and show ourselves, and become a part of this. And you have this guy, this Black Panther guy, that's promoting getting involved with ICE. And up to this point, we have been hands off. Like, okay, well, it's not us. You got some Black people. I voted for this. All this other stuff. I'm calling ICE on people, right? But then you have this Black Panther guy that's saying, hey, well, now the Black Panthers are fighting against ICE too. I think that there's a connection. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. But I believe that there's a connection.
But even what you're saying don't make sense. If they want us to get involved, then they wouldn't have shot him until everybody gets out there and get involved. But yeah, there's no connection. That man was a licensed already carrier, right? Not only that, but I think he was a nurse or a ambulance type of nurse.
The
So they,
reason why it's connected is because up until now, it's been peaceful protests. Now, all of a sudden, you have the Black Panthers coming out saying we need to bear arms, we need to do this, and all of a sudden, now you got this guy with a gun, and now he ends up getting shot.
but it hasn't been peaceful protest, and he wasn't even protesting. He was out there. There's a lot of us who carry weapons. Like I don't know if you know, but there's millions of people with either concealed carry licenses or they just in the open carry area or they open carry. These people have been violent the whole time, which is why people are saying, hey, you got to protect yourself. They've already shot somebody. They already shot somebody.
So hold on. You say that the protesters have been violent?
But the ICE themselves, yeah, the ICE
I'm talking about the protesters. The Minnesota protesters have not been violent. They've been peacefully protesting up to this point. Now, all of a sudden, you have a Black Panther guy get up there and talk about the right to bear arms. He's in front of the police. He's showing his rifle. He's up there able to stand in front of the police. And people I think they see that example. And the next thing you know, where normally people had the directive not to have anything, no weapons, whatever. Now, all of a sudden, this guy has a weapon.
Yeah, but nobody ever said what you said. Nobody said don't have weapons. You're making that up.
What?
Nobody has told people not to have weapons. They said peacefully protest. That's what that man was doing. Just because his weapon was on him, like millions of other people, doesn't mean anything. It's just something they claim that he had so they can kill him. But
the bottom line,
he's already killed. They've already killed some. They've already
exactly.
Killed.
They've already killed people. DJ Genesis. This has nothing to do with Black Americans at all.
I think that sometimes people follow our lead. I'm sorry. I just believe that sometimes, especially when you have a thing as like the Black Panthers, like showing like they can walk around with their pistols out and this, that, the other, like their rifles out in front of law enforcement. But I don't think it's the same thing that you can do with ICE. I think that when you are doing that with ICE, it's another story. But this guy was just in front of police. Yeah, you can do that with police. You can't do that with ICE.
What you mean? The police didn't kill him. That was ICE. What are you talking about?
What'd you say?
That was ICE who killed him.
No, I'm talking about like how that guy. Okay, let me replay this video because. All right, so this whole thing, you have this guy
about community self-defense and about reminding the system that folks are
in front of the police with his pistol, his rifle out.
Yeah, he's not the first to do that though. You make it seem like it's the first.
And DJ
this
Genesis,
has been happening already.
DJ Genesis, why would you say that the white man is following Black Americans' lead? This has nothing to do with Black Americans, really. That white man is a victim of white on white violence. That has nothing to do with Black America.
Right. Even you saying that is almost like you saying Black people is at fault for him getting killed. And that
No.
Exactly.
No, I'm not saying that Black people are at fault for him getting killed. What I'm saying is that we should have stayed. I don't understand why the Black Panther Party is trying to jump into this ICE situation.
Because they're in Black communities. That's why. That's what he's saying. Don't come in our community abusing us like they've been doing. You haven't heard this? In Chicago, when if it's a Black neighborhood, they going in apartment to apartment, putting these kids and their parents in handcuffs, running through their houses. You must not be paying attention. Okay, because they don't care about color, and definitely if you're not the right color, they checking everybody.
I don't know. I think that we were better off not getting in, like especially like not having the Black Panthers involved with this. I think that we were better off not getting in. I don't know. I think that when you have the Black Panthers going into this, it just Black Panthers are known And then I think there was a whole thing
I
about
think they know. I don't think they know. I think you confusing the 60s with today. I was even shocked when these people came out talking about their Black Panther. I think most Black people was too. They're not known the way you claim.
But the Black Panthers do need to stay out of the way on this one. This is not a Black American.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we were better off, not getting involved.
Well, I don't know what we is. I don't know where you live and what rock y'all in. But y'all don't see what these people doing, Black people. I get, because it's normal. They're not gonna report it in the news the way they, report other people. Because why? Because we Black and it's used to us getting killed. There's a Black man got killed the same week that white woman got killed. So I'm just saying, when you say that we need to stay out of it, we personally, and most of us have. And now they're in our neighborhoods, they're in our face, they're abusing us.
No, but Bomb Cherry, the part you're missing is I agree that the Black Panthers need to protect Black Americans. My point is the particular, I think his last name is Birdsong. I forgot his last name, but the leader or the alleged leader of these Black Panthers says that he's going to protect immigrants. That's the part that I'm against. No, brother, you need to protect Black Americans. Focus on that. Do not get in any. Don't get involved in any conflicts between immigrants and ICE. You stay out the way. Your family needs you. Your Black American family needs you. Don't sacrifice your life. Don't sacrifice your time. Don't go to jail over some goddamn immigrants that will never do the same for you. That's my point.
No, I get that point. That's if we assume
Stands
that,
as allies.
That's assuming that his family is only Black American, right? What if his family is a mixture of?
Well, then don't involve the Black Panthers. If you are not Black American, you got white family members, you got immigrant family members, you go protect them. But don't involve the Black Panthers and try to galvanize the Black American community to join you on this pro-immigrant initiative. If you pro-immigrant, then all right, that's your prerogative. But don't involve Black America. This has nothing to do with that.
Let me give you an example of some of the conversation that he's been having. Okay, let's go.
Birdsong. He is the chairman of the new Black Panther Party.
Won't no ICE agent ever run up on me. I guarantee you they won't. I'll put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, trying to find out our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for self-defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now. You dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit. Places where there are a lot of immigrants at, I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means if shotgun shells are shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are gonna legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public's going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like it's.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Is that
he said? And I apologize for cutting you off. He said escort the immigrants to and from to where they're going. He didn't even say escort the Black Americans to and from wherever the Black Americans is going. But Black Americans living in war zones, Black Americans living in violent environments, Black Americans are the subjects of police brutality. He didn't even say escort the Black Americans.
I didn't even hear him say he was going to. He said he protected his community, and then he said
he literally said Black Americans.
Can I finish? He said he said that he protected his community, and then he advised that those who live in communities around immigrants didn't protect them.
Exactly. He didn't say escort the Black Americans.
He didn't say he was. He didn't say he was.
Exactly. I'm talking about his suggestion. He did not suggest. Exactly. That's my point right there. He's the chair, allegedly, of the Black Panthers. He said escort immigrants to and from wherever they going. He didn't say escort Black Americans that's living in war zones that's being targeted by police brutality. He didn't say escort the Black Americans.
No,
so
he's wrong on this one. Community. So maybe I don't know, but anyway,
Exactly. My point is, I'm not caping for immigrants ever. I'm never gonna cape for immigrants, and I would never recommend that Black Americans put their lives on the line for immigrants. I would never recommend that Black Americans put their freedom on the line for immigrants. We have our own problems that we need to solve.
No, I agree. We need to stop killing each other, and I guess
Exactly.
So that's what we
Should
need
care
to
to
stop.
them, and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means
You see what I'm saying? The ICE agents are not going to react the same way if you have a weapon.
Yeah, he's right.
And we don't know who saw. Maybe I'm speculating, but to me, this was I saw this all over the place, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just saying I didn't see anybody getting shot by ICE having a pistol until after I saw this video. So maybe I'm wrong about the.
Yeah, you're wrong about that. Somebody did
You're
get
wrong
shot.
about that part, DJ Genesis.
Right.
Because it's been people that shot at ICE in different states. I want to say in California. I could be wrong about that. It might have been in Oregon or Texas, but no, you've had incidents where you've had immigrants shooting at ICE. So you're wrong about that particular part, DJ Genesis.
And they killed a black man while lying and said that he shot.
The guy that got shot, an
They know
immigrant.
it was me. What?
The guy that got killed, was he an immigrant?
No, he was an
That's the white guy.
Which
Which guy you talking about? You talking about the most recent in Minneapolis?
Yes.
He is a white guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he was an immigrant.
And he wasn't an immigrant. He was an American citizen. And that black American citizen who got shot on the first, right? Way before the Black Panther said a word, they killed him because he was outside celebrating New Year's. He shot up in the air and then they killed him. And then, of course, said he had a weapon.
Some shotgun shells to shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are going to legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public is going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like they're tyrants, not feeling like they're bullies because they got guns and body armor and walkie-talkies. That makes them immune to whatever the people would do.
I'm sorry for cutting the video. I want to bring some attention to what Bomb Trey just said, because Bomb Trey brought up something that a lot of Black streamers are not even bringing up or not even focusing on. Bomb Trey is right. It was a Black American gentleman out in California that got killed by ICE, and you'll notice in the media, they're not going through the details of his case. They're not going through the details of the incident the way that they're going through the details of that white woman or this white man that got killed by ICE. You know, you see the media really meticulously going through every particular detail that's available in these white people's cases. And this is why I tell Black Americans, we have our own issues to fight for and advocate for. Let these whites advocate for themselves. When whites are the victims of white-on-white violence, let them advocate for themselves. We should never advocate for them because we have to advocate for ourselves. No one else is advocating for us. Really.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I
Yes,
kind
ma'am.
of disagree. I kind of disagree. I'm sorry. Agree with you. So I see your point.
Exactly. Yeah. And allow me to drop down. I'll be back in a second. But thanks for having me up. And much love. Peace be upon both of you. Really.
Always good to talk to you.
I think you want to correct the ideology of the pig and the mentality of the slave catcher. You meet them with equal force. All power to the motherfucking people.
He is giving somebody in law enforcement good cause to blow him away as soon as he twitches wrong.
Paul Burton from the Black Panther Party for self-defense.
Huh?
See, the Black Panther Party that he's trying to emulate came about in reaction to and to pass on what developed with the Deacons for Defense and Justice of Louds County, Louisiana. There were some people in the Deacons for Defense and Justice who had literally been in the 761st Armored Battalion in World War II. They were known as General Patton's Black Panthers, and they were the second most decorated U.S. Army unit eventually, outside of the Sensei, who were Japanese and fought in Italy. Now, they came up with the Black Panther logo, the exact same one that the Deacons for Defense and Justice adopted, the exact same one that the famous Panther Party adopted. And you see, when you shoot your mouth off like this, you set yourself up to get done in. You're supposed to act a little bit more quietly about what you say and not sell wolf tickets, because somebody's going to get blown away off of this if they can back it up. And what he's stating in terms of armaments aren't exactly what the reality is. So, you know, he's already...
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's a coincidence that people were peacefully protesting, and then all of a sudden now you have a person with a pistol and get shot.
Okay,
Right?
that dude's just not that protesting. But anyway, this guy who just said that they were supposed to be quiet. I don't remember the Black Panther Party being quiet, nor the Deacon of Defense, who my uncle was a part of. So they were very noisy, and they was letting the man know, don't come in my neighborhood, and we'll be good because we will protect it. And they don't know that you're going to protect it if you don't tell them you're going to protect it. Maybe it'll keep people away from the neighborhood. Especially the ones who are ICE now, right? A lot of illegals, criminals, not illegals, I'm sorry, a lot of criminals. We're going to still act like ICE is real policemen. Right? With their 47 days of training. They was out there January 6th. Criminals who had to get pardoned. And we're going to act like these people are legit. Is that what we're going to do? So you better carry something, or at least if you don't want to say nothing, you better at least have it. Because they out to kill. And we already know who them people are. White nationalists, right? Who's in charge, who's running ICE right now. So I don't know. Y'all do what y'all do. But yeah, I think I'd rather be loud and tell them to stay away from me and my people than to just get shot on New Year's night, celebrating like everybody else.
Said anybody that attempts to approach him, he's going to put what? A big hole in their chest, what? With a shotgun? And see, the thing he doesn't get is a 3A vest, even the 2A one, which is typical police now. They use 3A. Will stop a 12 gauge blast with buckshot if you get hit with the thing. So they're already out armored and he's not.
But not in the
That's
head.
not pretty. So you don't talk about these things.
So this is him explaining what the party is about.
Let me hear.
All power to the people. I'm Chairman Paul Birdsong from the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. I want to address a couple things. Thing number one, I see a lot of people asking why the Black Panthers are going up against ICE for the immigrants. Well, I want to tell you something. The Black Panther Party is not a Black nationalist organization. The new Black Panther Party might be. I'm not sure. The Revolutionary Black Panther Party might be. Any of these variations of Black Panther parties might be. But the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, the one that Huey Newton started with Bobby Seale, is an internationalist organization that stands as allies with oppressed people, no matter what their ethnic background is, no matter what their cultural background is. So just like my predecessors stood up against the United States of America's imperialist regime with Vietnam to stop the Vietnam War. I don't know if you know your history, you know the Black Panther Party was strictly opposed to the Vietnam War. You know, we had the Rainbow Coalition with all different ethnic groups coming together and fighting against the regime together. That's what we stand for, all power to the people. We're not racist. The very ideology of racism in and of itself is not intellectual, being that there's only one race on the planet, and that's the human race. We have different ethnic backgrounds. You know what I'm saying? We have different cultural backgrounds, different skin colors, you know, different languages and ideologies, but we're all part of one human race. You know what I'm saying? So racism is in and of itself irrational, illogical, is unsensible. It just doesn't make any sense. No intelligent person would embrace the ideologies of racism. So we're not a nationalist group, we're an international group. And then another thing, you know, I got people from my past, like this one elderly man. I'm not gonna say his name, but they like to troll me and, you know, try to call me fake gangster, fake this, fake that from my past. And, you know, I don't care. You know, my goal is not to prove to anybody that I was ever a gang member or that I was ever a thug or what I was locked up for, wasn't locked up for. You know, my goal is to protect my people from ICE, to protect my people from police brutality, to protect my people from crooked politicians, imperialism, to protect my people from imperialism, fascism, to protect my people from racism, to protect my people from capitalism. That's what my goal is, to protect my people from tyranny. I don't care about none of that stuff you're talking about, bro. I'm out here feeding people. I feed hundreds of people a week, if not thousands. You know, the Black Panther Party feeds people in multiple states across the country. I don't care about what you're talking about. While you at home or wherever you are typing on your phone about what I'm doing, I'm outside with these guns and with these warriors I got with me, actually fighting for the people, actually doing something that matters, which is what you should be doing. So that's how I feel about that, you know? And with that being said, all power to the people, no power to the pigs.
I agree with him 100%. What he's right, he's right. Every word that came out of his mouth.
Why are you laughing?
Go ahead.
Can I speak next when you get the chance?
Sure. First, Sherry, finish what you were saying.
No, I was saying every word that came out of his mouth was correct. The Black Panther Party was not racist, and they were fighting against fascism and many other isms. They was against the war, and they were not just fighting for Black people. That, and in fact, the people who gave them money to do the things they were doing was a lot of white people. A lot of them. Okay, we got to stop acting like we don't know that even the civil rights movement, there was a lot of white people involved helping to end slavery and all. But we like to just talk about just what we're doing. Nothing wrong with what we're doing, but without allies, we sure won't succeed. We're going to be back enslaved again because for some reason, we don't know history. They telling us what our history is now, and people just believe in it because AI pins it up. And yeah, we're going to be fucked up again. And all we're going to be able to say is, well, we sat at home on computers telling people to sit at home on computers. That's it.
All right, go ahead. Tissues from Micah, go ahead.
Thank you. People, I just implore you just to do your own research. Stop this being spoon-fed this and spoon-fed that and superficial, just looking at this real quick and not paying no attention. First off, yes, ma'am, some of the stuff that guy was saying was accurate, because think about it. To be a false flag, you have to provide some truth within the lies. That man is a liar. He's a false flag. In 2024, he was claiming to be a blood, and he was daring the cops to come on the streets, and him and his gangbanger buddies were going to shoot them. He always constantly tries to incite violence. That's what his job is. So just do research on that man, and you will never applaud him ever again in life. Now, let's go back to this video. This video, all you disgusting people that are trying to say ICE this and ICE that, for 1 second, please just stop trumpeting this non-stop political this and political that. This is a man that just lost his life. For 1 second, just think before reacting and saying nonsense. If you look at that video, This man was out there just videotaping with his phone, never had his gun out, not one point, not one time. He was away from the scene. These two ladies, I believe there were two white ladies, walked up around the ICE officers, were talking to them. They had an interaction, and then they walked away from the ICE officers. It appears that those ICE officers did not like that interaction because they walked up on the ladies afterwards, and for the so-called detaining of the ladies, they walked up to the lady and pushed the lady down onto the concrete. So I don't know how you can detain somebody by violently pushing them down to the ground. That nice guy tried to be, I don't even want to say hero. He was just being a nice man, like a real man would react. He saw a lady got pushed to the ground, so he went over to her and helped her up. He did not, he had his back to the ICE agent. He literally just helping the lady back up, and somewhat you can say, I guess, shielding from the ICE agent. The ICE agent did not like that. He walked up on the guy and pepper sprayed him twice in the eye. After he pepper sprayed him twice in the eye, then him and his other buddies finally ran up, and then they helped him drag that guy after being blinded to the ground and proceeded to beat him down. After they beat him down, they took his gun off him. You can watch the video. The guy in the gray took the gun. As soon as the guy in the gray took the gun, you heard gun, and then that one scary guy that never should be on the streets, because that's why he didn't pass the cop test, because he's too scared. He does not have the mentality to be out there. He shot that poor defenseless man 12 to 13 times on the ground. Even if you want to defend ICE, how can you defend 12 to 13 times while he's prone on the ground? So I wish people can stop being so sick in the head and just back away and just look at the video for one time and stop this political nonsense. And also, I do agree with that other guy that was talking. This is not like a racial fight or whatever. This is about immigration. What you can understand, though, what you can relate, is that Black people do go through this nonsense a lot with police. What this reminds me of how that man got killed was how Tyree Nichols got killed by those 6 officers. He got beat up, jumped, and just violently just killed, just like they did that man. So I'm sitting here to just discard all your politics, discard whatever racist nonsense that you have in your mind. A man got shot, and why can't you just recognize that, and we all just come together for just to support a human that got killed? Instead, you just still see this nonsense rhetoric keep on going and going and going, instead of just sense kicking into any of these dummies. And that's the part that's just upsetting. Like, okay, I get you guys are a cult, but come on now. When is it going to just break away and just you look at the video with your own eyes and see, okay, this is wrong. Be a human for once. Floor is yours, man.
I just want to say I agree with you. I hope I didn't come off that way, because I'm simply saying, yeah, like that man got shot. He didn't do anything wrong to get shot. And he just because he had a gun doesn't mean he was using it. I think I said that earlier, so I apologize.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not coming at you for 1 second, man. Basically,
and I don't know that man.
Only thing I was telling you about
him.
That bird song guy. That's the only person I was telling you about. Don't believe these people. Do research. No superficial, no spoon feeding. If you do research, you will find out just like I did. This guy's a false flag, a CIA agent. He was saying the same nonsense in 2024 that the gangbanger in Philly, and he wished the cops run up on him because he's trying to incite violence between Black people and authorities.
Because he don't even look Black to me, but
that's the point I was trying to even make my own stuff, is that I believe that he is inciting violence and inciting people to like carry guns, and that's going to cause more issues.
But we're going to carry guns, because I'm going to carry a gun. But what I was saying is, I don't know him, but I was saying he was right as far as the Black Panther. You know, they wasn't just for Black people. But I don't know who that man is. I only seen him once. He don't even look Black to me. But I'm gonna carry, and I'm gonna carry. And he didn't incite me to carry neither. Most people who carry, they already carry, so he don't have to incite him to carry. You got to be a fool to let somebody on the internet incite you to carry. You got to be dumb.
To me. See, I knew some of the people he's talking about personally, some very well. So it's interesting. What are you saying? There's a 55-year Well, it's more than 55, 56 or 7 years between what he's talking about and and when it went down. He wasn't there. But anyhow, it's interesting. He's also said something that amused me too, because he's not going to be very appealing to some of the woke folk. Remember, he's saying it ain't about race. And some folk really want everything to be about race. The victimization crowd.
So
It's amusing to me. People will learn, but I mean, the point is when you go out trying to sell wolf tickets, somebody might buy a wolf ticket. They might buy a whole book of them to the premiere performance and want an encore and a curtain call. So
no, look at this.
You right about that. You ain't lying
these
about
supposed to be people in the party, and there is more white looking faces than there are black, and she's out of shape. Let me see what.
And on behalf of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense and every revolutionary nationwide that agrees with this cause, I want to first, I'm telling all my comrades, every Black Panther out there, we're going to stop calling the pigs pigs. We're going to refer to them by their actual name. We're going to call them slave catchers. So when you confront the slave catchers, call them slave catchers. When you address the slave catchers, call them slave catchers. From now on, the only way we refer to the pigs, Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, is we call them slave catchers. And I would like to tell all my brothers and sisters nationwide, start referring to them as what they are. And I know it's a lot of people out there that say, oh, well, this cop is a good cop, this cop is a good cop. Once they put on their badge, once they take that oath, they're taking.
Hello? DJ, is it more than, it looked like it's a few of us up here, but I heard a woman say something. And what did she say?
There's a bunch of white people in there.
Oh, that's not us. They not on here with us? Girl, I thought they was on here with us.
No.
Wait a minute, I'm confused right now. Is it just me and you and the guy?
No, she talking to Judge Joe Brown.
I knew that's, oh my God. I kept trying to think of that voice. Judge Joe Brown is crazy and an alcoholic. Yeah, no.
But he was in the whole Black Panther time.
No,
slave catcher patrol.
Look at him, Judge.
And I take it, they call it police officer.
Wait, Judge Joe Brown don't know nothing about what he's talking about when he talk about those things. He be lying to y'all. Okay, so just because he older don't mean that he's sharing the truth. Remember, he was over there with Jay Prince.
All right, the way I think that you just gotta pick out the truth through the lies. Judge Joe Brown, he does lie a lot, but he does drop some gems sometimes. Because
wait a minute, my brother.
I don't know if you noticed, but Judge Joe Brown, remember that OJ trial? A lot of stuff a lot of people don't know about OJ trial. Nicole Brown had a conversation with her mother that in that conversation during the night that she got killed, that conversation has been sealed for 75 years. Why has that conversation been sealed for 75 years? So OJ may be innocent. It's like I learned that from Judge Joe Brown, just to let you know. So Judge Joe Brown does come through with some little facts here and there, just to let you know.
Wait a minute, but the idea that I would sit down and listen to a liar just so he could drop some maybe possible truths, it's crazy. And they got some things that's sealed. We all can go and see that they sealed. He don't know what it is, just like we don't know exactly what it is. So,
well, think about it this way: if you just sit down and you just talk to people that think just like you, what are you going to happen? You're going to have like these vacuum ideas. Like I don't like Fox. I don't like a lot of this stuff. Look at these comments. You're currently discussing issues with some of these cult members right now. So it's like, honestly, I think there's nothing wrong with, hearing other people out to see exactly what they made to say, because think about it. Both sides play both sides, because some of these little tricks that Republicans do, the Democrats do it too. So I just think that if everybody that's on either side, if we just recognize the nonsense that both sides do, instead of just trying to stop playing just, oh, my side is great and your side is this. If we stop doing this polarizing stuff that we're doing and just act like citizens citizens looking at politicians and judge them properly, we won't have this kind of, this polarizing, this cultish kind of stuff.
No, I
And we could
agree.
actually talk to each other like we used to do back in the day.
No, I agree. I agree. I talk to people, right? And I'm not talking about no sides. And you mentioned Fox News and all kinds of shit that I have no clue what you're talking about. But everything I've said on this panel is true. And I don't have to lie, right? And I'm not talking about a side. I know history, right? And I do know about politicians. And today's Democrats are the same Democrats they've always been. But today's Republican, that's a whole nother beast of something that even American has never witnessed. Criminals. I'm talking about criminals don't care about the Constitution, don't care about laws. You show me where in history it ever happened that way. And so, no, I'm not going to sit with them and listen to little gems. I had a whole conversation with Judge Joe Brown, even on the phone, called me to help him with some shit. Imagine that. And when I corrected him, he couldn't do nothing but tell me I was right. Right.
I got a quick question for you.
I'm sorry that y'all parents didn't teach y'all that you're not supposed to sit there and listen to just any and everybody.
I got a quick question for you. Do you believe that you believe that everything that your side, the Democrat side, is telling the truth? Everything that they're saying.
What make you think that the Democrat side is my side? And that's you just guessing.
No, you're trying to argue, man. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm not trying to
No,
argue.
but you're not trying to have a conversation.
Yes,
The conversation
I am.
you would have asked me.
Okay, whatever side. How's this, man? Whatever side that you're on, do you
I thought
believe?
we weren't talking about a side. You're the same person you say we shouldn't talk
You're
about.
trying to argue once again. I'm saying a
Listen,
fictitious side. Well, a fictitious
I don't
side.
think I'm trying to argue, baby.
Man,
I don't think the word trying is not.
You're over talking right now. Can I talk for 1 second?
Yes, I am.
Whatever fictional side that you want to be on, I'm trying to tell you. Do you think that side is actually going to tell you the bad parts about themselves? No, you have to go seek out and listen to all sides. Of course, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, but once you do your own research, you'll be able to see what's lies, what's fictional, what's fact. But you're not even going to understand and even go down that rabbit hole unless you hear both sides, unless you hear what's going on. Because I'm sure both sides are trying to hide their skeletons in the closet. They're trying to hide the bad stuff they do and promote the good stuff. That's what any side would do. So that's why, once again, I would put yourself in an echo chamber.
Yeah, you mean anybody does that, right? As humans, that's what we do. We put our best foot forward, and all of other stuff we hide. So that's a human trait. It's the idea that you think it's a side, but I don't need to know everything in your closet, right? I just need to know if you benefit me or not, and I don't need to listen to everything you tell me to figure out if something that you might drop within your lives that might help me. I realize you're a liar. I don't mess with you, and that's it. And that's the problem with you young people today. Y'all just willing to listen to any and everybody. Just because Judge Joe Brown was a judge, and y'all don't even know how he ended up not being a judge no more, right? And even a failed politician and all of that, right? Just because he was on TV, y'all think, okay, I should sit there and listen to him. Got me fucked up. No. Okay. This is why the country is in the situation we're in now, because of the way you think.
Ma'am, you're projecting a lot onto me, ma'am. You really are. Did you not hear all that projecting you're doing?
I'm doing that, but that's what you did to me, baby. I guess what goes.
Ma'am, only thing I'm trying to tell you is listen to all sides. I think.
Yeah, but you don't tell me shit because I think I'm older than you, and I think
you
I've
have a
been
personal
somebody.
vendetta.
No,
Why
I
are you
got
cursing at me?
I don't even know you.
Why are you cursing at me, man?
Vendetta. Now I got a
why are you cursing at me?
What? Cursing? I don't
Yes,
think
you
you
just
heard
cursed
me
like
curse. You got me fucked up. Now you hear me cussing. So, listen, you got me fucked
I
up.
think you're
I
wired
promise
up.
you.
I think you're wired up for no reason. I'm
No,
trying to
I'm
have a
not
civil
wired up, baby.
conversation
I'm
right now.
sitting in front of my sewing machine.
I'm trying to have a civil conversation right now. Everything that
well.
I said is completely logical, ma'am. What I'm trying to
It's
tell you.
logical to you. It don't make no motherfucking sense to me. That go to
Ma'am,
cuss words.
exactly. You just cursed again at me, ma'am. I'm not cursing at you.
And I announce. You ain't got to let me know I cuss. I think I'm
Okay,
over
I'm doing
all the
that so we
cuss
can have a
words,
civil,
baby.
conversation,
You don't
ma'am.
like
But
no cuss words,
anyway,
honey?
can I talk? I let you talk. Can I talk right now?
You
interrupt
let
a
me
lot.
talk? You let me talk?
I'll shut up again and I'll let you talk. But can I talk after you get done talking? Because you interrupt a lot, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, baby. It's not my challenge.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is from listening to you, ma'am, I'm not trying to fight you. You're an elder of mine. I'm not trying to fight you. What
I
I'm
know you
trying to
didn't want
tell
to
you,
fight me,
you're
baby.
interrupting me once again, ma'am. Can I please
Yes,
say a
I
full
am.
sentence? Can I please say a full sentence?
You're not gonna want to fight me, honey. Don't even think about it. My
Are you done,
generation
ma'am?
will whip your ass. Yeah. But you a millennial? Please don't tell me you're a zennial, baby. Please don't tell me. That's even worse.
Currently, you're talking to yourself right now, ma'am. Can I
You,
talk yet, ma'am? Can I
you
talk now?
millennials are dumb as fuck, baby.
Can I talk now, ma'am? Are you still
Go
going to
ahead.
run your mouth? Can I talk, please?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're the older generation, but look how you're speaking to me. I show you respect when I'm talking to you, but you're not showing me no kind of respect as I'm talking to you. You keep on interrupting me. You're cursing at me. You're saying all kinds of nonsense that does not have to be within a conversation. Only thing I'm trying to tell you, ma'am, is that it's best to listen to all sides for you can have the full realm for whatever situation, whatever topic. Because like I said, most sides, they don't want to tell you everything. Most sides will try to hide, some of their flaws like most people will do, like you agree. So that's why I'm saying just listen to all sides. I think you have a
Don't you think
personal
that's
vendetta.
you
I
know?
think you have a personal
You don't
vendetta
think
with Judge
like
Joe
that?
Brown.
Listen
So
to all
that's
sides.
why
That's
you're
condescending.
saying what you're saying.
No,
That's what
that's
I'm saying.
Oh my God. Can I
He
say
claimed he
a
was being
complete thought at
respectful.
all? Like, why is everybody
listen.
interrupting
You're
me?
you're being condescending. And
Ma'am,
listen to. I think she already knows. She listened to all sides and she came up with her whatever she thinks, and that's it.
no,
Now you
she hasn't. No, you haven't. Listen to the way both of you guys
no.
talk. It makes no sense. It's like you guys are confrontational for no reason. I'm trying to talk, and you guys keep on interrupting me.
You
You see
trying
how
to
easy
get
it is?
the
I can shut up. You see how easy it is to shut up, but you guys keep on interrupting me. Why are you doing that? That makes no sense. The
That's
floor
your
is yours.
talent.
Talk.
You haven't. No. You're saying you see how I shut up. No. Bottom line is you can't change how she feels about any different situation. So that's showing your youth right there. I mean,
And
you believes what she
wasn't I,
believes. That's it.
wasn't I really nice to him at first? But he the one who came up here and told us how both we all wrong. He told you was wrong, I was wrong, everybody up here was wrong. And he think that was him being nice. But if you being condescending, I don't know why you would think that's respectful just because you ain't use no foul words, cuss words, or whatever you want to call them. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Genesis. I enjoyed this conversation, by the way. And look, I disagree with Genesis. She disagreed with me, and we didn't disrespect one another.
Can I talk now? When you guys keep on interrupting each other, that is disrespectful. Let the person say their thought and then speak. When you with this little laughing like a little kid, that's disrespectful. That's what I'm saying. It's like you guys are grown people, but look how you're acting like children. It's like there's no need for it. There's no need for cursing. There's no need for any of that stuff. By me pointing out your flaws within your conversation, that's not me being condescending. I'm just being factual about everything. Like there's no I don't know you people from Adam. I'm just trying to tell you flat out. Here's the situation. Everything I'm stating is factual. As far as listening to both sides, what's wrong with that? That's fighting words or something? No, just listen to both sides for you can complete a full, argument for whatever topic that you're trying to do. If you're just looking from this jaded one perspective or whatever this one, MSNBC is saying, you're not going to get the full picture. That's the only reason why I mentioned Fox. I'm not promoting Fox. I'm just saying, I would, listen to everybody for you can hear everything. Because honestly, I don't agree with racist people, but sometimes I will sit down and listen to some of them for I can just see exactly the some not even nonsense, but some of their grapes. Because think about it, some of their grapes do come from whatever truth that they feel. So until you can actually understand where they're coming from, or where anybody's coming from, you have to just listen to them. But if you guys keep on interrupting people, not letting people talk and laugh and doing little kitty
We got to
antics,
listen to the racists, y'all, so we
how
can
would you ever
understand them.
properly understand anything?
We
As
don't
you
have to
sit here,
understand
like, yeah.
racists. That's ridiculous. So I got to listen to the racists. Oh, let me
I
ask you
would listen
this.
to everybody.
Wait,
That's
I
what I'm
know I
saying.
get it. That's what you said, and I'm saying that's ridiculous. And this is what I mean. When you saw the video with your own eyes, Did you have to listen to what Fox said? Even if it was true or not, you saw it, you witnessed this video. So, but we know that what they're going to share isn't going to be what was on that video. So when you came up and you gave your information, I was letting you know, yeah, I saw the video. That's why I don't care if about political sides. A young man died and a young woman died a week ago, and then a black man died before that. And lots of things is going on with ICE. And it don't matter what political side I'm on, what they're doing is not right. And that's what I was basically saying. Now, other people were saying other things. They have a right to say what they were saying. That's why we was having this discussion. But I don't have to listen to Fox, not even one bit of news from them. Or anyone on, I don't have to listen to Trump. He's our president, and I don't give a shit what he got to say. Even if he do something good, he's done so much bad that I don't give a damn. I'll give him credit for it if something's good, and I don't want to hear the rest of that nonsense. And if you get shot, I'm going to be there for you to support you, and I don't care what color you are as a human being. And that's it. And I'm going to giggle too. And then I might cuss somebody out, and it should be okay.
Okay. Now, during a conversation, to make sure the conversation is civil, I just suggest every party involved be mature. And like when you're giggling and when you're interrupting, that's not showing maturity. But as far as looking at both sides, I agree with you, ma'am. When you look at the video, I have my own eyes. I can see, I can evaluate with my own self. But guess what? Then I listened to all the different sides. I heard where everybody was coming from. I even in the comments, the little Beavis guy, I was even listening to this guy for a second before I just saw he was just deranged. And I'm just trying to sit there and listen to everybody because everybody has a perspective to put upon it. And in that way, you can gauge a better perspective of the situation. From that, I see that MAGA is a cult. No matter what, I see that the people that are real cultish will never break away from this cult mentality, because if one of their own people getting killed like that does not break them away from this cult mentality, then pretty much nothing will. But you see some of these MAGA that actually have some heart, that actually have a brain, they're breaking away from some of this. They're actually starting to wake up from some of this. So that's why I like looking at all the different sides, for I can understand what's going on in the world. And honestly, I agree with Trump. Trump says a lot of nonsense stuff, but if you don't listen to what Trump's saying, you're going to be missing out on a lot. He is the leader of our country, so we have no choice but to listen to him, for we can know what's coming down the pipeline. So that's why, once again, listen to every side possible, for you can be the most informed person, because that way, when you form your arguments and you have to say, talk about this or that, you're going to be the most constructive, probably the smartest person in the room, because you're the most informed. Instead of just laughing and not listening to every point, I would sit there intently and listen
Still
to
talking
everybody
about
actually.
laughing. Wow.
Excuse me. I'm still pointing out. Yes, I believe
Yes.
laughing and interrupting people is kitty gestures. I don't like that at
Okay.
all.
Well, I don't care what you like. I'm the type who I giggle right when I disagree,
Yes,
or
and that's
even when I
kitty. That's
agree.
kitty, man.
But I know but I am
And
56
you're
years old. So you can
exactly.
call
You're
it as kitty
56 years
as you
old doing
want.
kitty
So
antics.
you
You're
could,
56
yes,
year old doing kitty antics. That says
yes,
a lot about
yes.
your character, man.
Yes, I'm a woman. I giggle and I chuckle, and nobody in my regular life have a problem with it. Only some bitch ass nigga on the internet who want to come and tell somebody they
You're 56
bitch
years old, and
ass
listen to
nigga.
what you're saying.
Yes, I'm
Are
calling you
you
a
are you
bitch.
lonely,
I'm
ma'am?
56.
Just
I'm
tell me
older
you're
than
lonely. You're
well,
lonely, aren't you?
you can't hear my
You're
husband snoring in
lonely,
the
aren't you,
background.
man?
You can't hear him
Where's your
snoring in the
man at?
background.
You don't got no man. Listen to how you talk. You're lonely, man.
Husband.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Oh,
But
okay.
but you see what you want to
You
degrade the
said I don't have a
conversation to?
man.
Because guess what, man? I'm quick with it. I can disrespect you easily if I want to, but who wants to do that? Just keep the conversation civil. I don't gotta call you all these stupid names. Old fool. I don't gotta go there with you. You are one. You're displaying yourself, but I don't gotta do that. So keep this
Baby,
conversation
it
civil.
might make it fun if you call me an old fool, and I wouldn't
You
take.
are an
I'm
old
giggle.
fool. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
and
If that's what I'm saying,
I'm
let's
okay with
listen to the way you talk. The way you talk is just
yes.
gonna keep on degrading conversations. How
Listen
long do you
to
think I'm gonna sit here and let this old fool call me a bitch ass, whatever other nonsense he wants to say? Think about it.
this
I will hold my tongue,
a
but not for
long
too
time.
long. Especially an old fool like you, a lonely, old, depressed, punk. Like, seriously, you're never going to do nothing. You never done nothing in your life. You're that person that always talks about this and talks about that, but never did nothing. Seriously. And that's why you laugh like a little kid at 56 years old. Laughing instead of listening like a little kid. Little kid. Now let's you want to play? We can play. That's what I'm saying. Let's keep the conversation civil. But if you don't want to keep it civil, we can play, ma'am.
You want to play?
Let's play, ma'am. You don't scare me. 1 second. Let's hear your old antique jokes. What you got, ma'am?
I'm gonna let DJ Genesis.
What? You was in the yearbook with Jesus, man? What you want to go?
We're gonna have fun.
Every time you move, dust follows you. Come on, ma'am. We can keep on talking. You old dusty fart. Like, come on. I'm trying to be polite with you, but you want to keep on saying little stupid little antics. Guess what? I'm a witty person. I can come on with our nonstop, but I'm trying to be civil. But if you want to keep on playing these games, I can talk. So come on, ma'am. I'm not the one to disrespect. I showed you nonstop respect, but if you want to keep on saying little sly stuff, I can say it too. So let's play, ma'am.
We're gonna have fun, baby.
We're having fun right now, ma'am. You didn't say nothing back. Where's that wittiness at, ma'am? Where's the little jokes at, ma'am? I'm waiting. You quiet now, ma'am.
You won't get them, baby. It's okay.
Where you at, ma'am? The arthritis acting up on you? Your mouth acting up too? Come on, ma'am. Come on. You had all these jokes before, but now when I'm coming back at you, now you quiet, ma'am. Exactly. Little child, an old child.
Wait, what is your name?
You lonely.
What's his
I know
name?
you lonely, lady. I know you lonely. Now, so now can we have a civil conversation, lonely old lady, cat lady?
You know, Genesis channel isn't.
Genesis don't even use the Bible. After all that nonsense you've been talking, now you want to act like you're a follower of Christ. Don't even touch the Bible, lady. Shut up. Shut up. Don't even try that. I hate you old people that try to any of you people that try to say all that nonsense and try to hide behind a word. Stop it, lady. Stop. Don't say that nonsense.
I didn't say anything about the Bible.
You said Genesis. Shut up. Shut up. You don't know nothing about the Bible.
Dude, I said DJ Genesis. Do you know who channel you on?
Oh, DJ Genesis? Are you kidding me right now? Oh, wow.
You didn't hear me? I said her channel is like mine. So I'm chilling.
Oh, you got a channel too. You're a YouTuber trying to get some little crumbs and money too because you're broke. Oh, okay. I didn't know that, ma'am. What else you want to talk about?
Look at him. He wasn't listening because of what I was saying.
Yes, I don't listen to fools. Remember what you just said? I don't listen to fools. So why would I listen to you, you fool? What's wrong? You can't take out what you dish. This is fun for me. Remember, you're just having a conversation. That's who you are. You're 56, but you can laugh. You can say jokes. That don't matter. You don't have to be a mature person. So come on. You take what you dish. Come on. Come on, you old dusty fart. You need some oil for them old bones or something. What's going on? You can't react as fast as I can. What's going on? You need some prune juice. What's going on, ma'am? You got some Depends?
You're gonna have to come hard.
What's going on, ma'am? That menopause is messing you up?
Yeah, that's what's
taking them heat flashes. What's going on, ma'am?
Them heat flashes got me, baby.
I know it did, because you're quiet as hell right now. So how about you just be quiet as hell from now on when somebody's trying to talk civil to you, you little punk? Like, seriously, because that's what you are. You're a little punk. So please shut up when people trying to talk civil. You're that little jerk person that keeps on degrading conversations till finally you get a person like me that checks the hell out of you. And when it happens, you don't know what to do with yourself. Because look at it. Now it's time for you to talk. But now when it's time for you to talk, you quiet. You're a little house mouse. Don't want to say nothing no more. Oh, now you the victim. But before you was talking all that junk, I can laugh, I can say I live, but now you the victim.
Nah, I'm a victim.
Yup, that's what you quiet. Come on, you quiet. Come back at me. This ain't fun just beating you up. I feel like a bully now. Come on. I thought you had jokes. I thought we were going to go back and forth. What's going on?
Wait, you think you beat me up by calling me a fart? And
you old, ancient, decrepit fool. Yes, I've been beat you up, fool. Yes. That's why I'm saying come back. I thought you had jokes. You're the funny one, right? Where's your jokes at?
Listen.
Listen. You know how old you sound? Say tenderism. Say Tinder noodle. You
You
sound
want
just
me to
like that
say,
old fart. That's what you are.
yes,
You
yes.
56-year-old decrepit. Nobody cares about you, fool. That's why you're on here talking about whatever nonsense show you got that nobody watches. That's why you're on her platform right now trying to get views because nobody watches your decrepit old show because nobody respects you. Nobody respects an old fool. An elder that is smart, has wisdom. Yes, we sit back and listen like I tried to listen to you at first, but I'm sitting here like, oh, wow. This is not a wise elder. This is an old fool, an immature old fool that can't even control herself from doing little kitty laughter. So that's why we're here right now, ma'am. Look, that's fake. That's fake laughter. I know that's nervous fake laughter. I can tell. You want to know why? I punked many people like you before. But anyway, can we go back to the conversation? Because you're weak. You have no combo for me. So let's go back to the conversation because you can't handle this. You can't handle what you dish. So stop dishing that nonsense. Be
They
civil.
call me an old fart. Everybody, give him a laugh and a ha ha.
We already laughed at you, you old decrepit dust-ridden fart. Like seriously, every time you move, dust scatters. You old nasty moth-smelling cat lady. Like seriously, if you just
must
don't
look at
shut the hell,
you must
like
look at
you're not
Charlie
witty.
Brown.
You're not witty. You're not smart. You're not anything. So
Of
please
course
just
I'm
shut up.
Of
Shut up.
course
You're one of those elders that just needs to just shut up in the corner because you don't have no man, you don't have nobody. Nobody wants to be around you. That's why you're on the internet talking to people because you're a lonely old fart. Shut up.
That is true.
I know that is true. We all know this. We're trying to be nice to you, lady, but when you keep on wanting to say you're big and bad stuff, that's what happens to you. So that's why I just want to check you for you can stop acting like you're a bully because you're not.
He want to check me, y'all.
I already checked you, y'all.
He already checked me, y'all.
Yes, I did. Now be quiet.
He gonna drop it to the floor and roll his hips and pop his boy pussy.
Listen how old you are, and you're 56 years old, and you just said that. Why?
Yeah. But you call me Dusty, right? You ain't got nothing.
Who uses that slang anymore? You're dating yourself once again, you old fart. Oh my God! I know you're a lonely. Yeah, I know you're a lonely old fart. You popped it what on the floor? Listen to how you talk at 56.
Boy pussy. You heard me.
Wow. You mean that dried up, decrepit, cobweb having? Yes, that. Wow. Wow.
Yes, I don't have a boy pussy. You do. Okay.
You thought you cooked with that, right? You finally said something back. That was it. Come on. Now I'm gonna shut up. I want you to say some jokes because you're not a funny person. You're real corny as hell. So please talk for. Let's expose you. And then when you say something that's actually a good joke, I'll come back. Cause I've been killing you this whole time. So say one funny joke, then I'll finally come back. The floor is yours,
like
man.
He said like an old fart. Like you said I was dusty. Is that what you're talking about? You want me to be funny like that? Okay. I ain't got nothing like that, baby, for you, but it's okay. I'm gonna have fun with you tomorrow. It's okay, baby. Today is tomorrow, in case you didn't know.
You sound like a punk. Tomorrow. We're right now. Ain't no tomorrow. It's right now. You punk.
DJ,
you coward. You gotta
Genesis
run till tomorrow. You gotta go home. You gotta write down some jokes. Call your funny friends because you're not witty enough to keep up with me, and then come back and say their jokes to me. Is that what you gonna do? You clown. Oh, you're a clown.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do, baby. I'm gonna call up.
I know what you're gonna do. You're a clown. I've been exposed to people like you before. You clown. I tried to respect you, old dusty fart. But you're not a respectable person. You deserve to be clowned just like you are right now. So can we please get back to the topic and just shut up, ma'am? Because you have not added to this conversation, not one bit, not one how. So just shut up and let somebody else speak. Can we get back to the conversation? Because I've been destroyed you. So please shut up and let's get back to the topic, please.
He destroyed me, everybody.
Yes, everybody. Yes, I destroyed you.
He destroyed me.
Oh, yes. Look at your comeback. That's your comeback, though. This is how corny you are. You haven't said nothing back, but just like the idiot you are, for you can show your immaturity, let you get the last word. And your last word was, he destroyed me, everybody. Why even waste your time saying that? At least say something funny back. You are this corny, this whack of a person. Oh, my God. You are sad. I'm right? You are a lonely cat lady, right?
I am. I have
Like
80 cats.
seriously, I am right. Tell me I'm right. Like, are you real?
I have
Seriously, are you lonely? Do you got a man, man?
7 cats. That's how many.
How many years have you been? How many years have you been single, man?
6, 7, 6, 7. Like your generation. 6, 7. You should know.
We all know. You've been
Yeah,
single for a while, man. That's why you act like a fool.
It's okay, honey.
Anyway, host, can we get back to this topic at hand? Like, I'm done talking to this old lady. I don't want to keep on disrespecting the elderly.
I don't think you disrespect me. You sound like a fool by calling me Dusty and a whole fool. What else you saying? Like you don't have nothing new, like 2025 shit. You ain't even got 2024 shit. You dropping all the way to what 1800 shit. You went to Charlie Brown with the Dusty. God damn.
Oh, you got me good. Host, can we go now? I just let her get the last word in. You see, I'm mature enough to let her get the last word. So can we move on now? Because she's not funny. This is boring me now. Can we move on now? She got the last word in, so she feels better about herself now. Can we move on?
I know when I said DJ Genesis and you thought I was talking about the Bible, I guess that's when you was funny, huh? Okay, yeah. We know, baby. Go ahead, DJ Genesis. I don't think he knew who channel he was on. He said, I hate when old women start talking about the Bible. Like, what Bible? Man, you killed yourself, honey. I get to see you laugh at you and giggle because you mad when I giggle.
And you're still running your mouth, so we see who's the mad one.
Oh, was that a little giggle you just gave? Because it was ugly, baby, but it was, at least you tried.
Is this lady your mother, your grandmother? Why are you letting this old lady run your show? Can you please get back to the topic ahead? Because she's just running her mouth right now. You see, ain't nothing funny, ain't nothing coming out. Can you get back to the topic ahead? I'm tired of just destroying this old lady. You see, I hurt her feelings, so that's why she keeps on running her mouth. So can we please just go on? I don't want to hurt her feelings no more.
He said my feelings hurt, y'all. When I was giggling, his feelings was hurt. And he called me Dusty, so now my feelings are hurt.
When you giggled, it didn't hurt my feelings, man. I was just trying to tell you, be respectful.
Apparently you was hurt, baby.
It's
So you went on a whole tirade about it, me giggling.
That's why you're single, because you never understood simple rules.
You keep mentioning that I'm single. It's amazing how you keep murdering yourself.
It's obvious, man. That's what I'm saying.
Is it?
You have not said one thing to show me that I'm wrong. And everybody knows I'm right because
I don't think anybody believes you. I think everybody know that what you're talking about is bullshit. But you the only one who believes me, honey.
Ma'am, are you done showing your hurt feelings? Can we move on? You keep on running. You've been running your mouth for about 10 minutes now. I've been stopped talking. Here, how's this? Let me shut up again. Let me shut up again for you can finally try to shut up.
Oh, if I giggle, you won't cry? No? Okay. Me and my cats, can you hear them in the background? Meow. Oops, that's not my kitty. That's your pussy. That's your pussy. Crying. All it took was an old lady to giggle, y'all, and he just went on a whole tirade. Oh, ooh, let me come after you. Ooh, you dusty old fart. Like, I was talking to my grandmother for a minute. I was like, I'm sorry, Granny. I'm so sorry. Now, where's your wife? Oops. Now, I'm not going to assume you don't have one, but I can kind of tell you don't have a loved one, someone who loves you. Someone who giggles at you sometimes, you know what I mean? Because, you know, every once in a while, you might find it not to be so.
Let's not act like all races don't have ignorant people just like her, all right? So stop
I
acting like
no racist. Why are you talking about race?
I'm reading the comments, not you, ma'am. I'm letting you run your mouth.
Oh, okay.
I'm still talking. But
I'm not looking at the chat. So you told me you're talking about the chat, okay?
Every race, you know that. But for some odd reason, the host is just taking advantage of this elderly lady and just letting her run her mouth and just letting her just destroy herself more and more. So
we are on a panel where people run their mouth.
Let this old lady stop destroying herself because she looks real crazy. We can all tell your feelings are hurt because you're still talking. Can you be quiet?
I know I look crazy. You came up assuming that I said something I didn't. I came up even saying that DJ Genesis was saying something she didn't say.
In Minnesota, and your feelings are so hurt.
Genesis never even mentioned about that shooting of what race
Yes,
that
Genesis.
was.
I'm a religious person. I'm a very spiritual. I like reading books that inspire the world. So I read the Bible before. I read some of the Quran. I read some of the what's the Jewish book? I read a lot, man. So as far as when you said Genesis, the first thing that sparked my mind was the Bible. Just to let you know, because I don't just nonstop junk food.
But I didn't say
you do nonstop junk food on the internet.
That's not what I said though. I said DJ.
You don't read. You're a goofy. You see like a person like me or most people when you hear the word Genesis, most people would think the Bible, but just a heathen such as yourself, man.
Not if you're on the
say
channel
Genesis,
of
you
the
never would think
person.
of the Bible. Like, seriously, listen to what you're admitting to.
He's
A
on the
heathen such as
channel of the
yourself,
person.
like Genesis is the beginning.
Genesis.
Do you know what Genesis means? You don't even know what that means, do you?
Y'all hear
like
this?
You are ignorant, man. Like,
Look
please
at
stop
him.
showing your ignorance.
He's on DJ Genesis channel. I said DJ Genesis. He starts talking about the Bible or acting like I'm talking about the Bible. Like you was rambling, my brother. It's okay. It's okay, boo boo. You listen. You made a mistake. All you gotta do is just admit it. Or you won't even have to admit it. Nobody needs to know. We all know. We saw you act like a fool. We saw you. Okay, we heard you. You came, you saw it, you bugged out, and now you chilling. It's okay. Okay.
Are you okay, man? You need a hug? You need a hug, man? You okay?
You trying to hug me, huh? You want me to
you need somebody to give you a hug because I feel sorry for you, man. You are a degenerate. You are a heathen.
You want to hug me?
56-year-old.
I'm
You
a
are a
fluffy woman.
56-year-old lonely fool that this lady is going to be following whatever DJ Jen's going to be following your path because I see she entertains this nonsense just like you. Because seriously, you are an old fool.
Say anything up here.
Old fool that has always been a fool. That's life sucks, and you are lonely due to that, man. Seriously.
I'm the one who got to listen to dumbasses just so I can know what everybody's saying, including the dumbasses.
Ma'am, you are the broke one with the channel online. You are the broke one with the channel online. So let's not play games. I can pat my pocket right now. Can you pat yours? You are broke. I can hear it in your voice, man. I can hear that. I can hear the ashiness in your throat. I can hear the dust coming off. Like you are a decrepit old fool. So please shut the hell up. You and your little comrades. I don't care about any of you dummies. Like I see dummies in the comments, and I see dummies that I'm listening to right now. Like I believe all of you guys are dumb maggotards. That's exactly what you are.
Oh, now we maggot. Now we maggot.
You sound like a dumb MAGA. Honestly, that's what I hear in the voice. Like
it's funny because I was agreeing with you on a lot of things.
Or bleeding.
It's only when I giggle.
One of the other. They're both dumb. Bleeding heart liberal or dumb MAGA. Like honestly, both y'all do not actually do research. One or the other.
You ever seen that fluffy guy?
I think both y'all are dumb. Honestly, let's get into it. Because honestly, since you want to keep on running your mouth, we ain't gonna get back to the topic at hand. Let's get into it.
Dude,
honestly, I can't stand people like you. Like old people need to have more respect for themselves. You're an old fool. You have never contributed to nothing in life and never will. So when you finally do pass, nobody will miss you. Nobody. Not your family, not anybody, not anybody dating you. You are a lonely old fool. Your cats won't even miss you, lady. Like seriously, listen to all the nonsense you say. No, I just want to be around people that think like me and have myself in a vacuum. Seriously, if you keep on having your little vacuum, little stupid thoughts, you think that you can get away with this little stupid stuff. You think that you can talk to anybody that you want, but no, man. I will check you. There will be somebody else to check you. Nobody's going to physically touch you, but we will check the hell out of you, man. Because you are ignorant.
What you gonna use, a pen or pencil?
I already did. That's why a grown lady is meowing right now. A 56-year-old lady is meowing on the phone.
You gonna twirl around, give me 2 snaps and
yup, exactly.
You sound like you the LGBT baby. It's
exactly.
Okay.
And let's matter of fact, let's take this topic offhand.
I'm a liberal.
Let's talk about this is the issue with people like you. Honestly, let's not even degrade this man that got killed with this kind of stupid topic. Well, let's talk about people like you. I don't understand why there's not a dating site for people like you. Trust me, you're not the only piece of trash in this world. So why is there not a dating site for people like you? So you won't be lonely like this, and you won't be, decrepit on the internet talking nonstop and nonsense. You'll have actually some lonely, miserable person next to you that y'all can actually talk together. So we don't have to hear your lonely, miserable thoughts.
Okay, so if I'm here
That'd
with a
be
lonely
the
person,
perfect resolution. I don't
if
know,
I'm lonely,
a loser dating site. That's
listen,
what we
y'all,
need to
y'all
find
heard him?
out
He
for
said,
all
if
you
I'm
dumb,
lonely, if
for
I'm
all
at
you
home
dumb,
lonely with
racist,
another lonely
dumb
person,
people
we
that can
gonna be
never think.
lonely together. You see how ridiculous he is? Two people lonely. I'm lonely, a new person
Yes,
gonna come here
ma'am.
that can be lonely with
Yes,
me, and
ma'am.
we gonna just be
If you
lonely.
if you if you
So I
have
thought if
one
I was
if
with
you have
somebody, I
one
didn't think
if
I
you
would be
have one
lonely,
brain cell,
dumbass.
you can understand that you can still feel lonely in a room of
Oh,
100
you didn't
people,
say
you
feel
dummy.
lonely. You say
No,
be
lonely, yes,
lonely.
lonely, because think about it, you stupid fool. Yes,
Y'all
exactly.
heard him?
I love you fools that can
He
never
said
say a factual thing back, but
all I
you
gotta
think that
do
a
is put
laugh
another
is
person in the
sufficient.
room and be
Can you
lonely
call? Can
together.
you bring somebody else up? Because honestly, this lady got me in a mood to debate, and she is not. She is not adequate. She is not. She
Oh,
doesn't have
now
the
you
brain
want to
capacity
debate?
to argue with me. Can I? Can you? Or can
You
you
don't
debate
even
with
know
me,
what
host? Because
lonely
this is a
means. What are you
fool.
talking about?
You crusty, old, decrepit fool. Can you please shut your dusty mouth?
That's
Like seriously, you're
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 not.
an old fool.
He's still gonna use the word old and food and dusty, y'all. He's not gonna come up with
Yes,
no
because
new.
that's what you are.
Okay,
You
and
need to go
lonely.
get an oil change. Go do something. Just shut up. Like there's something wrong with you. I don't
Oh,
care what's wrong with you.
you sad? Oh, you want to know what's wrong with me, don't you?
That's what it is, man.
You want to come and fix me, don't you? You lonely.
But anyway, man, how's this? Let's be constructive with this conversation. Let's talk about your love life. How long have you been lonely?
I don't know.
The last guy that tossed you to the side because he didn't want to deal with you. What year was that, man?
That was in '89. The
You
last guy
mean
that
like
talked to
you
me,
mean like
the last person
69?
that talked to me
You,
was
you mean like
yeah,
you mean like
'89.
69, man? You want to say like 69? We all know you
I
lying.
said it
You have
'89.
you mean 69, man.
No, in '89.
69. Stop lying to us, man. We all know.
The last
Because that's the
person
only
I
way that you
dated,
can be acting like this.
and they
There's something wrong with you.
and
Are
we
are, are
didn't
you a
stick
are you a
together.
man hater or something? Is this why you act so disrespectful, so dumb? So you can't even respect yourself?
You don't even like my answer, honey. The answer wasn't good enough for you.
I'm sorry, what did you say? You told me not to listen to fools. I'm sorry, what did you say?
You said the answer wasn't good enough for you. Huh?
No, it
89.
wasn't. What did you say? I'm sorry, I missed your answer, man. What did you say?
The last guy I dated and who let me go was in 1989.
And I just said you're lying, man. That's 69. So once again, your arthritis in your ears, I guess. I don't know what's going on, but you didn't
Oh,
hear
okay.
me. Yeah.
So it was in '69 when I was born. Okay, I got you. So I
You're
guess you're
lying right
trying
now.
to
You
refer
know
to my
you
dad. You're trying to refer to my dad.
you were
Is that
not
what you're doing?
born. You were not born in no 89 or 6, like, ma'am, like you what
Y'all hear him?
1869, man. Like, let's
Y'all
stop lying. Can we tell the truth? I'm so tired of you liars on the internet.
You
Can
can't
we
even
please
do
just tell the
simple
truth?
math. You can't even do math.
1869,
But you
ma'am.
ain't like an answer. You ain't like
Ma'am,
an answer, baby.
can you tell us what happened during the Civil War real quick? Because
I
seriously, we weren't
I
there.
could
Can
tell
you
you
educate
the
us real
last
quick?
guy
Can you
I
tell us what
dated
happened?
who did not keep me long
What you
term.
mean keep you? You mean got rid of you?
Yeah,
Nobody
he got
wants to
rid of me.
keep
He
you.
got rid of me. I
Who
got
would
rid of him.
keep you, man? Listen to you. Who would keep you? You're 56-year-old talking about drop that. Come on now. Who would keep you? You're 56 talking about some drop that. You're a shame. You're a
Y'all,
shame.
I
And
told you
that's what I'm
that
saying.
you
It's like
dropping yours.
you you
You
you
didn't
got
even
these
hear
you
me.
got these racists here talking about black fatigue, but these racists act like they're not creative at all. If you really knew what black fatigue is black people tired of you racist dummies. Not this dummy right here. You racist dummies. So please stop taking advantage of this dummy for your ignorance. No, this is just me checking this dummy. So you racists, please calm yourself down.
I need to look in the chat because I love the racist, baby. I mean. Maybe I need to look in the chat to see what they're saying so I can eat some alive because you ain't no fun. But it's okay.
You
You
cool,
one of my
man.
brothers.
You cool, ma'am. You cool, ma'am. Like I said, I don't mind checking you, but I'll rather check a race over you in a heartbeat. But anyway, can we get back to the topic at hand? Because this is you're not solving nothing.
Baby, it's not my channel. You asked. I'm waiting for DJ Genesis too. Me and you just talking.
Oh no, this is what your girl tried to do. She has no topics, so she's trying to get you to keep on talking.
No,
So she's
she
using
had
you
a
for views.
topic. No, she
You
had a
see, she's
great
not
topic.
entertaining her topic, ma'am. Do you not see?
No, but
You're playing the fool for her, and I'm trying to tell you to
God.
stop playing the fool. Finally, you just got under my nerve, under my skin. I just wanted to check you real quick, so I finally just started calling you Dusty and everything. But yeah, we can keep on going if you want, but honestly, ma'am, this is tiring.
I know you tired. It's okay.
Substantial, so it's a boring conversation to me. So I'd rather just slap down other liars about this guy that got killed than rather just slap down why you've been single since '89. Matter of fact, let me stop saying other stuff. Let's stay with what you want to stay with. You've been single since '89. Does that not say a lot to you?
No, I didn't say I was single. I didn't say I was single since '89.
You said with your own words. You just said that. You was born since. Oh my God. I'm done talking.
Y'all hearing?
I'm done talking.
I didn't say I've been single
I'm
since
done talking to
'89.
you. I'm done talking to you, ma'am. I'm done. You a liar. Please, I'm done.
You are an idiot. You
Yep,
asked me a question.
Yep.
You asked me when the last
You
person.
say,
I
man,
said,
it's true. Can you please stop talking
you
and
said
shut the hell up
you
now?
said when was the last? You said the
Yes,
last
ma'am, you're
person
right. Yep,
you
you're
was
right.
with who left you, and I said in 1989. That's
89.
that's the last person who
left
left
you.
me.
89. Because
Yes.
somebody wants to keep you. Yes. And I said got rid of.
No,
89. You offered that
no,
date, ma'am.
listen, baby.
You offered that date, ma'am.
Y'all hear him? He's so stupid.
Yes.
It's like
Let's hear you try to save yourself. Let's hear you try to play semantics to try to save yourself.
No, I ain't got to play semantics. You
Yes,
asked
you
me.
are, ma'am. You are
the
sad.
last
You are
person.
sad. Matter
You
of fact,
asked
let's
me
do
the
this.
last
Let's do
person
this.
who
I'm having
left
fun with
me.
this. Let's do this. Ma'am. Okay, so let's go down your love life now. So you're saying
let's go.
89 now wasn't your
1989 was the last man I met and dealt with, and we not together, and it was over. That was in 1989. That's what I said.
What are you alluding to? Are you with females now? I'm lost right now. What are you alluding to, man? Okay, so the last
in
man,
1989,
89.
somebody met the last person who left me was in 89.
Okay, so can you go to progression without me asking you more and more
Okay,
questions?
yes, so I could progress. So I got married, right, in 91, and he's right in the bed behind me right now. He hasn't left me. You asked me when was the last guy who I was with who left me. So
I do not believe you for 1 second.
I
If you
know
have
you're silly.
anybody in your bed, it's somebody in your bed just to have some fun with you. Nobody wants to be around you.
Well, we've been married for 30 plus years.
I would, oh my God, I would take the phone out my wife's hand, she's on the internet talking about pop that what at 56 years old.
I told you to pop your boy.
You're a grown woman saying that at 56 years old. And you have a husband, a so-called husband that's laying next to you? Are you kidding me right now?
So wait a minute. Should I be like 3 years old saying it? Oh, you mean when I'm 50? Something I can't say the word boy pussy. Talk about your boy pussy. What do I have to wait till I'm 75 to say it, or should I be 35? Like, how old can I be to use those type of words?
I don't know. I think you need to at least put your dentures in before you say the words. Try that at least.
I mean, why do I have to do that?
Oil up your skin at least. Put that petrol on you at least. Get that ashy dust off you at least. I don't know, something like that possibly.
Oh, I'm still ashy, but I'm no longer single and with
man, you're still single. Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you. You're still single. Nobody believes you. You're still single. Nobody believes you.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay, yes, that's okay.
I think everybody believes me.
What do you do for a living?
I don't do anything.
Thank you. That's the answer right there. You don't do anything for a living. That's the answer right there.
I don't do anything for a living.
Exactly. You're a bum.
No, actually, I'm a wife.
You're a bum.
I'm a wife.
You're a bum.
Wait, you mad because you can't be a wife, so you don't have to do nothing for a living? Don't be mad, Daddy.
Wait, hold on. Listen. Let's just say we believe for 1 second.
Everybody believes it.
You're bragging about not doing nothing. So your husband, this fool of a husband, is listening to you laying in bed, and as you're bragging that you don't do nothing.
Yeah, I'm bragging that I don't do anything for a living. Remember, that was your question. You asked me, what do I do for a living?
No. Your wife ain't that part of
Yeah.
your occupation now? That's your lifestyle now, right? You hear me, woman? Hear me roar this nonsense, ma'am? You are a fool. This
I'm a
fool
wife.
that's can have him speak, please. I'm lost how this fool will be laying next to you, talk about you do nothing.
Well, I don't know if I said I don't do anything, but I think you asked me, what do I do for a living? And I said I don't do anything for a living because I'm married. Now, it's okay, honey, if you can't find you anybody. I know you want your last boyfriend, you wanted to be a stay-at-home.
See, that's the thing with you females. You females try to act like you're cool with gay guys, but listen to every insult that you try
I
to
am
fling
cool
at me.
with you gay-ass
Every
niggas.
insult that you
I
fling at
am
me
cool
is a
with you.
gay insult.
Yes,
So that's
I'm
why I don't
cool with
understand
you.
why gay guys don't see through your little scheme. You act like you're cool with these gay men, but every single thing that you're saying to me as an insult is a gay insult. It's not funny at all. Are you
Oh, it's
homophobic
not
or
funny?
something? Like
No,
seriously, like nothing you're saying is funny. Nothing you're saying is
you
cool.
mad?
Like you're very just like you're a jerk. You're a very prejudiced person.
We
Old
can,
fool. I
I
see you're
can
prejudiced
loan
against
you
your
my
own race.
purses.
You're prejudiced against gay people. Like what else?
No,
Like come on, man. Like
I
seriously,
love you.
you're
We
almost
can
as
share
worse
clothes.
as a
What
racist.
size are you?
What you gonna do next? Call the cops? Like
No, what
seriously,
size are you?
you are a terrible person, man.
I could borrow your shoes and you can borrow my purse. I think we could be the
Yeah, I
bestest of
borrow your
friends.
purse, so another gay reference, right? That's what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Okay, yes, okay. No, honestly, I'm not gonna go there with you. I'm not gonna go there with you. But yeah, let's just keep the jokes without the
We
gay
could be
people.
besties. What do
You can
you
joke
mean?
at me without insulting gay people. Come on, you got other stuff. You got
I'm
other
not
stuff to
insulting a
utilize.
gay. I'm not insulting gay people. I'm insulting you and your
Okay,
gay ass.
by saying gay nonsense. So come on, insult me without saying some gay nonsense. Come on, do it. You can do it.
I mean, I already told you were dealing with your boy pussy, and you kept thinking I
You
was
just said
talking about
another gay
my
listen to you. Like, why would people listen to you? You're a prejudiced fool. Like, seriously, you are a prejudiced old fool. What is your show? What show you got now?
I'm just jealous of you
No.
and
What's your show on
your
YouTube, man? What's your
boy.
show?
It's called Boy Pussy Anonymous.
Okay, and the name of your show exactly was again, man? Because I want everybody to know you're prejudiced. You're a fool. Like
It's
this
called
is what you
Boy.
do for a living,
It's
and
called
all you
Boy
say is
Pussy.
not like seriously. Every single little fake joke you said has to do with gay people. You notice how I joke on you? I'm talking about your age and nonsense like that. So mess with
You're
me,
not
like mess
talking
with me.
about.
Come on. I'm gonna
I'm talking about
say
your
some guys say something.
sexuality. What are you talking about? I'm talking about your sexuality. You talking about my age? I'm talking about your sexuality. What's the problem?
Ma'am, this has nothing to do with the conversation.
Listen, it's okay. You could come out the closet. We would have fun. I would do your hair, and you could do mine. You know what I'm saying? I will make you some. Listen, we could share.
Listen.
You
You're
could
not
tell me
funny.
all the tea.
Nobody finds
You
you
could
funny.
clock that tea,
I'm
baby.
letting you speak. The reason why I'm quiet and letting you speak, I'm letting you dig deeper into that hole of yours. Like seriously, every single thing you're saying is some kind of homophobic joke. That's all you got. Like
It
I
is
said,
not.
you're not a witty person. So please do your first thought. Go like say tomorrow. Get back at me tomorrow. Go talk to your witty friends that can
Tomorrow,
possibly keep up with me. You know, have some jokes or
I
something like
love
that,
you.
and then come back tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
man. Because
you're
everything you're
only
saying is
a
some
day
homophobic nonsense.
away.
And now what? This your kitty?
Tomorrow,
That's so being kitty.
I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, you're only as gay as I.
Can you put your husband on your phone? Please put the husband on the phone. I gotta hear this. I gotta hear
I'm
his
not on the
voice.
phone, dumbass.
Put your husband on. I gotta hear his voice because
I'm
I
not
don't
on the
believe you,
phone.
man. I don't believe you.
What do you want? Uh-oh.
You're married to this lady?
Yes, dumbass.
Why the fuck would you marry this dumb fuck?
Listen, I've been listening to you meltdown for the last hour.
Yes, you have, and you heard me talk to your fucking wife this whole fucking time, and like a bitch, you didn't say shit this whole fucking time. So don't act like you're a man now, you fucking pussy. So now, tell me, why would you marry such a vile fucking
man? I'm not the one whining and bitching right now.
Hear me talk to my wife? Yeah, you heard me this whole time. Talk to her, you punk. You pussy.
Yeah,
So
you
you
were
don't
talking
act like a
to
man
your
now.
feelings.
So why tell me why your wife is this homophobic little punk? Tell me why this old decrepit little dusty fart is nonstop just this homophobic
I'm
little
looking
punk.
for gay friends.
And why if you feel like you've been hearing me, if you felt that I was disrespecting your wife at any point in time, now you're speaking up. That shows how much of a punk you are. Oh my God. Put him on the phone. Get off the phone, lady. Put him on the phone. Put him on the phone. Get off the phone, lady. Put him on the phone. You little punk.
Show you how to be a
You
man.
old punk. Shut up. Shut up. Get your old punk ass up on the phone.
That's right. Give me your girl feelings.
Huh? What you say? What you say,
Girl
punk?
feelings.
What you say, punk?
Get in your girl feelings. Did you hear
Oh,
me?
my
bitch?
girl feelings. My
You
girl
are
feelings.
right now.
Yeah, that's a good
Right
comeback.
now,
You sound like a
you're
fat fuck. Trust me. I can hear a fat fuck when I hear one. Are you a fat fuck, sir? I can hear it in your voice.
Oh, it takes one to know one, huh?
Oh, no. That's your comeback. You see, you're corny as fuck, just like your wife. That's your comeback. Takes one to know one. No, I'm not fat, you fat fuck. I work out every day, and that's why I'm prepared to whoop a motherfucker ass in a heartbeat. But no, let's just talk about you real quick, you dumb fuck. If you felt I was disrespecting your wife, hold on, no. As a man, if you felt I was disrespecting your wife, why the fuck was you sitting back quietly like a little bitch?
Because you weren't disrespecting my wife.
You just said it. The first words out your mouth when you came on the phone, you said you little punk. You little coward. Oh my God, you double talk like a little punk. Oh my God, you are a little punk. You do that little semantic stuff just like your chick. You old as fuck too. I can tell you old as fuck too. The first words out your mouth, you little coward, was me disrespecting your wife. You little coward. That's why I went off on you. Because for 1 second, if you felt I disrespected your wife, why the hell didn't you say nothing? You just sitting there like a little coward. Oh my God, you would be married to this punk. Matter of fact, you would. This is how you got this mouth. This is how you are who you are because you married this little lame, fat little punk. I get it now. Wow. Okay. It all makes sense. Behind any cowardly punk, dumb female, it's a cowardly dumb man. Thank you for proving my point, you dumb. Oh my God. Thank you.
But she keeps saying dumb.
Thank you. You fat bastard. You fat. Oh my God. What you taking Ozempic now? You on Ozempic now?
Where's your boyfriend?
You trying to do Ozempic now?
Hey, princess.
You trying to do Ozempic now?
I'm gonna put up my husband's picture for you so you can run. You might want to love him though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, where's your boyfriend?
You trying to do Ozempic now? Oh, you're just like your wife. The first thing you said was a gay joke. That's you're homophobic. Okay, you're just like your wife. You're not funny at all. Oh my God. Okay, I just fooled both of y'all. I'm tired of both of y'all.
All right, then go to bed.
Shut up, you little punk. You go to bed. You ain't doing nothing.
Go get a bottle.
Like seriously.
Go suck on your man's nipple and be quiet.
Oh, your man's nipple. Go suck on your wife's dribbled down, shredded up, dried out nipple. You old decrepit fool. What your wife got that dustiness? Instead of that wet, she got that dusty.
Can you see?
Like
Can you
seriously,
see?
let's stop the jokes. We been know she hit that menopause state. We been know she ain't doing nothing. We been know you ain't doing nothing. What you got that erectile? What's going on? The blue pills ain't working for you no more. What's going on, sir? We already agreed that you fat. You just hit dog holler. Oh, one takes one to know one. That's your best comeback. Besides that, a gay joke, right? Takes one to know one or a gay joke, right?
Look, he can't listen to nothing. He on
Shut
the
up,
phone.
lady.
You
Put your man back. Shut up, lady. Put your man back on the phone. I just disrespect the girl just right there. Now say something to me, punk. I just disrespect her right there. Now say something to me, punk.
Do we look fat in that picture?
Please shut up. Please shut up, ma'am. I'm not trying to disrespect you. Put him on the phone.
You said that I was single. You said I had cats.
Yes, but look what kind of guy you got. You're proving us right. If you're not single, look what kind of man you have. You have this weak imbecile of a man, fat, just depending on you. Just a sour, just punk of a man. That's what you got for a man.
You don't see how tall he
He
is?
felt that I was disrespecting. You know how long we were on the phone, ma'am? You know how long we were on the phone, ma'am? And he felt I disrespected you. And he never said one word this whole time. I had to ask for him to speak up. And that's your man. That shows you everything.
Let me know when you're done crying and whining.
Shut up, punk. You fat bastard, fat Albert. Like seriously, you take Sarah with everything.
See, I'm not allowed to retort,
Shut
right?
up. Shut up.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't argue with idiots. Because
what's your blood pressure? Hot sauce?
Beat me with your ignorance.
What's your blood pressure? Hot sauce? Gravy? You fat bastard. Shut up.
Hold on, man. Look here, dumbass. Which one?
Look here, dumbass. Look here, dumbass. You ain't saying nothing, you punk. I just said all that to your wife, you punk, and you did nothing. You're a punk, so shut up. So now the little fat jokes getting you. So all that stuff I said to your wife didn't get you, but the little fat jokes you into, shut up, you little punk. Take your Ozempic and shut the hell up, you little punk. Everybody know you're a punk.
You mean you think
you shut up, you little punk, you fat bastard. You got gravy with that? What you doing?
He must be on the phone, babe. He can't see the pictures. But he clearly see he ain't fat.
He's staring at his boyfriend. He's sleeping too.
Staring at his boyfriend. You see these old corny farts. All I can say is little gay jokes. I've been said I'm not gay. It's not insulting at all. Like it's not insulting. So why are you insulting gay people? Stop doing that. Keep it to me. Keep it to me. Huh?
Where is your girlfriend?
I don't got a girlfriend, sir.
Where's your girlfriend?
I don't got a girlfriend, sir. I got a wife.
Where's your wife?
She's with me. What's your point?
Oh, is she?
Wait a minute. So I was disrespecting you and she let me?
Mm-hmm.
I know I was disrespecting you. You wasn't disrespecting me.
You don't have a wife. Your wife is probably a teddy bear because you're soft as ice cream, bitch ass.
I'm soft. Listen to all your references. All your references are fat references. You got ice cream. What you got? You got 22. What's your next reference? You fat fuck. Like all your references are like hostess cakes and fat shit. You fat fuck. What's your next reference? You're like a cupcake. You're like a banana split. You're like a sundae. Like what else? Are you hungry right now? You fat fuck. Am I making you hungry right now? Like seriously, everything you're saying is food. And no, she's not in the same room. Unlike you, I let my wife sleep, you dumb fuck. I'm not like you. So anyway, let's go.
I'm sorry about that, but this person here having her feelings melting down.
Melting down. More fat references. What was it, ice cream? Like what's going on with you? Why are you so fat? What's your weight, sir?
Right now, but somebody giggled at your silly ass.
I giggled and he went off.
Oh, and you're bald too? Oh shit, you're bald too. So you're fat and bald. Oh my God. You got that shit that every female looking for. Every female looking for that fat bald motherfucker. Oh shit, you better protect this man.
So he fat and bald?
How old are you?
Younger than you fat bald fuck.
Well, we've already established that because you're young and dumb. So now how old are you?
Oh, cool. That was your comeback, you old fat fuck. That's your comeback, you gravy sucking dumb fuck. Like seriously, if you don't shut your old fat ass up, you need to go get some Ozempic, you fat fuck. Like seriously, I don't understand why fat people like you keep on talking. You know you're tired already. That's why you're taking breaks. You gotta take breaks in between of your breathing, you fat fuck. You got a CPAP too, don't you? Do you stop breathing at night? Hey, fat fuck. Don't lie. Let's talk. Let's tell the truth. Since you want to talk about the truth, do you stop breathing at night, you fat fuck?
Stop breathing at night.
Do you use the CPAP machine? Like, here, let's tell the truth. Like you stop breathing. Like that weight on your chest like holds you. Like let's tell the truth. What medical issues do you have for your obesity? You got diabetes, what's wrong with you? High blood pressure?
I'm gonna ask you a serious question.
Because you want to act like you some help. I see a fat bald nigga.
He's not, because he's too big.
I'm not listening to you. Once again, why would I
and
listen
on
to
top of that, he
fool?
keeps saying he see fat, but he know he don't see none of fat. He see you in your uniform when we first got married a long time ago.
Ma'am, why are you pointing in the picture from like 30 years ago, ma'am?
I put up recent pictures.
Stop putting some 30-year. Don't put no 30-year ago picture in there. Let's see what you look like. Let's see how bad you and he look right now.
She looks so beautiful. Look at her. Shouts out to Bob Cherry and her husband and how beautiful she looks.
Girl, that's when we got married a long time ago.
Oh, that's so cute. That's good. Listen to a shout out. Let's give a round of applause for marriage.
But remember, he told me I was married. When I told him that the last guy who left me, I said that happened in '89.
you.
He couldn't accept
He
that.
couldn't
Starts with
accept that.
consistency.
I did fall asleep, yes. I'm sorry because I did just get finished like de-icing planes, like so I fell asleep. I'm not gonna lie, but I said, I'll come here and do a thing. And I wake up, I'm like, dude, what the hell? I thought the video had messed up. And honey, I realized it's like this guy said, "You fat fuck, you fat fuck, you fat fuck, you fat fucking fuck." So relax, bro. What made everybody get so upset? Like, why is
I giggle, girl. I giggle, and he just went off.
man?
And then I started playing around with him. Huh?
Here, Fondy, I put the link down. Fondy, I put it down. Like, what caused it? Like, bro, why are you so upset? Like, why? Listen, this is a channel where we get to all express our feelings. We get to talk about certain stuff like immigration, things like this. Why are we going? We have turned against each other. What's the problem? Why are we so upset? Why are we fighting each other, bro?
And then so I calmed down because I noticed I was waking up my husband. So I knew when he woke up, I got quiet. And then he was like, "Come on, I'm after you." I'm like, "Nah, I'll get you later." Right. But then my husband was listening and he didn't say anything until he asked my husband to speak. But he was claiming that I wasn't married. So
what? So what was the what even triggered that? Like what Tisha?
He said I sound like I'm lonely.
Okay.
And then he said I alone.
Why is this so wrong? And so
Yeah, when I giggled at him, that's when he went crazy. He went crazy with the giggle.
No, you kept on saying little slick mouth stuff like an old fool you are. That's why I finally just went off on you. That's what I'm saying. This is what gets me upset about fools like you. You keep on doing nonstop little kitty stuff, and then when finally somebody goes off on you, you play victim. This is what
I'm
kills me
not
about
playing the
fools like
victim.
you. Please don't play victim. Don't play that victim card. You was that fool saying all that nonsense. I'm saying, ma'am, let's just be civil. Let's be civil. And you kept on saying little kitty nonsense and laughing and doing little kitty stuff that you are because you are the old fool you are. So that's when I finally checked your old fool butt. So let's stop lying. Let's stop lying.
I
That's what I'm
giggled
saying.
at
This
him,
is
and he
what
was
pisses
like,
people off about
"You're
people like you.
giggling.
Don't
That's
play
what
victim.
no.
You instigated the whole
I'm not
situation. So
acting.
then I checked you and your fat husband, and now you want to play victim. So stop it.
I'm not acting like a victim, dude.
Anyway, ma'am, I just checked you and your punk husband. So have a good day. I'm tired of talking to you fools.
He does like fat women and men. Just admit
Yes,
it.
that's what
My
it is. You're
husband's not
fat.
available.
You're fat, so that's what you want to claim. I
Yeah,
like fat women. No,
my
my
husband
chick
is
is
not
not fat,
available.
sir. No, she's very fit, look good. What about yours? We all know that. We already know the answer to that one.
He
She
said
don't look
he
good.
said he's
She
fat,
look like your
so we
fat self.
sat together.
So let's stop acting like we talking to two power couples here. No, we're talking to a ugly couple. They had nobody else to get with, so they got with each other. So let's stop playing. And I hope they didn't have kids because they got some ugly ass kids. Anyway, y'all, have a good night, you old fool. Get you arthritis, dusty, decrepit,
and listen to
in a
somebody.
yearbook with Jesus, you fat, greasy, gravy, blood sugar level, having hot sauce, blood type. Shut up. Have a good night.
So this is all your conditions, Joe, right?
Good night. You have a good night.
Now go cry in the corner.
Say good night. Okay.
DJ Genesis, I had mentioned I said, "Hey, DJ Genesis," and he started talking. He started saying, "Old woman, talk about the huh."
We got some more female power. Shouts out to Fundi Fee. Welcome, Fundi Fee. Because I ain't gonna lie, I did fall asleep and woke back up and they was arguing.
I had told him he probably went to sleep. Or I think he said.
I ain't gonna lie. I've been de-icing planes and I just said, you know what? I just passed out. What's up? Welcome to the channel, Fundi. What you want to say?
He's lying. And just because you loud don't make you right.
Right.
He's lying. He's straight up lying. He's lying. He started it. He finished it. No, he started it. He tried to finish it. And I hope he hears me when I say this. Her husband didn't have to get involved because she was handling you, bruh. Men don't get involved when their women are slapping your ass down. They don't have to. They can sit back and laugh at your dumb ass.
Right.
And that's what the brother did while you screaming fat ass, fat ass, fat ass at 5 fucking o'clock in the goddamn morning.
Right.
Thinking that makes you right. It don't. It never did. She whooped your ass simply because you lost control, you dingling.
Oh man.
Period. And that's not to be on her side. That's just from observation. I'm sitting here trying to detangle my hair, and all I hear is fat, this, fat, 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 fat. And I'm like, good God, boy, do you even have a vocabulary?
Honey, I thought it was a video playing. Honey, I thought maybe video changing something. Honey, I thought I was watching a video. You know how you wake up from a dream, like, what the hell's going on? And I'm hearing this.
Yeah, girl.
He a grown ass man, bro. That was very childish.
Girl, he ain't like that giggle. And then yeah.
What was giggle about? Because what about, like, I mean, what made him just trip like that, bro?
I think you was still up here when that happened.
He just giggled and he just blah, blah. Where were you when you disrespected your wife, you motherfucker? What is wrong in your life that you are that mad at 6 a.m., nigga? You need Xanax. You need to go fuck your wife.
He doesn't have a wife.
Hey, something. He ain't got no wife. He ain't got no wife.
And then he didn't understand. He said, I don't have no man. And then he asked me the last time a man, left me. Now, when the last time a man left me? So I told him it was 1989. And then he started saying, see, you ain't been with nobody since 19. And I said, no, that's not what I said. Then he said I was lying. Oh, look, you're lying. Oh.
I apologize. I fell asleep and that happened. I'm so sorry.
Oh, and then when I mentioned you, right, I said DJ Genesis, and he was like, "Oh no, I hate women like you bringing up the Bible." I said, "What? All y'all do is bring up the Bible." I said, "You don't know who? You don't know who channel you on? Oh no! Stop bringing up the Bible." I was like, "Oh."
I guess I'm the Bible, y'all. I'm the Bible.
You want me to be lame because I want him to go relax with his wife? Y'all be tripping. What you want me to tell the boy? Go get a Swiss massage? If he has a wife, one would think that she could calm him down. So now I'm wrong for telling a husband to go fuck his wife. I be damned. You can't win for losing around this motherfucker. I hate it here.
My husband said you ain't got to tell him twice.
Troll factory over here, man. They be trolling. Oh my God, the trolls would never end.
I might be loose, bitch, but I'm married, so I can be as loose as I want to be. Let that nigga say he want to turn me upside down, put his drawers on my head, and wear mine. What? We closing the door and we doing it.
Because you're grown. Because we grown. We can do what we want, right?
We grown. And God said the marital bed is sanctified.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what y'all missing. That's what y'all missing. So you go do what you do and leave us married folk to do what we do.
What you using to detangle your hair? Because I need to detangle my hair. Maybe
oh, honey, sweetheart, I got 14 products sitting in front of me. You don't want to do this. I got Hawaiian silky. I got water. I got what is this? I got botana oil solid, botana oil liquid, coconut oil, bergamot, and 3 combs
They
and a pick.
I'm gonna need all that to look the combs and everything. Yeah, I'm looking for some a good moisturizing, to untangle. Cause girl, I
Hawaiian silk.
washed my hair and then went to sleep without drying it or anything. And now I got the detangle. I'm gonna wash it again and just hope for the best.
There is a leave-in conditioner called Scala. It's from Brazil, but you can get it on Amazon. You talk about moisturizing. See, if I wasn't lazy, I'd just go in the bathroom and get some and just put some water in it. It detangles the slippage is beautiful, but I'm just being lazy.
Okay. What is it called again?
Scala. Skala. Scala. It is the best conditioner next to Cream of Nature that I have ever used.
So really quick, so I wanted to play this video real quick. I think it was really, I fell asleep and I'm about to wake up now. I want to show this real quick and then kind of wrap things up. I did not realize that this had gone off the rails like that. Is that my video playing? All right, so let me just play this real quick. I think it's relative because we're talking about ICE and, Tim Walz activates the National Guard, his own National Guard, Minnesota National Guard.
The New York Times, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping the peace?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have. And as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
Your governor activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Man, so what do you guys think about that? So now they have like this whole National Guard thing going on. This is really heating up. I think it's crazy. What do you think about this real quick? I want to wrap it up after this, but what do you think about that? Foodie.
All that should be in jail. Straight like that.
The ICE?
The mayor, the governor, the AG, all of them, anybody in power that this had to go past should be in jail. And when I say in jail, I don't mean going to a congressional hearing. That is not what I mean. I mean charges, police, cuffs, county. That's what I mean. Because we all know there ain't no damn way this amount of fraud took place without those three people being in place to do it. Period.
So you blame the mayor, you blame the guy, this guy, Tim, for this even happening, going down like this.
Tim Walz, the governor, the mayor, the attorney general, and anybody else over those programs that were fraudulent. Period. Because as Black people, come on, man. The reason we haven't gotten any justice in this country is because we know we don't control the police, we don't control the judge, we don't control the jail. That's all controlled by somebody else. And we know that if you got the police in your back pocket, if you got the mayor in your back pocket, if you have the governor in your back pocket, we have the AG of Minnesota taped with the Somalis, telling them that if anybody gave them any problems, that he could just write a letter and make it all right. That should have put his ass in jail. But it won't. And the reason it won't is because if they put him in jail, they going to jail too.
You know, I actually looked it up, and it found like the person behind all the Somali scamming was really a white woman.
She was a mastermind, but do you really think the mastermind is ever caught? Come on.
Right.
Do you really think the mastermind is caught? Or did they just give you somebody like they usually do to hang? And of course, this time it's not a nigga. Because I know they took the time to try to figure out what nigga they could blame this on. But then I also want y'all to remember that Waltz was almost our vice president.
Almost. Wow.
So that should pause you for a quick second. Because even if Kamala was on the up and up, although she spent most of her career throwing Black men in jail and making the laws and enforcing the laws that did so, you don't think the presidency is being sold and its influence? The only people that don't have lobbyists on Capitol Hill is the American people.
So this whole thing with the National Guard, this whole Minnesota I think this is like the Minnesota National Guard, not the government National Guard, right?
Every state, if I'm not mistaken, every state has its own set of National Guard. So if something happens in that state, that particular guard can go into effect without the whole nation having to come, if that makes sense.
So do you think he's like trying to stop Trump from doing the Insurrection Act?
No, I actually think he's helping Trump try to get the insurrection. Yeah, we act like they're it always makes me a little giddy when y'all think that this bird isn't one bird. It's right wing, left wing, same bird.
So he's helping Trump too.
They're all work. How can you guarantee a win on the chessboard? There's only one way to guarantee a win on the chessboard. There's only one way.
To kill the queen?
No, you have to play both sides.
Ah,
This system has us so locked in, right? That we know the right ain't right and we know the left ain't right, but we can't seem to not vote for, we're voting for the lesser of two evils, and that doesn't make sense.
I agree with you right there.
The American people haven't figured out that your country is not yours anymore when the leader of Israel can come into our Congress and our congressional representatives kowtow to somebody that we're giving welfare to, not national welfare. We're giving them pretty much their country's gross national product. How are we saying that we're American while literally letting our country fall to crap, while prepping up a brand new country while it's at war? And while it's at war, we're giving it aid and bombs, but the people they're warring against, we're giving them aid. What? Wait a minute. Wait, you're bombing on one side, and the people that are being bombed, you're giving them aid while moving them somewhere else. I see good cop, bad cop. What you see?
Yeah, I see the same thing. Wow.
They call America the land of milk and honey. But what happens when you kill all the bees and you've made all the hamburgers?
What happens?
They're telling us that in less than, this is 2006, in 6 years, one Somali fraction of 8 people got more than or equivalent to $1 billion of American money, of which they can only get about 100 million back.
Yeah, they can't even get the money back. That's crazy.
And y'all haven't stopped paying taxes yet. The Somalis come over and literally tell us that 3 out of 4 children born to a Somali is autistic. Y'all don't see something wrong with that?
Wait, 1 out of 4?
Statistically, in Minnesota, 1 out of every 4 Somali children are on paper as autistic. And here is what America doesn't understand yet. We live in what's called a free country. We live in a democracy, right? Most of the world still lives in tribes. America broke the tribal thing a long time ago amongst the indigenous and the natives here in the Americas. The only tribes that were allowed to stay were the 5 so-called civilized tribes. Even when the Irish came over and the American white man said he wasn't white, he was Irish, eventually joined the ranks of white people. The Italians eventually joined the rank of white people. Black folk is black folk no matter what. Notice, no tribes. You can have your country allegiance, yes, but you will not tribe up. But what America has done and shot herself in the foot doing it is she took in tribes. And these tribes are geared to only want what's best for their tribe, regardless to everybody's else well-being. That is not how a republic is run. It is not how a democracy is run. That is how Somalia got ran in the fucking ground. Especially when you bring zealot Jews and or Muslims. Any religious zealot brought to America is not going to assimilate well.
Right.
And in their tribalism, they are going to they're going to run amok in our system because they can. And as far as the Somalis are concerned, I was sitting here like, oh, I thought they were Muslim. They are. They are Muslim. But obviously, their tribalism overrides the Quran all day long. Because I could swear that the Quran says you ain't supposed to cheat and steal. I thought the Quran said that you were supposed to have charity for your brother and sister, right? I thought that the prophet himself said if he caught his daughter stealing, he would cut her hand off himself. Where are those Muslims? Because those aren't the Muslims that are here in the Americas, obviously. So when you have Christians whose love is murder, and you have Muslims whose love is stealing, you want me to choose between these two things? I choose that they all carry their ass the fuck back home. We got enough to deal with right here. We got enough. And I'm done. I'm done with all of these so-called, and I do say so-called Abrahamic religions, because everybody that stands on them are selective about how and when they stand on these principles. Because all of them are supposed to love children and take care of the widow and the orphan, but the only thing I see is y'all stealing from the widow and the orphan, and then standing behind your religion to ask for forgiveness of a sin that you knew was a sin when you did it. Y'all stop lying on God. He coming for your ass. Allahu Akbar! Shut the fuck up. Get your fucking head up off the goddamn floor. And here comes Ramadan. Oh, we're gonna celebrate Ramadan. Nah. Fuck that. I just need black folk to realize everybody playing games with y'all. Everybody is playing the religious game with y'all. Why? Because most of y'all are upstanding people. They came here because we were upstanding people. They took our land because they knew we were upstanding people. And what better way to get over on upstanding people than to pretend that you too are an upstanding people? And the sad part is, a lot of y'all black folk then took on y'all have taken on the whole damn premise of the people who have occupied your land. Y'all don't care about children anymore. Y'all don't care about old folk no more. If you ain't eating, you don't give a fuck if anybody else eat. If you ain't sheltered, you don't give a damn about if anybody else is sheltered. The white boy did exactly what the fuck he was gonna do. He had to see how long it would take him to turn an innocent society into himself. It took him 400 years. Now y'all niggas act like y'all ain't drunk water for the last 400.
I'm not sure if you saw the earlier part of the show where I was actually discussing the orphans, the orphan trains. Did you get to see that part?
Which orphan trade? The ones from Tartaria or just them doing what they do? By taking children and sticking them all over the place.
The ones from New York. The ones where the see, when I try to like bring up the fact, that, in New York, we had this whole immigrant faction of people that came in from Ellis Island, that New York was considered, at the time, the murder capital of the globe, of the world, because the way that the immigrants came into Ellis Island and were just like leaving their kids, like this, just not giving a fuck about their own children. And these people are really the ones, I believe, that are like now the policymakers. We don't know, or the ancestors of the policy. We don't know which ones came from this whole like faction of people just shipped from here to Lord knows where, put into farms, made into slaves, as farmers. You're aware of that whole thing, right? They were.
I know, but
I believe that's all MAGA like stuff. Like how all these people, all these like hillbillies and this, that, the other. But there was an entire movement to take these like immigrant children, and people were able to just grab them up and put them on their farms and have them work or whatever. They became like a new generation of people, and they probably didn't. They don't know where they came from or who or what, and we don't know which one is those people that came from that are like descendants of that, right?
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Like, how would you know that Trump without a German accent is of German descent? Better yet, without a German accent, how do y'all not know that the House of Windsor is German? They even stole the name. But you wouldn't. Just like the good white Americans that brought the Germans over after World War II on Project Paperclip, like they didn't think that they would decide that their children could go ahead and get an education and take over America either. Now, did they? But then again, a lot of people don't even realize that the Third Reich was imitating the American South.
Listen, Man, earlier today, earlier when I first started this whole live stream, I talked about that. I said, listen, we don't have to like go to Hitler to talk about what's really going on right now and say, oh, it's just like the Third Reich or it's just like the Hitler thing. I was like, no, this all is stemming from the early America. And honey, I mean, they were going in on me. It was like, no. This is not about that. This is about the Indians and this is, it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Watch. Let me sort of like find this because I swear I was getting so much. Let me sort of like I was getting so
As a
much.
matter of fact, Hitler told the American president at the time that I cannot believe what you have done with God's children. And when God comes back, God is going to destroy you. Hitler told that to our sitting American president when he came over.
Wow.
So again, people think, Black Americans, you're going to go through it. We already did. We're the prototype for what's coming for you. You won't survive it. We did. Have fun. And this also goes out to the white men in America, because these white men in power, they don't like you either. But then again, we've been trying to tell y'all poor white folk that for a long time. But you believe your rich uncle. Keep
Right.
believing it. Keep believing it.
So when I first, and I'm circling back to the beginning of this show, when I actually was discussing, because we think that this is really about black and white, and it's like, bro, this is way deeper than just black and white. We think that these white people, when we say, oh, okay, well, well, this guy, amazing, he said, you know what, this is about white. They're finally getting their black racist call. Watch this.
He's not a.
It doesn't matter. They're gonna get. Listen.
The states, and what I will be doing is trying to help white people, in this transitional phase.
I have to deal with that. It was not a part of our situation. We were unaffected. But here's the thing. In both eras, black communities largely remain outside the central conflict, not because they were unaffected by American systems, but because this particular battle was framed as someone else's problem. But history teaches us something crucial. Even when we are not the primary target, we are never untouched by the outcomes. The welfare system, child protective services, foster care, juvenile detention, many of the government structures that now disproportionately impact Black families were shaped during earlier immigration cases, including the orphan train period. So I was making the case that immigration in the early 1850s through 1920s is what started all the things like child protection service, foster care. I mean, all the stuff that we talk about.
Child work laws.
Yes.
People forget about child work laws.
And I brought
because
that,
a lot of those orphans were working.
Yes, I was talking about that. And let me tell you, I got the biggest pushback ever. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, okay, let me find this. Okay. So I was talking about this. Watch this.
Economy and identity. Today, we will explore the story of these immigrants, why they chose to come to America, and what challenges they faced in their journey. Life in Europe around 1900 was tough, with poverty, hardship, joblessness, and persecution widespread. Many people were looking for a way out, and America offered a beacon of hope. The USA was considered the land of the future, with huge potential for a better life. This is when and where the American dream started. Ellis Island was the gateway to the USA for over 12 million immigrants.
See, you know, people when we actually go back into white history, and we don't go into the black history, and we don't compare this to the Africans or whatever we want to do. This becomes a whole different story. This isn't about who sold us into slavery. This isn't even about immigration when it comes to black people. It's not about Black Lives Matter. This has nothing to do with us. And I get it why black people have divested from it. But we did this before. We were not involved. We were not involved in the fight that they had in the 20s and in the 1800s, and we still are not a part of like this immigration fight that they're having now. And I get it. However, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, all of the like systems that we have experienced and now that oppress us at this moment were created during this particular wave of immigration. When they began to turn against these people that were immigrants piling on top of each other in New York. These white immigrants. Let's go.
The island was the largest immigrant processing station in the U.S., with a unique blend of diverse cultures, languages, and traditions. Upon arrival at Ellis Island, immigrants were met with a barrage of tests.
Right, so I mean, y'all just go back and watch the rest of it. But then I got so much pushback. It was like, oh no, you are this guy. He couldn't stand it. He couldn't just hold his peace because it was like, you know, oh no, you we were already here, and you know, just to say and talk about people coming over on rafts and this, that, the other. Honey, they came over on these crazy boats, piled on. I mean, tens of thousands at a time. Okay. Dirty, looking wild, you know what I'm saying? Look at it.
Full of disease. They were processed by immigration officials on board. The immigrant from Steerage waited yet another boat ride. This one from the Hudson River Pier to an island in the Upper Bay.
So he's saying this was a destiny swap. I'm like, a destiny swap of what? What are we destiny swapping? Why is this a destiny swap? Why would we want to swap destinies with these people, right? Look at this.
Family and Vic Cornell ended up with a Lutie, Texas farm family that would end up providing them a wonderfully happy childhood. They were sent away from a half dozen other households.
Well, we lived in 6 different homes that rejected us after the first month or 2 or 3 months, sent us back because they didn't want to keep us. And I don't know what the reason was.
This guy was a part of that whole group of people that was on this, like whatever they would call it, the trains, the orphan trains. You know what I'm saying? Went to 6 different homes until they finally found a family that would keep them. This type of stuff. These white people were like getting rid of their kids in groves. And then this guy says that by me playing the video talking about this, that I was actually like showing like favor to this lady. And she was actually just showing the truth about what was going on. It's like, no, you're it's getting on my nerves because she's trying to I don't hear whatever, even in Africa. Hey, we're doing good. Come on over. Iraqi. You say it's the same story. Different group of people.
Yeah, they all come here. They're still from us.
It's the same. It's not about us. That's the problem. We need to stop connecting ourselves to this. They say it's a delineation movement. We need to delineate from this.
That's who told you that?
The thing is that that's what they say. You know, the FBA. What I'm saying is that like
it
okay,
is about
they came here to steal from us. Okay, that's what we want to say. Or did they come here because they was over there struggling in a potato famine and it was easier for them to come over here and make it? You know, that's what the story is. That's so to speak, right? So let's go.
They often did. And at that time, you also had shipping companies, land agents, and even individual states in America that were actively recruiting German immigrants to settle in the U.S. Companies and governments further promoted the idea that the United States was a land of unlimited opportunity where hardworking individuals would prosper. This marketing, combined with the genuine success stories of previous immigrants, motivated many Germans to take the risk of crossing the Atlantic. And by the 1950s, New York City was overflowing with these immigrants fleeing from famine, war, and poverty in their homelands. But the reality they found waiting for them was much harsher than they had imagined. New York City's infrastructure couldn't keep up with the pace of the growing population. This led to overcrowded tenements and America's very first slums. The living conditions in these areas were dire, and many families lived in extreme poverty. In order for families to survive, everyone had to work, including children, which wasn't uncommon during that time period, but the overcrowding meant there there really weren't enough jobs to go around, even for the adults. Epidemics such as cholera and tuberculosis swept through the overcrowded city, leaving behind an increased number of orphans in their wake. Often, only one parent would die, but the other parent would be so overcome by the devastation of not being able to support their children on their own that they would give up or abandon at least some of their children or turn to alcohol, which of course further limited their ability to care for their children even more. The inability to feed their children was such a problem that the birth of a new child was often seen as a devastating event instead of the joyous occasion.
A devastating event. Having a child was devastating to them. Enough that they would just leave their child on church steps, on the ground, over here, over there.
That it should have been. And it became commonplace for parents to leave their newborn infants on the steps of churches, police stations, or simply place them in the street to die. It's reported that
place them in the street to die. I'm like, where is this history at? Why are we talking about this? This was the first wave of immigration. But then I get into this argument where then it becomes about like the black people and the Native Americans. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
police would find at least one abandoned infant in the street every single day during this time period. Now, rather than abandoned,
are you listening to this? What? So these people came over to America, started getting sick because they're just piled on top of each other, right? The kids just running wild. They working, but they run crazy right through the streets, right? They don't care about the kids. They like, man, look, I got my own problems, y'all. You just have to fend for yourself. When they do have a child, they leave it on the steps. You know what I'm saying? Some kids are being left on the street to die. This is insane. You understand what I'm saying? This is what was going on in America. People need to like pay attention, like look into the past. Like this is crazy.
Do you feel bad for them?
No, I don't. I'm looking at this. I am amazed that this is the history of white America.
I mean, why do you think
we're repeating the same thing, except for the kids being left in the street ready to die, or whatever. This is like so. This is the remnant. So let's go.
Their new infant, some parents chose to simply kick their older children out of the home since they had a greater chance of surviving on their own. And often these older children were only about 6 or 7 years old. And the fact that children were working during this time actually added to the problem because children were easy to take advantage of, and factories would often give jobs to children first because they knew that kids would be easier to control and that they could pay them less than adults. So not only did this mean that they were taking jobs away from adults, but also they were paid so little that the children still couldn't afford a place to live. These companies would often overwork these children to the point where they could no longer perform their duties, and then they would just toss them out and hire another kid off the street. So as you can imagine, as the city's population—
This was our corporate America. This is where corporate America come from child labor.
Exploded, so did the number of homeless and destitute children. At a time when New York's population was 500,000, police estimated that there were 10,000 homeless children living on the streets. In order to survive, many of these children formed street gangs, becoming quite a nuisance to society as they ran.
This guy is saying that I was making excuses for these kids or like look like feeling bad for them. Like, no, I'm trying to show that this whole immigration thing started back on Ellis Island with this group of people, the ghetto, the slums, and then the laws that came out of this affected the Black community. And let me tell you something, they were not trying to hear it. I'm like, dude, bro, what are you talking about? Listen to this.
Children as a form of punishment for disobedience, or the cops.
To the same thing right now with what's happening with this enforcement of immigration and how it will in the future begin to then shape the laws that's going to happen and how we get affected once again. Ellis Island immigrants never flooded into New York. There was never slums. That these were not the first slums. Enforcement and like talking shit.
You know, I'm saying that there was already orphanages and children being taken away way before all this stuff. And also, if you look on YouTube, you will see orphan trains and also Tartaria right next to it. It's all a bunch of bullshit. And hey, I'm gone.
They're just saying this is bullshit. So I'm like, dude, you don't even believe that this even existed? Are you serious? That there's really a whole civilization of white Americans that came from overseas, came in here, dropped their kids off, and abandoned them, and then people had to come up with like systems to to adopt them and put them into families because these people were just dying of tuberculosis and whatever else and piled up on top of each other and dying. And now we are pretty much experiencing the remnants of that. And then they're more focused on no, it was black people doing it too. What? That's the part that I'm confused about. I'm like, what are we talking about here? Watch this.
Look how they destiny swapped it with us in the past 100 years. Now they want us with no parents. They want us with no dad. They want us with no family. They want us in the street shooting and killing each other's other tribes. You see what I'm saying?
What?
Yes.
They want our women just going to drop off the kid in front of the church and telling Jesus take care of him.
Right, so see this whole the Great Tartaria, we're getting into Tartaria, 1943, the World Fair, and all this other stuff. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, bro.
No, I never said that. I said that earlier. I wasn't talking about that right now. I was going back.
Told me that I'm going into the videos you're showing me, the back chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, but it's just just like
And then you talk about the Indian Training School of 1880. Again, I'm not talking about Native American and Black American being the natives. This is not the conversation that I'm having. Now we can have a whole separate conversation on that. I'm talking about a specific thing. I'm talking about immigration, the origins of immigration. Everything that you're talking about are people that were already here. I'm talking about people that are coming from another country. Stop it. No. No, the Germans were not here. The Irish were not here. I'm talking about people that came from another country, came into America, broke, struggling, poor, fleeing their country.
Yes, that was all of that.
We want to talk about the people that fled, right? People fled their country. Well, the first ones to flee their country were the Irish and the people that were coming over to Ellis Island.
Yeah, all of them did.
Talking about the Native American people. Please, let's stay on topic. That's the issue I'm having. So now that I've allowed you to get that part out that you wanted to get out about these different acts that had to do with Native Americans, I want to get back on track about the subject I'm talking about, which discuss immigration and its origins in America. Okay, which started with the Ellis Island immigration, based on the potato famine, and also like Germans coming over, different people from different countries coming over.
That's why I brought up the free white person in 1790. That's a real act. They've been doing this, like you said, it's the same thing. They've been doing this. They've been fighting each other for hundreds of years with damn contracts. You saw.
But do you see where I'm like trying to get to the point? And this guy talking about contracts and all this other stuff. I'm like, bro.
She's trying to narrow. She's trying to narrow the time field. And that's the thing. And this is why I really don't like these type of conversations, because y'all be taking the timetable into fucking infinity and beyond. She is talking about the time right at the gangs of New York. Right there. We're not going all over the place. We're not geographically moving across the country. We're talking about New York at the time of the gangs of New York. Period.
You talking about what gave birth to the Costa Nostra?
Yes, here we go.
Exactly. I mean, that's very simple.
Was going on way before that.
No, CPS was started for white folks.
Oh my God!
I tried to explain I tried to explain that like the CPS was started with the immigration. It's called the something active. I forget what the fucking shit's called, but it was for white immigrant children. It had nothing to do with blacks. They brought up the goddamn black orphan, the black orphans. I'm like, dude, why is it that every time I bring up white stuff, we want to bring up black stuff?
That's what I'm saying. It was started way before. Before.
That's what I told her earlier too. Yes.
She's not hearing it.
But hold
on. It's not that she's not hearing it. She is trying to narrow the time field that we are talking about. Instead of having this infinite time traveling thing that we are doing, she is narrowing the time field to a specific time between this time and that time. We're not going ahead of it. I don't understand. You know what? I'm gonna sit my ass in the corner.
All right, but I thank you for at least explaining what I was trying to do, because the people in the audience was like, "No, you're not getting it. No, you're not fucking getting it. Go ahead, America." But no, white people were already going. They already had their own impoverished, crazy poverty story.
Yeah, this is a
You
repeat
don't have
of
to have
history.
the black poverty story. They were already in poverty, living on Ellis Island on the street with street kids. I'm
Full
trying
of
to
disease and famine.
why when it comes to poverty and this, that, the other, we always have to make it a black thing. Black people were not always poverty. We had stand-up communities. Why do we always gotta be the
They bombed us. They literally
why
bombed
do we
us.
always have to be
Yeah, but I don't get the whole rage.
Why do black people have to always be the king of poverty in poverty when there was white people impoverished too?
I'm trying to tell you why.
Because you want to be the poverty kings. You want to be the ones that was
What?
the most trodden, the merciful. We were the first ones to go through it. No, honey, they was the ones. They was the ones.
I just thought about something.
They was the ones out there in gangs and doing this and doing that. Y'all want to stand up for the white man, but the white man was doing. They was out in New York wilding out kids and being gathered up like the palm and stuff, being put into facilities.
Can I add to the topic?
Drinking and smoking cigarettes at 6 years old. Come on now.
Can I add to the topic?
Well, okay, you want to say, well, we black people was doing it too. It was black gangs out there smoking cigarettes at 6 years old and getting abandoned by their parents too. Okay, so then we want to compare. We want to
No
make
one's saying that though.
One of the fact that there's white community that was out there that was wild, and if they had that everything was not perfect in their community.
I tried to touch on you won't let me expand the conversation. I'm trying to expand the conversation.
Watch this stupid shit.
This little family out of millions of white families that got sent over here, and it wasn't just white people like he was saying. It was Mexicans, it was Africans. The only people that it wasn't was the black people in America.
But we want to focus on the Mexicans and whatever. But
So how is this supposed to tie into immigration if you keep on saying we got to focus just on white people?
We was already here. These people came over.
We know this.
Yeah, I know. So why are we focusing just? What's the connection?
Family.
I think
how they fighting so hard. And go ahead, what are you gonna say?
I think what she's trying to say is there's a correlation between those that came to the United States from Sicily and processed through Ellis Island compared to those that have been coming in that the Biden administration was like, come one, come all to America. I think that's the correlation she's trying to draw.
They were doing the same exact thing. I was trying to say this is a circular situation.
It's the same thing, like history repeating itself, but it's a different demographic of people. Instead of Sicilians, it's Venezuelans.
Thank you. Oh my God. They were fighting me tooth and nail about the Native Americans. And no, this
I've only been listening for 10 minutes.
Bro, like
at best.
I was fighting my tooth and nail. I wish you guys were here earlier because these motherfuckers was not hearing me.
Glad you touching this topic.
And this is like called like the Children's Aid Society. Before they had CPS, it was called the Children's Aid Society.
Where did all these kids come from? That's just one.
Wait, hold on. Let's look at the Children's Aid Society.
God.
The Children's Aid Society
Yeah,
is the CPS, guys.
I'm not trying to make it racial.
All this stuff
comes from there's a better way.
Racial because they want to kiss white people's ass. Listen, bottom line is that all of the institutions that actually were used against us now started with this immigration aspect, and these white kids being thrown out onto the street. They created institutions to try to control this craziness that was going on. And now they're using the same thing against us. And I'm trying to explain this. Like, bro, anytime they have this immigration problem, they create these laws. And what happens is that it starts off being about immigration and the immigrants. And then when they get done with that and finally get that under control, it turns on us. And I don't give a fuck what anybody got to say. And right now, everybody's like, yeah, immigration. But I'm saying, look at the laws that are about to be coming into play and see how that it's an overplay for the underplay. Because when they get done immigrating all these immigrants, that is when we need to watch out. I'm sorry, because what's going to happen is laws are going to be put in place. And those laws, those organizations that pop up out of this are going to then turn on us. And people want to say, no. This ain't about this. This is about, I'm like, bro, like pay attention, guys. They like clones and then whatever. I'm like, who gives a fuck about what they look like?
Came after this, and it did affect Black people, and that's what you said. But when somebody else tried to add to the topic, you say we're off topic. But we're not trying to talk about this. You see how many families are in that one room in that one institution?
Okay, so the Children's Aid Society was founded in 1853. Okay, do you see this? The Children's Aid Society was founded in 1853 by Charles Loring Brace in New York City to support poor and homeless children. It introduced the orphan train movement to place children with rural families and establish industrial schools and lodging houses. Okay, so this is the beginning of the CPS system in 1853. They're laughing. So that's a joke. They don't think this is real. I'm like, what are you talking? What is so funny? I am flabbergasted that people don't really see the connection in what I'm saying. I'm like, what's so funny? What's the joke?
Yeah, and if I could add to this, okay, now the date that organization was created was 1853. What happened in 1863, if anybody remembers?
I don't. I'm just now finding this out.
Okay. Let me rewind. Hold on. The Emancipation Proclamation.
Correct. Yep.
So, with that being said, while they were coming over here and orphaned, Blacks were still in slavery.
And they were enslaving the kids too. They were enslaving the immigrant
As
kids.
the Black kids, but the immigrant kids, they were using them for child labor, which is similar in a lot of ways to the practices of slavery in the South, because they didn't have any plantations in New York, but they benefited from the same ideology of chattel slavery, but they did it to the Sicilians. And the Sicilians, contrary to popular belief, the Sicilians are not considered to be white Italians. They considered to be the N-word people from that region.
North African. They're North African influence.
Due to the Moors, right?
Correct. Right.
Okay. I mean, I'm just sitting there like, I don't know how hard it is for this to be put together.
Man, I'm so glad.
And if I can interject, this is why you have white people telling Black folk, you not the only one that experienced slavery.
Ah, man, wow.
Exactly, because you had the Irish.
They grandfather.
Correct.
Wow.
And this is again why they look at us and go, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Whoa. Okay. See? I wish you guys were here earlier to tell these motherfuckers to shut the fuck up, because I swear to God, I didn't know. I'm just now finding this out. That's why I was.
I didn't, because I was just sitting there like, okay, this was started for them 10 years before the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, and that's 2 years prior to Juneteenth.
Correct.
I didn't even know about this. See,
The probably on paper for them, yes. But what he's saying is it was something else here before that for orphans, probably like
okay, well, what was it? What was it called? Can
probably
you
an orphan
bring it
school,
up? Can you
maybe.
bring
The
that
color orphanage, asylum. Just
they had
type up those
asylum back
damn
then too.
words.
Yeah,
A color orphanage asylum.
yeah. Type that.
but that's not the point I was trying to make. See how they want to one up the Children's Aid Society and then bring up the Colored Orphanage Society asylum,
See,
and that's not what I'm trying to get at. They're trying to say that no, it was that was the beginning of CPS. I'm like, no, that was not. That was shit for Black people. Black people were separated in this whatever the hell this is. Whatever the fuck this is the catalyst. People, the Colored Orphan Society, whatever that was, is not what this is. This is a completely different thing. But go ahead.
See, now what I'm thinking is, it's one of them. You know, I had her first before you did type scenarios with poverty and abuse and victimhood. You know, I mean, I'm not on the victim Olympic team. That I don't get out like that. You know, that's just not me. But that's what it sounds like to me. Now I could be wrong. You know, I mean, I'm only a high school graduate, and I graduated years late. You know, from high school, so I'm not really scholastically that guy. But there's some things I do remember that I have read. Yeah, shit, read. See, I told you I'm not that smart.
You're smart enough that you corrected yourself. Go ahead.
And I can't be like, well, you know, I can't even use fatigue because I just woke up at 7:30.
Right.
So I'm wide awake. Can't blame it on alcohol or nothing. So this is what I remember that happened. But hey, go ahead.
That's my family's name.
In America.
Hold on.
Little cheek and tongue joke that they always be saying. You guys don't know yourselves. You guys don't know yourselves.
Yeah, and it was really the white people that
You know, because the whole destiny swap is for real, and they're doing it again. They were trying to do it again. They were trying to do it again in 2024.
Hold on. You're saying that this never existed, that there was never people that were white.
No, we're not saying that.
You're not hearing me.
You're saying it's a destiny swap. When you're saying a destiny, that means that instead of it being Black people in this picture, it would be white. So
how about I say this legacy swap to make it more sense? Legacy.
What are you saying, dude? What are you saying? So who do you think was a slave? White people or Black people? Clearly, we were never slaves. This is all real, and I'm showing you different times in history with legislations and acts and real words, and I'm showing you legalese terms showing that whites were the only slave. And I'm not even racist. I got mixed kids.
Right, but see, the is I was
Where are you from, sir? Are you
from
you from down south, sir?
I live down south, but I'm from LA.
But I was showing something similar, but everybody said it was conflated, it was wrong.
Are you FBA?
I'm talking about
I'm not nothing reclassified. I'm indigenous to this land.
Yeah, I don't follow all what you're saying.
What I'm saying is she's not wrong. She hasn't been wrong yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's like, but the point is, her delivery is not how it should be. If we're gonna talk on the topic, we need to touch on the topic. We shouldn't just focus on one immigrant family. And like that's what I was asking. Should we feel bad?
I was not talking about one immigrant family. I was talking about a whole bunch of immigrants that were coming from Russia, Poland, all these places. Ireland, Ellis Island, Irish from the potato famine that came into Ellis Island, right? Lived in slums. This is where the slum came from and ghetto came from, right?
We understand that, but
why was there why was it that I was like that I didn't know what I was that oh you're complaining whatever.
That's him that said that. I've never said you
How
were
long
wrong,
have you
but
been on this show, sir, before?
what I've been here. I seen her on CT's channel, but I don't. No, we're still enslaved by contract, by the black contract. Whoever's black, like this is a capitalist country. It's based off contracts, like, and you know what I'm saying? Like they have organizations.
You understand what I'm saying?
And these people were beaten. Correct.
They probably were. We weren't beaten. We got
These
you
people
heard
were
shadow
beaten.
slavery?
Yes, child slavery. They were beaten. The people who
No,
are
we're the ones going through
already
shadow
here,
slavery.
these people who are already here
It's not no Morris
became
Tariq.
prisoners of
Not
war.
me. He's a grifter. I'm not no grifter. This is.
You see what I'm talking about? These people don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They want to claim that we were already here. And this is not even the fucking conversation that I'm having. Okay, we were already here. So fucking what? But guess who wasn't already here? The immigrants that came from Ellis Island. They weren't already here. And that's what the conversation is about. But for some reason they want to like divert the whole conversation into this whole discussion about fucking Ellis Island and the slave and whatever. And I'm trying to explain, and I even had to just cut the whole thing and say, listen, this is what I'm talking about. They did to us.
Man, it's deeper than just race and color and words.
Yeah, I think it is.
Why I think I brought up Hitler.
Y'all are so focused on the fact that I'm saying is that a lot of times it gets conflated as we are the ones that are the unruly ones and we are the ones. But I'm saying if you go back and
we got past that 2 hours ago.
we're gonna find out that all this stuff was started with immigration that came in and how they were trying to control that population, and that all the laws that we see right now that exist that are impacting us today were done to actually control the people and the population of the.
Keep twisting what I keep showing you. I showed you valuable information.
I don't understand why you keep interrupting me, sir. I'm not done talking.
Because you keep.
Listen. I'm trying to explain to Bon Cherry what's going on. She's just new here, so that's why I'm saying this. So I'm trying to show that all these structures, these organizations that are really affecting the Black community now, started off with the things like the white orphan train and all these different things that were impacting those cities, right? Immigration that happened back in the 1850s all the way through the 1920s, and them trying to control that population of children, sick parents that were just abandoning their children. And for some reason, everybody wants to make it like, no, it was Black people. I'm like, no, it was them. They were the ones that started these organizations. Their things was the catalyst. And then, and if we're not careful today, the same way that they were able to create all these like different organizations to try to control them, and then they turn them around on us, it'll be the same exact thing right now with immigration right now. They'll be able to create all these laws and rules or whatever, and right now it's for immigration right now, and then all of a sudden all these laws are going to turn and be facing us. That's what I'm trying to say. So now, Bon Cherry, I want you to make your statement. Go ahead, without interruption. For what was going on, no, to me, this is vagrant and idle parenting that would create vagrant and idle children. Why would a parent give birth to a child, throw it out, put it on the street to fend for itself? You know what I'm saying? Child out here starting gangs, beating up people, probably stealing and whatever. And then this is the beginning. This is what America was going on. You know what I'm saying?
These Black men know this. You know why they know this? Because they've seen The Godfather.
They watched The Godfather. That's what I'm trying to explain. They watched this. They watched those movies where they watched the whole these different movies talking about like the gangs of New York and stuff like that, and they pretend like that. No, this is not what's going on. I'm like, no, there was an entire immigration population that, and this is my first time. And when I watched this girl, they didn't like me showing this white woman. They were saying that I was making like almost like I was making excuses or something like that. I forget what the word was, that I was kowtowing to her. But I was like, no, she is actually showing the images like that she was beautifying it, or that she was what's the word? I forget what the word they said that she was making it seem like it was okay. I forget what the thing was. That she was hold on, what's the word? Hold on.
Even came.
No, you don't know
There's
what you're
two
talking
different
about.
These
USA.
major cities were already established.
No, they
before
wasn't. As the 13
before
colonies, now you're
1790.
talking
Yes,
about-
they were.
Wait, why are you going all the way to 1790? You know we've been here, America.
17
here
and
before
18 and the 1800s. They were already
Listen,
established.
I'm talking about before they was established by the people who was here in the 1500s. Why are you going all the way to the 1700s? So
How were they established by immigrants? They weren't established by immigrants.
Everybody who was, do you know what an immigrant is?
Yeah.
So I guess, and then y'all gonna say there was no civil rights neither. I guess because like when we overcome something, we should be proud of it.
You just got here. It was called shadow slavery. We never. So you
No, it was called chattel, not
chattel with
chattel.
with
These
chattel with
needed
a
their own
C.
parents to instill good morals into them if they were going to grow up to be good citizens. And this is when Brace had a revolutionary idea. He would find each child their own family.
Right. So because of how she's telling the story, he's taking it like that she's glorifying what that I'm like glorifying that what was going on. I'm like, no, I'm trying to show you that this whole situation that was going on with these kids and how these people came into America. This is what was going on with the white community. We have to outdo it with the black community. What is going on with that?
So getting to the point where I was saying earlier.
Oh no, we were the biggest slaves. You know what I'm saying? No, they had slaves.
We were never slaves.
He keeps saying we were never slaves.
We were never slaves.
So y'all believe we was getting whipped on the plantation by?
We were never slaves. Let's talk about the white slaves that was going on. The white.
We talked about the white slaves, but we feel bad.
Well, that's the conversation that we're having now. We're talking about the children. This says innocence and custody who protects the children.
Why are we talking about them white males, damn kids? Like we've been talking about them for 3 hours now. For what?
Because
that's a conversation. That's a topic. How about that?
No, I get that, but it's like we're like.
This is a great conversation. You don't sound black to me at all, by the way. Okay.
But I'm saying we're sympathizing with people that are white monsters.
We're not sympathizing about anything. See, that's the word, sympathizing. So in his mind, this whole thing was about sympathy against the white children slave. And that's not what this conversation was about. If you go back to the beginning, I'm explaining that if we do not understand the history of this whole immigration fight and how what happens is that white people will create a dilemma and then they will take a fucking bazooka to fix the dilemma and then want everybody to like be on their side about it. And then we're like, bro, what the hell did you do? You didn't need to blow a whole hole in the wall to kill a fucking fly. And that's exactly what was going on. You had, like I said, people, kids and stuff like that running amok, and they pretty much, this is the beginning of human trafficking. The way that they handled that whole situation with these kids was just so weird, and it created the whole slavery out of it. Human trafficking, CPS, foster care, all these systems they put in place that are failing today, still as we speak, still failing. Wasn't a good system when they created it, and still failing to this day. And people want to talk about, well, we were slaves. We wasn't slaves. We was slaves. I'm like, bro, you're missing it. We want to outslave the people that was the biggest slavers. And the children that they made into slaves, we want to outslave them. And people don't, and I'm like, bro, you don't understand that all of this immigration talk is really a setup for laws to be put in place. And whenever they put these laws in place, they don't even fucking work. The shit doesn't even work. They try to make a remedy for it because they don't even know how to really make a remedy for anything. All they know how to do is further enslave and further limit. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not. Why do you think that because I'm talking about white people, I'm sympathizing?
So can I
Funny
He don't like
You got it.
That's something exists that people don't even know about.
well, we know he is one of them people who do sympathize with white people. He don't like to talk about them bad, you know.
No, I'm talking about them. That's why I brought out legislation. I gave y'all knowledge.
People goes crazy. Listen,
I came with nothing but knowledge.
Innocence. This thing right here, innocence and custody. This is the title. When you come to the thing, you'll see that thumbnail. So this is the conversation that we were having. It was not about like whether black people were slaves before. This is about slavery that actually happened to children based on immigration.
Yeah, but
So
what is
a whole pipeline of people being shipped off in this thing called the what's called
the orphan trains? Yes.
The orphan train. So if you know that that's the conversation, why are you trying to make it about something else?
I'm not. It wasn't just me. I'm trying to bring some clarity to this. That's why I brought out the Black Law Dictionary with black meant. That's why I brought up with the Irish word.
Well, that has nothing to do with.
It has everything.
What does it have to do? What does what black means have to do with the white? Maybe someone could help me to understand this. Why would the Black's Law Dictionary and the understanding what black means have anything to do with the orphan train? Could someone explain that to me? And maybe I can understand this. Does anybody know? Anybody?
I'm waiting.
It doesn't. Right. Exactly.
To do it because we talked about 1836 and when y'all try to say it was colored people in them institutions. When I showed you what black.
No, she said it wasn't black people in those institutions.
You don't know, huh?
It wasn't colored people. It was white people.
That's what she was saying.
The black people that were in these pictures of Ellis Island and all this stuff that was going on. You don't see no pictures. It was all white people doing all this.
I said this 3 hours
Okay,
ago.
well, stop it then. Let me finish what I'm trying to discuss. Because I'm like, all this stuff. Okay, let's go into Brace.
At the age of 26 and seeing the great need of the children living on the streets, Brace decided that he could be of better use by helping poor children rather than waiting until they became adults to try and help them. Many of the people living in the city saw these boys as only trouble due to the lives of crime they were living and didn't think they were capable of change. Brace saw these children as victims of their environment, and
Brace saw them children as an easy prey and a way to make some goddamn money. Let's stop fucking playing. Okay, that's what was happening.
Believed that if they were taken in, given a roof over their head and plenty to eat, they could be shown a better way to live. During his
and the company that he created, which is the beginning of CPS and is now called CPS to the days, is an organization. It's a corporation that uses child that has people come into your house, take your children, and then make money off of the whole government to be able to further enrich itself through human trafficking. The bottom line is that when we actually really talk about all these different laws that the white people create and these corporations that they like hide behind the U.S. government, at the end of the day, and make them seem like they're government agencies when they're really corporate companies. CPS is a company. It's not part of the government. They call their people officers and whatever they want to call them and whatever. This is a company. It's not part of the U.S. government. They attach themselves to the U.S. government to make themselves more legitimate, but at the end of the day, it's a corporation. And here's the thing: is that all these corporations that started have some tie to this early immigration that was going on in New York that was ravishing the whole community, and it just basically had a snowball effect in America to this day that we're still dealing with. And that's the thing I was trying to explain earlier, but I kept getting interrupted by people that wanted to make it about, no, we're Native Americans, we're Indians, or whatever. We were here first. All this other bullshit. And it's like, bro, everything is not about fucking who was here first and trying to legitimize ourselves as black people. And because we don't know who we are or whatever the hell it is that we want to say that this isn't about that. We were the first orphanages. We were the first people that started this and whatever. Like, no, we were not.
time in seminary, Brace had taken a trip to Europe where he had studied other methods of supporting and
It wasn't like, oh, child, whatever, go on ahead and just be a child. It was like, no, go out there and get your money and come back, give me my money, and then otherwise don't take your ass out there and be whatever. Honey, Brace was making them kids go out there and go to work and come back and pay him rent. 6-year-old kids. Them white people didn't give a fuck about them kids. It was the whole fuck them kids. Okay, was the entire 1850 to 1920 and beyond. That was the culture. Was fuck them kids. And so now you're seeing a whole generation of people. I'm not even sure what the lost generation and all of the crap like this. Before the baby boomers, that had the baby boomers, the white people that called the lost generation. Why is there a thing called the lost generation was it called the lost generation before the baby boomers?
I don't know. I could check.
I think before baby boomers was the lost generation. Hold on. Prior to baby boomers.
Is this a live show still?
The silent generation. The silent generation.
Okay.
The green generation. The silent generation.
Okay.
The silent generation. You understand all this other weird stuff. So bottom line is that all this stuff is really what affects us to this day. We talk about white people. You don't even know what white person are the offspring of these generations that had to go into this situation with people like with this whole situation, the orphan train. You don't know what politician are the offspring of this, and all of this is generational. And generational, when you go into generations, you deal with DNA, you deal with cell memory.
That's why they're having a delineation themselves. They're separating distinguishing themselves from those of their heritage, who are heritage Americans, and those who are Johnny come latelys, just coming over from Ellis Island. And yeah, that's what's occurring too. Those same arguments.
However, if you guys
right
would allow me to make my point rather than arguing whether or not they were about the Native Americans, the colors, I'm like, bro, that's not the conversation, sir.
Because you were disorganized with the whole production. That's all.
No,
it sounds like you're.
You guys were injecting into the conversation and making me disorganized because I had a very organized structure. What I was trying to say, it's just that this guy comes in. One thing he begins talking about Native Americans and all this other crazy stuff, and then you come in with your rhetoric, whatever you want to say, and now I got to jump in between what I really had to say to begin with. And now you want to come back up here and tell me I was disorganized and sir, no. I was not disorganized. I had a very organized structure to what I was trying to get at. That's why I had to come back and kind of recant, not recant it, but reevaluate what I was trying to get across. And dude, I think I was very clear in what I was trying to present here.
I mean, it was clear. It was clear to me.
Yes, there was an entire generation of people that were immigrant background. All right. And all this stuff is similar to what is exactly going on with this whole immigration that's going on right now.
Exactly, because you look at where they're putting them. They're putting them in what is the worst neighborhoods in the United States to try to recreate basically the slums of New York back then with the Ellis Island entry of all of those Europeans and start that whole cycle all over again.
And they don't even realize that. I don't know whether they realize that's what they're doing, or if it's a thing that's a part of their culture. That they're in a karmic cycle that they're just repeating the same thing over and over again?
No. It's not the people, not the people. I'm saying the establishment here that's bringing them in, because it creates that same thing in New York. And then what happens? The property value and everything goes down. And after that, crime goes up. Then the next thing, you have this cute word called urban renewal, and nothing ever gets renewed. And for those that cannot fly out, get out of that, like white flight, leave that area, they suffer with the doggone aftermath of a neighborhood that may, it was impoverished, but that impoverished neighborhood got thrown into extreme poverty due to overcrowding and a lack of resources. How hard is that to understand?
And we want to think about the Black community, and it ain't about us. This is a thing that's going on in their community. We just have to because we used to have our own communities back then, and we were in a certain area back then. We didn't experience it the way that we're experiencing now because we are integrated into their community. But before that, they were going through this thing on their own in their own community with their own white people.
And they brought a culture
in their own areas.
Yeah, see, they brought a culture of established criminal behavior with them. Like every neighborhood had a boss that ran all of that, just like they did in Sicily.
And that's what I was trying
and
to
Naples.
That's where our gang culture comes from.
Exactly.
Even in hip hop, you have people call them saying Cosa Nostra and all this Italian mob bullshit that they want to even bring into the Black hip hop music.
Yeah, shit that they can't even spell. I feel you.
We don't even realize that we're even emulating a bunch of hoodlums and ghetto people that were living in slums, and then we want to be part of the slums now. We're in the slum. We are ghetto. We are the hood, right?
Yeah.
But we were not the first hood. We were not we were not like this. We actually were with the school. We had organization. We had culture. We had education. We had schools.
It was a lot. It was a lot that was had, and I looked at how people, they play the lottery now. They don't know. That was invented by some Black guys in Chicago. The numbers racket, the numbers game. That was, what I'm saying? That's right. The lottery. Today's lottery. That was started back then. Right. But it's a lot of stuff.
Numbers, which is probably a very advanced system of even trying to gamble or whatever. They had children that was running out just pickpocketing, murdering people, creating gangs. It was children, like with organized crime type of stuff. And that's what I've been trying to get at this whole time when I was being interrupted earlier, is that we don't even understand the level of the game that these people are really on.
Yeah. I mean, that's like Sam Giancana. That's how he got his start. And that's the mobster that's famous for taking out John F. Kennedy. So, but I don't know. I just, I just take things with a grain of salt because, it's a lot of things that were table talk when I was growing up. And as a table talk, for those that may not understand that, the grown folk was talking about this while playing cards or whatever at the table when the kids weren't really supposed to be around because grown folks was talking, and our little nosy butts was, ear hustling, listening when we shouldn't have been, and all that. So yeah, it's a trip.
Well, I came upon all this because we were talking about The Sound of Music and how there were orphans, and I forgot that was about that whole The Sound of Music was about orphans.
Yeah, with Julie Andrews.
Yes, the hills are alive with the sound of music. Yeah. Right, Mary Poppins. Was that orphanage too? All this orphanage.
Yeah, you could go with you could go all the way with like the Disney cartoons, Lady and the Tramp, or what was that? 101 Dalmatians.
All
Cinderella.
of
all this stuff was big, you know?
So I had to like go back and say, okay, why are they promoting orphans so much and so heavy in the white community? All this orphan talk from that time frame. And then I had to do the research. Oh, okay, orphan trade. And I said, oh my God. So this is the origin of the whole like immigration discussion. Before there were Mexican immigrants, there were white immigrants. And it was white people turning on their own people or with the people. White people don't they just like they have tribes in Africa and they don't see the Yoruba, they don't feel like they're Igbo and Igbo is not part of like Kenya and Kenya ain't a part of this. Well, guess what? The French
Right.
don't like the Germans don't like the the English don't like the Italian don't like the fucking the Polish don't like the Bosnian, the Russian don't like the German, all this stuff. And we don't even realize that they're trying to make us seem like we're just these tribal people that have no whatever. But
Okay.
they're the ones that are enacting this tribal behavior onto each other, and we're watching them actually have a whole tribal war in our faces, and we ain't seeing. We don't even realize what we're looking at because we think it's about Democrat versus Republican, where this is not even about this is about the Italian versus the goddamn
Irish.
whatever the shit, Irish and
No,
shit.
no. Let me break something down to you.
Versus the goddamn English or something like that. So
No. It's sis. It's the Irish. Now, if you look back in time, who were the police officers in these major cities? They were Irish. And who were the mobsters? They were the Sicilians. Then you had
okay, in this case, if we want to think about what's going on currently in immigration right now, you have all these white people that are they want to call them the liberals, right?
Right.
I'm like, no, I think it's more deeper than that. This is tribal. What nationality do you think these? Do you think it's the English or the Vikings or whatever? They're
though. This is my take on it. Now, this is just me talking.
You're
It's
saying
it's those.
You listen. You'd rather it just only be about Democrat versus Republican, woke versus or conservative versus liberal. That's where you make a mistake at. But if you actually break this down and realize this is a tribal warfare going on between factions of people that have been fighting since the early 1800s, now you can look at this whole thing a whole lot different now. But this is actually a civil war that's going on between two factions of people and two factions of tribal people. And then now you got like even whatever this one Tim guy. He didn't enacted the whole National Guard. And then you'll see every once in a while a few niggas peppered in there because we want to jump in for some stupid ass reason. When they're having their own tribal warfare against each other.
And this is what I see. I see it's the Jews that have manipulated X amount of blacks, and that's where you see all this stuff happening.
No, the whole thing that's going on right now I don't think it has nothing to do with Jews. Okay.
Who's in charge of Minnesota?
I believe that the Mexican and the Latino is the pawn for them to have a reason to fight amongst each other. I wish I could know what the actual.
I'm not talking about the fighters. I'm talking about the orchestrators of the fight.
Okay, so Donald Trump is what? Is he German? Dumb, right? That's a German, right?
Right.
Now you have his police troop that are probably Germans, Russians, and German. Maybe they are German. And are they fighting against the Irish? Are most of the people in Minnesota probably? If you look at their
no, they are. They're Jews.
No, they're not.
The name Waltz is what? If that ain't a Jewish name,
we need to do some. Maybe that I don't know. Is that what
I do know? That's a his first. Hold on, sister. His first name may as well be Seth.
Who is WALTZ? Is that like a Jewish last name?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, but let's get into the people that are in the crowd there. Okay, so Are those
It's about Somalians, right?
No,
no?
no. We're talking about orchestrators. You
Listen,
have
you think it's about the see? They use the Somalians as a reason to fight each other. Oh,
thank you.
that's the pawn in the game. Okay, we're gonna use
Oh
race.
man, why is it so hard to see?
But really, they want to war with each other. You got the stormtroopers, which are probably German, white, and then some like Mexicans are jump. They put the Mexicans in there initially to throw us off, but now it's starting to have more and more of like this certain group of white people that are like joining ICE. What nationality are them? And then look at the people that are protesting. What and then you have a fucking civil war against two factions of white people that are really fighting against each other, and we don't even see it. We think it's about immigration. No, that they use that as the excuse to fight each other. The real reason why they want to fight each other has nothing to do with immigration. It's because they've been having this probably silent war happening this whole time. We didn't even know it, bro.
Yeah, now, sis, see.
Me out. I wish you could see what I'm saying. This is not about immigration. You think it's about
Right. Now, sis, let me see how this rub you right here. Now, you remember Cuba when they had the casinos and everything there, right? And the head honcho that was making all the money for the Cosa Nostra was Meyer Lansky, right? Meyer Lansky is a Jew, isn't he? Yes. All right. You have Fidel Castro, backed by the Russians, who were who? Not Jews. Who did what? Kicked all the Jews out of Russia. You see what I'm saying? So that was a little piece of battle to eliminate their monies, and all of that. See? Up against the Jews, trying to be Sicilians, and then the Sicilians and the Jews combined, because the Italians, they ain't no you Sicilian, because like I said, the Sicilians are considered N-words to the Italians, the Roman Catholics in Italy and all of that, right? It's different people. Then you got the people that are from Naples, which is the Neapolitans, which John Gotti was Neapolitan. So John Gotti, in all actuality, wasn't supposed to be a boss because of the split between those two people, the Sicilians and the Neapolitans. But if you got to move around and meet different people and just talk to them, and they'll let you know, especially if you black, because you have no fight in anything, in any of it. You see what I'm saying? And then you get to finding out who is whose like adversary, although they can't go all balls to the wall with it due to the laws that are in place today. But you still got, adversarial relationships between the two. Like you call a Mexican a Puerto Rican or a Puerto Rican Mexican, it's you causing the issue. You know what I'm saying? Don't misidentify me or whatever they call it now. But see, back in the day, you get hands put on you. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Here we go. Most white people in Minnesota have German ancestry, with over 32% of the population claiming German heritage. German, Scandinavian, and Norwegian.
Claiming. But do you
It don't matter. It's not about claiming.
No. Hold on. It is all about
German
claiming.
faction of people. Now, if I were to do the same search, what is the nationality of the majority of your ICE officers?
Okay, I'm not talking about ICE. ICE is government. The whole that's a government agency. Wow. They don't just have ICE officers from Minnesota in Minnesota. Now, Jews are famous for changing their name to try to doggone emulate being German Irish, just like you had a lot of Sicilians that changed their names from their original name to like Stone, Harris, Berg, stuff like that. You know, because some names were designatedly like Swartz. That's like Tony Curtis. His real last name is not Curtis. I think his name is Swartz. But in order to be accepted by Americans, Tony Curtis. And him with the green eyes and whatnot, they don't even see him as being a Jew. It's like, ooh, you know what I mean? The women. But if you dig into the deep of the deep, that's like, remember Sonny from The Godfather? He's a Jew. So I'm like, wait a minute. You got a Jew when they could have had Robert De Niro playing that role, but Robert De Niro was getting blackballed because Robert De Niro don't love nothing but black women. So they wasn't feeling Robert De Niro. That's why his roles were like limited.
So, what's your opinion on the ICE officer and the American white man? That's what they're using in the media. Being killed because he ran up on them with a gun to threaten them.
Hey, it's like this here. F-O-F-A, however they say that.
Right.
You run up on me with it. You run up on me with a heater. I'm gonna blast you. So
why do you think those people are out there in sub-zero degree weather still right now?
Because they want the immigrants to come in, and they want to send all the immigrants to the poorest communities in the United States to further create the poverty level and destroy those areas so that the corporations can then come in and buy the properties and the land at a discount and make the United States a rental society, whereas you can't even purchase a home, but you can rent one from that corporate company. So why? I'm like, how's everybody missing this?
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out how it ties into orphanages from the.
Okay, now you're trying to. Okay, hold. Now you're trying to combine. You're trying to combine her story she's talking about. Now, what she's talking about here.
Yeah.
No, now what she's talking about here. This was a show idea that she had, and the topic should have just been limited to this video of her show idea and nothing to the right or the left outside of that, where everything went bonkers from what I've determined from the last hour and 10 minutes that I've been here. All of this other information that gets brought into when she's trying to talk about a certain thing, it'd be like just like this. Say if I was talking about Independence Day. Okay, the movie that Will Smith was in. Then all of a sudden, somebody started talking about the War of the Worlds that was made in the 50s based on a novel by Orson Welles. And then you had The Day the Earth Stood Still. They talking about all this other stuff. Nobody was talking about that. There was only one thing being talked about. So that's where she was trying to go, strictly with the topic of this video, not trying to correlate it between black and anything else. She was just trying to basically set the stage. What's going on with the immigration thing today has happened before in history. We see the outcome, the laws that were made, and is history repeating itself right before our eyes. Now, that's just what I think she's trying to do. Now, like I said, I could be wrong. She would have to be the one to tell me. Is that what you're trying to do or not?
These laws were gonna after these laws, eventually after all this, what was supposed to happen is they're gonna come back, circle around, and get us, black people. That's essentially this is what the fair warning was all about. It just didn't
No,
get to the point.
It's not. It's not. That's the victim mentality. It is not going to circle around and get Black Americans. Black Americans. We're American citizens. We've been American citizens in this country. All of that is not happening. Okay.
I agree.
That victim mentality. See, now when they come to get us, it amazed me how people are so scared of people, and you got more whites on welfare than the whole entire population of Black Americans or those claiming to be African American in the United States right now. Way more. It's 77 million white, non-Hispanic. I broke it down. White, non-Hispanic. 77 million of them are welfare recipients. You're looking at.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I actually agree with you, sir.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So, Black people, it would be nice if Black Americans would stop trying to include themselves or predict a downfall future of themselves, based on things that happened when Blacks had no legal protections against these things happening. That's what the part that's being missed. Well, we had Black Wall Street and they burned that down. Yeah, and at that time, did Blacks have any legal protections against these atrocities happening? No, but okay, just say no, because that's what it is. Now, did Blacks used to go and try to vote and get beaten dog sick on them, right? Okay. Can Blacks just vote when they want to now? Yes, they can. Now, man, I ain't voting. It ain't going to change nothing. It's like people died and were beaten to give you the right to vote, and now you don't even want it. Separate but equal education. That was fought for. Like Dave Chappelle said, a book is like kryptonite to an N-word. Oh no, a book. Oh,
we had our own institutions. We had our own schools back then, and during those times, we had our own. Listen, the public school system actually started with Black people.
Yeah, they were community schools. Yes,
that is where you're. So while their institutions were more based on legal and creating laws, our institutions were about education and creating community. And so even think about this. What did the Black Panthers start? The free lunch program. You think about all the things that Black people contributed.
Yes.
It was about community. We had a sound community. They didn't have community. They had to create laws because their community was fractured. That's why, because the thing about this, any time a community doesn't even like their own kids and puts them out on a street to fend for themselves as orphans, take babies and put them out and give them to the nearest police officer, what kind of a community is this?
Yeah. And then you have to also consider this. The Social Security Act, what was it, 1935, 36?
Correct.
That gave birth to welfare and people getting welfare checks, which Blacks were not entitled to draw those same monies as whites until the middle 60s.
Right. Exactly.
You see that? So
the resilience.
Because the laws changed, which allowed Blacks to. You see what I'm saying?
But here's the thing. We always want to bring the Black people into it.
I know this.
This
is wild.
That was made for the white man.
We need to not get involved with all this.
They were for immigrants. They were for the immigrants that were coming and being shipped across the United States. Whatever. I need not to get involved with this. What are you talking about?
could I add on just for 30 seconds?
Okay, but what is the what?
For,
Why are
for
you
30 seconds, present day, I'm gonna ask one question as well. It's snowing right now where I'm at. I want to know if the polar vortex is snowing near you or icy anywhere near you. However, my 30 seconds is this. Today is January 25th, 2026. We have 5 days until the government shutdown. I hope Americans are not underprepared. The man in High Castle was urging Americans to grab the provisions.
Let me tell you something about this.
This is for real now.
Okay, let me
Does
just
it
say
make sense now?
Let me just also say this, man, High Castle. I'm gonna just say this. Because just like I could continue to repeat the same thing over and over again, a lot of times people don't realize that we're living in a simulation. Okay, the more of a reality that you make something, the more it'll affect you. I'm not worried about a government shutdown. Why? Because that's not. I'm not going to. I don't make that a part of my everyday life to discuss that. Even when I'm discussing immigration, I'm not discussing immigration as a thing that I believe that's going to come that I want to come to my front door. It's more or less like I'm saying that we need to understand how laws are made in this country, how law enforcement and all these different things that you think are just stories about immigration, and you think you're hearing a story about one thing, and it's like wag the dog, right? Instead of the dog wagging his tail, you're watching a dog being wagged. Everything I like bring to the table is not about trying to put a thing in someone's mind about whether it's a government. Because you know what? If you don't give a fuck about a government shutdown, you're not going to be affected by it. Why? Because you know what? Those people probably already are stacked up with their own food or whatever. See, just like they had the storm or whatever, everybody bought food and bought all the stuff. They were all stacked up into the grocery store. But if the electric goes out, they ain't gonna be able to put that shit any goddamn way.
Well, put it outside. It's cold enough. It'll keep.
Well, yeah, but it don't mean you won't be able to. Anyways, what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, when we sit there, I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm trying to bring awareness about the fact that this whole thing about immigration is not about immigration. We think it's about we think it's about Mexicans. We think it's about immigrants, but really it's about the Spaniards. It's about Europeans fighting Europeans. About whatever. This tribe of Europeans don't like that tribe of Europeans. These are half-breed Europeans, and we're the such and such Europeans, and we want to, because how in the hell if you really think about this, how are we talking about immigrants when were the actual original Aboriginal people, not only just the black Aboriginal, but they're also Indian, Taino people, or whatever you want to call them, Mayans and Incas and all these different people that are the descendants. You're laughing. That merged, that got like fucking conquered by the Spaniards. And they were all throughout the United States right along with black people too. So, but we're going to tell them that they're immigrants. They need to get up out of our so-called country that the white man made a border to. That because the white man came and put a border up, that they can't travel and come into a land that at one point they actually at one point occupied. But that's cute. That's cute. So Germans and stuff want to come in, and then they want to enforce this law. Or Irish or whatever the hell these the new ICE renegades. For the first they were using their own people to be ICE, but now you're going to have this new Proud Boy. What country are they from? So is it German against German? Is it Irish against Irish? What is really going on? Who are these people?
It's we the people versus the anarchists.
ICE agents from America. You know what's so crazy? Half the time we don't even know why are they covering their face. There was a time where it was being said that they were actual agents, like actually military police officer agents that were coming into America and being put in the hotels. Could this be the first ICE force? We don't know. They have their faces covered. We don't even know who the hell is ICE really is. So people think they know, but what's really happening is that we think that this is really about these people need to get up out of our country and the Black community. Honey, the Black community has been surviving without any just in general. We don't fucking need we survived, bro. We just survived all this other shit. We don't have to really this whole fight about ICE has nothing really to do with us, but we want to make it about us because, you know, not make it about us, but we want to say, okay, well, they're coming into our Black community and they're taking over. No, they're fucking not.
There's an invasion in the United States of America, and right now,
you can't invade
the Aliens Insurrection Act is about to be implemented.
Okay, who is the alien?
We're days away from this.
You know who the alien is the white man who came over here to begin with. But we want to be
okay. We the people today.
No, ain't no we the people today. You're talking about an alien insurrection act that a white man came up with that came over to this country and enslaved the indigenous people here. And you want to jump on their side and talk about a fucking act that they created? If you don't get the fuck up out of here, bro, this is tribal warfare, bro. Fuck an insurrection act. It's tribal warfare. These white people are fighting with each other because you have one faction of the tribe that is disagreeing with the other faction of the tribe. That's why niggas ain't in it, because they ain't got nothing to do with us. These white people are fighting amongst each other.
So why the tears?
They're using. Shut the fuck up. I get so goddamn tired. Shut the fuck up. Get off my panel. Stupid. They're using immigration to be able to enact their own civil war with each other. That's what this is about. It has nothing to do with immigration. First of all, if they were really trying to fight immigration, why are they in Minnesota and not in fucking Texas, where all the immigrants are at, in California and shit, where all the goddamn Mexicans are at? Why are they in Minnesota? How far is Mexico from Minnesota? If you really wanted to like fight against South America, immigrants coming in, why wouldn't you start this bullshit in fucking the area right on the border where the fucking people are coming in at? And then do your ICE shit. They need to be every ICE agent. They really are caring about people coming into the border. They need to be right at that border fucking shit up. But what are they in fucking Minnesota? Because this ain't about immigration. And people are really feeding into it, thinking this is about the Black community. Honey, child, they not that Minnesota ain't no goddamn Black community. That's a German. That's like what 50% German area. Minnesota. What Black people you know really come from Minnesota except for Prince in the Revolution in the time? That's not no Black. You know, they have little pockets of niggas over there, but that shit ain't no majority Black town. It ain't, and it's not no majority illegal alien so-called town. It's white. Why would they wage a battle against immigration in a white town? We're missing something here. But you guys want to be stupid and think it's about talk about the Black community and all this other stupid ass shit. That's not the area where the immigrants are at. Go over to California. Go to like goddamn Houston, Texas, and Galveston, where they coming from, and over there down over there by San Francisco, wherever the hell they coming in at over there. Now you're talking about a real war. If you really want to fight immigration, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all, they full of shit. This is not what that's. They full of shit. What they're doing is this is political theater. The whole thing is bogus, is fake, and what they're doing is that they knew that Minnesota would be a prime place to like create a fake narrative of a war and a fight. But ain't nobody checking. Ain't nobody gonna fly to Minnesota to do. Nobody want to go to Minnesota. It's cold.
I'm glad you said that. You know, Black folk don't mess with no damn cold weather. Come on, man.
You already know who the hell gonna Go to Minnesota and fight.
And that's why you know that Black Lives Matter chick, she was definitely paid. Because I'm not finna go hang out no cold ass weather.
What the hell?
Mad at who for what? For man, look. Now
Right.
me, now
less than 12-degree weather having a fighting about immigration. If you don't get the fuck about
thank you. Because see, I have a theory.
They actually fucking with. They have to go into places and get people, the immigrants, and find some shit. It'd be like one immigrant. Why would they be up there trying to get one person, create a whole scenario, people screaming, blaring, cars honking, where one person, when they could be down here really getting it in. I mean, hell, get about 10,000 ICE agents and go down to fucking Galveston, Texas, right on the border, and let it rip, and just have a war. If they really was about immigration, this ain't about immigration. It's some bullshit.
If I step down, can Pam Mulatto come up?
No, I'm about.
Oh my God, that dude.
It's 7:57. I don't want to hear shit about this. I said what I said. Good night, you guys. I'm done.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God